Riders ready, watch the gate.
Come on. Break it down now. Break it down now.
Kia ora and welcome here to Te Awamutu, day 2 of the 2025 Waikato Regional Champs. Welcome to those of you joining us on YouTube. Welcome back to those of you joining us trackside. JD Hislop, how are you this morning?
Fantastic, actually. We were hitting it hard over there in Hamilton yesterday, and we made our way over to the Cambridge track. So we were hitting it with 8 motos, and we're going to be lighting it up here in Te Awamutu today. It's going to be a fast and furious race. We'll be running through, again, 4 motos, semis for a few of the riders, and we'll be hitting it into the finals as well. We also have a super class.
We sure do, and for those that are new to BMX racing, that's a whole nother category of racing. So it's effectively a race meet within a race meet. So we have got some new riders joining us here on Sunday in Te Awamutu for the superclass riding. Slightly overcast, a little bit of a breeze, so one might argue almost perfect conditions for racing here, JD, in the mighty Waikato.
Well, that's right, and you don't want to have it out there too hot and too sunny, but it's going to be blistering fast. The sun might not be out, but I can see your guns are going to be out. So we're going to be hitting it hard into this racing today with over 320 riders hitting the track. So it'll be fast and furious. So those of you out there in TV land, make sure you get yourselves well hydrated, get yourselves a little bit of popcorn, sit back and relax and enjoy the show as we roll on through the day. Superclass will be coming up right in behind the Sprockets, so it will be fast-paced right off the get-go. And up on the gate, we have ourselves the Sprockets 5 and under.
And here we go, over to Chris to get us started here at the finals day for the Waikato Regional Champs. Okay, I'm going off comms, mate. Okay, anticipation's building here for our Sprockets 5 and under as the gate has dropped. I tell you, it's not adding up on my sheet, but that's okay. We will see who's who in the zoo. We're looking for DJ Hunt, Bodie Mitchell, Summer Keen, Luke Pearson, Connor Snodgrass. They're in the mix as they head into that first corner. I can't see through the marquees, but that's okay. It looks like it's a North Harbour rider. I'm going to say it's DJ Hunt out the front. He's pushing hard, but I can see in the back there we got the 1-3-2. That must be Bodie Mitchell of Te Awamutu in the 2 spot. Into the second corner they go, coming back down towards us now into the rhythm straight. It's the North Harbour rider there. That's going to be the 405 there of DJ Hunt. He's pushing hard. Look at him. He's owning this track on the bright orange bike. And the 1-3-2 in the number 2 spot. That's Bodie Mitchell with the 7-11 in behind there. That's Connor Snodgrass out of Cambridge, where we were last night. And the 5-5-6 coming in there too. That's Luke Pearson out of the Hawke's Bay, rounding the final corner, taking it home here for Moto 9, race number 401.
All right, picking it up where he's putting it down. We got ourselves the Sprockets 5 and under as they rip it through. We got Charlie Watson in there from Hamilton. Millen Barton in there from Cambridge, and Arlo Hudson from the New Plymouth. Sharks in the tank, but it's the Tiadamutu boy out in the front at the moment, looking very good. Tate Spooner from Tiadamutu in there as well, looking sharp as they're rolling through on the 388 plate. It's Charlie Watson. You can hear the crowd getting in there. Oh, a little bit of an undercut happening in there as they roll it through. Coming down onto that rhythm section, and a nice little work in there from the 349 plate, looking like he's out in the front. Tate Spooner is hitting it hard on the one spot as he's coming down on the 388. Charlie Watson looks like it's going to be all Tate at the moment. Tate Spooner taking in the one, but the Hamilton ride is looking for a little bit of a cut through. As we roll it through here, we're getting ourselves into the motos with the 6 boys. It's Harley Wallace in there. It looks like he's out in there. Harley Wallace's scratch today. It's Patty Gilgren and Harlan Daniels, Ezra Heath and Robin Zazansky coming through. Soul Boundary and Hunter Gardner as well. Looking sharp as these boys are pressing it hard down that second straightaway into the second corner. Apexing out with a nice country lead. Looks like he's getting himself settled into the day with a nice little rhythm section and shaking himself up. But beautiful little manual on that boy. It's a 177 out in the one spot, and a beautiful riding in there. Patty Gilgren and Harlan Daniels out leading it. Ezra Heath with a Robin on the mix as well. Soul Boundary looking sharp, and Hunter Gardner out of Cambridge also in the mix. Coming back at you and heading up onto the gate is our Sprocket 7 boys, and this one's going to be stacked and wrapped.
What a cracker start to the day there. Here we go. It is race number 404, moto number 9, Sprocket 7 boys. They're into it. Look at it go. The East City rider, Hudson Hislop. He's making a go for the whole shot. He's into the first corner we go as we look for Blake McIntyre, Jasper Sweetman, Luca Gould. That's Bam Bam out there for sure. Finn Watson, Harry Sinclair, Sage Adams, and Ludo Rosenberg. But they are being led around this track by none other than the East City rider, the 311 of Hudson Hislop. Look at him owning it. Oh no, he's got company. It looks like it's the Westie Express coming up his outside as they're pushing down. It is going faster than a fast thing. Hudson Hislop, it's the 841 sitting in the number 2 spot. That is Sage Adams out of Waitakere coming around the corner as they look to take us home, pushing hard here. That is race number 404. Sprocket 7 boys for moto number 9.
Dropping the gate on these boys as they're snapping and cracking on this one. It's Freddie Stansfield with the gate spot on this, and he's got the whole shot position looking sharp as he's thrown himself into that first corner out of North Harbour. It's Jed Law in there laying it down. Otto Peters out of Tauranga, Cohen Phillips out of Tiaraha, and it's Jackson McIntosh out of Hamilton. But it's Jordan Pearson making his way through on the Hawke's Bay, and Quinn Hayes out of Hamilton. Looks like these boys are on the expressway coming back at us as they're hitting it down onto that rhythm section. Nice manual for that boy Freddie Stansfield from the North Harbour. He's hitting it down on that, getting chased down by the 715 Jed Law, trying to get in on that tire action as they push through on the first moto and lighten it up. Otto Peters also mixing it up as they thrown themselves into this one. Motos number 9 looking sharp.
Here we go. It is race number 406. This is our Sprocket 67 girls. Eve Spence out there from Hamilton. Madison Walker, another Hamilton rider. Just down the road they are. Orla Lloyd out of Mountain Raiders. Mila Keane from Paroa. And Nina Jeffrey out of Rotorua. Pushing hard. It looks like it's going to be Nina Jeffrey out the front. She's showing them around this track with the Mountain Raider. That must be Orla Lloyd pushing hard there. Into the second corner they go. They're lining themselves up now in single file. Riding hard. I can see the Paroa jumper there. That must be Mila Keane. She's looking like she's sitting in the 4 as they come back down towards us now. It is Rotorua's and Nina Jeffrey. She's leading us in there on the 180 plate round the corner. The 360 plate there coming in the number 2 spot. That's your Mountain Raider. The 765 of Madison Walker out of Hamilton in the number 3 as they push down the final sprint. Down the finish line they go as they round out here. Race number 406, Moto 9, Sprocket 67 girls.
All right, up on the gate is a Supercross and slamming her down as they make their way through. Beautiful line in there from Tim Ferguson. He's laying its tracks down. He knows this one on the inside and the out, but it's Deacon Connor. Looks like he's pinning it down, and he's leading from the front of it as he makes himself over top of that tabletop. Cha-chang, get some airtime. Beautiful work in there. John Hayes and Angus Thompson. It looks like Lucas Mattini and Chase Silver's coming in there. Kobe Russell also making a mix on it go through. But it's Nelson Brothers racing into number 3. It's Tim Ferguson in the number 2. And it looks like leading from the front. It's none other than Deacon Connor taking her down and taking her home. Beautiful racing. Fast and Furious. Moto number 1 for the super class coming in on race number 407.
There we go, just heading over to check that Scores is all doing what it's supposed to be doing, working as it should. As we look to get confirmation of that, the next gate of the super class, 15 plus male, up on the gate. Race number 408, Moto number 1 for them. A little bit confusing for those. Those of you joining us on the YouTube channel, thank you to Jack Links. Head on over to Our Scores. Put into your Google search engine Our Scores, and that'll tell you can track the racing there as they go. Some great riding here already. I'll tell you what, JD, if that's the start, mate, it's just going to ramp up as these riders get themselves organised and dial this track in.
Well, that's right. If you've got friends and family out there worldwide, they can go onto the YouTube channel and watch the little youngsters and the fast ones are riding. So just hit it on the YouTube channel. You just have to punch in the 2025 Waikato Regional Champs, and that will make your way over to the YouTube, and you'll be able to get in there and watch it live as we progress through. So send that link off to your friends and your family members worldwide, and they'll be able to watch that live as we go through the day. Sponsored to you by Jack Links.
Mate, absolutely fantastic to see the range of clubs making their way up to the mighty Waikato region. We got clubs all the way from the bottom of the south in Alexandra, obviously just around the corner in Cambridge, coming up from the capital city. Absolutely fantastic. Jump in the ditch, the Cantabrians out of Christchurch City, the Dunedin riders joining us too. We've got the riders down from Auckland out of East City, the Hamilton riders, neighbours here to the club in Te Awamutu. Hawera were there last weekend for the Taranaki Regional Champs. Great hosts, the Hawera team were. Popping over from the Bay, that's the Hawke's Bay. They've joined us here in the Waikato region this weekend. The Hutt Valley Thunderbolts coming up from the Wellington region again there. Kai Tangata joining us from the south. The Kapiti Club, they've got a couple of 3 riders joining us here. Then out of East Auckland, the Mountain Raiders there. They've joined us. They're sitting next to us here in the commentary hut. It's going to be a noisy day for us, JD, with the amount of noise they make. As we look to New Plymouth, again, some great racing there. Yesterday was fantastic. North Canterbury, North Harbour, Paroa, home of the big LMP bottle. They've popped along. We've got riders out of Rotorua, Sunset Coast, Taupo, Tauranga, Te Araha. Obviously the local riders out of Te Awamutu, Waitakere, the Westie Expresses, and all the way from the north, Whangarei. So as you can see, everybody putting in the effort here to get to the Waikato Regional Champs as we prepare ourselves and get sort of semi-organised, I guess, for the next big meet on the calendar. That is the 2025 North Island titles, thanks to BMX New Zealand.
Well, that's right, and we'll be running that one out of the Mountain Raiders, and we were there for pre-North, and the track is absolutely looking stunning, so they've done a very, very good job. Now, that is one you're going to want to watch as well. If you're out there in TV land, you're going to want to hit that one. We're hitting above 320 riders for today. Now, the North Island titles will be hitting at over 600, probably close to that 650
Back on
mark.
the gate, JD.
Back on the gate. This one's going to be fast and furious. This is super class, 15 male.
The gates dropped on. Bryson Joyce, Avon Peel, Tom Coleman, Kurt Bagby, and Jamie Harkness as they pull into the work. We look to see who's into the first corner. I think that might be Tom Coleman as he comes around the corner. We look to see Bryson Joyce. They can make him out there. He's sitting in the 2 spot. Is that Kurt Bagby sitting in the 3? As they come into that second corner, we're going to see who. Bryson goes low. He's making a move. He's getting it low. He's come down from the big smoke. There he goes. The 108 plate. That's Bryson Joyce. He's into the work early. Kurt Bagby in the 3. That is Tom Coleman, I believe, sitting in the 2 as they push down now to take us home. It is race number 408, Superclass 15 plus male. That was one to watch.
Up on the gate, Superclass 15 plus male.
Looks like we may be going a bit old school there, JD. Just looking at the finish line. or locking and loading. Old school there at the finish line, rolling up, take your place against your number. No doubt. Just kind of working through what must be a few technical issues, maybe with scores, as they lock and load. You might notice on your scores run sheet, Lewis Atkinson out of East City, unfortunately took a big fall yesterday in Hamilton. He's been well cared for, well looked after, and hopefully we'll see Lewis back again. So no doubt he'll be tuning in, watching.
Well, that's right. I would have to say a big shout out to Lewis, because I'm sure that he will be watching right now. So a big high five and a shout out to Lewis Atkinson. Now, he's a proud member of the East City, and he's our coach over at East City. So he is a rider, and a rider that will be missed for a little while. And unfortunately, he did take a little bit of fall. But from what I hear, he's being taken well care of. The nurses are supposed to be helping him out. So a big thumbs up and a big shout out to Lewis Atkinson. We miss you, and we hope you all the best for a quick recovery.
It was great. St. John's, unfortunately, did work hard yesterday. We had a number of riders go down, which is something we don't ever want to see. But great to have the team from First Day St. John's provide world-class support to our riders, which was great to see. So
yeah, and we want to make sure that we get that right, because Zoe Hartwell, who is a medic, who told us it's actually not St. John's with an S, it's St. John.
Wow, there we go. Let's get that right.
For those of you that like us are always pronouncing names
St. John's.
St. John. No, not St. John's. Just St. John, no S.
Good to know. You learn something every day, mate. You're never too old, right? They do say, though, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but let's see what we can do with that. Thank you to St. John.
Yeah, thanks, St. John's. No problem.
No,
or
John.
no S. No S. See that? Look.
Anyway, up on the gate, mate.
Bam, thank you, ma'am. Beautiful gate start in there from Nico Kogan. Oh, he's large in the charge, and he's out in the front of the pack at the moment. He is just at West East Press, just pushing him down in a slipstream on this one. But second in that second place, it looks like it's going to have to be none other than Yurki Kai Timoano, with Deacon McCormick coming in through there with Max Richardson looking sharp as he pushes on down. But it's going to be Max Richardson looking like he's gotten on the 2-2-2 plate, and it's Max in the number 2 spot. He's come through, but it's Nico in the 1 spot with a 1-1-7 coming through real tight on that Scott Silver. It's Scott Silver going to have to hold on to the number 3 spot. It'll be up to the top to see who takes it down, but it's Nico in the 1. It's Max Richardson in the 2, and it's none other than the 1-1-7 Scott Silver looking like he's taking the 3.
Well, there we go. Back up on the gate, mate. It is the Superclass 15 plus female. Here we go, and the gate is dropped on Jodie Gorgantis, Amber Robson, Selena Feister, Sophie Colquhoun, Caitlin Gorgantis, Madeline Hunter, and Layla Walker. She's joined us here today as they come flying around that first corner looking for the whole shot. It looks like it's Layla Walker. She's out the front by a long shot as we look to see who's who. It could be Selena in the mix there somewhere too as I look to see. I can't make them out from this angle, but they're coming back down towards me now. But I can see the 203 plate out the front, that's for sure. It's the 581. That is Selena sitting at 581. That is her in the 2 spot. Here we go, Sophie Colquhoun, Madeline Hunter. They're battling it out there in that final straight. This is why we watch Superclass. It's all go. It looks like Sophie Colquhoun might have got the 3 as we look to see who gets to the finish line. But don't ever take our word on it, right, JD? We don't know what we're talking about half the time.
Well, hey, look, we're just happy to get the right race. So for all you out there in TV land, if we do get it wrong, we apologize in advance. Hopefully that will be our grace for the day. The racers are quite quick, and they are very, very fast, as you can see. We make our way up to the top of the start gate, and we're up into race number 4, 1-1-8 boys.
Tell you what, rack and stack, mate. There's 8 on the gate for this one.
Well, that's right. I mean, get your magnifying glass out because this one is going to be tight. You're going to want to be able to see these boys as they roll on through. It's good to see, though, that we're getting a large number of riders for these younger riders, as they are our riders of the future, and they're the ones that we want to be pushing forward as they get up and into the higher elite boys. All those elites, all those superclass, all started here.
Now, looking forward to coming back 2026 Te Awamutu.
Te Awamutu is the place to be. So a lot of the riders will be getting the feel and the touch for the track as we sit here. And as you're out in TV land, you'll probably notice as you run through the first straight, the second straight, and the third straight are of a different color and a different texture than the final straight.
Wow, no, I didn't. Now that you mention it, and I look at that, I mean, the live stream is live streaming in 4K, mate. We're going, and they probably can see better than what we can see here, to be fair. But I did notice that now that you've pointed it out, different colors. What does that mean, JD?
Well, we're running a lime, which is sort of your normal, everyday sort of BMX track, which is a lime on the track. And so that's what's normally run on a track. Now, they have switched over into the final straight, or the fourth straight, and they are doing a sand and glue for that one. So that's a different sort of material that's being used. Now, it is a much harder and a much quicker surface. So it's a trial run. So for those of you out there that are riding and racing today, we will be, Te Awamutu will be shifting the track, all going well, for a sand and glue surface for the future. And so they'll be replacing the lime with the sand and glue, and so it will be even faster.
Wow. And why would they be wanting to get the track faster?
Say that again?
Why would they want to get their track faster?
We're always looking at going faster. We're trying to cut that time, trying to get those speeds up, and these boys are born to, and girls are born to race. So they always want to get that track a little bit faster, and by all means, not only does it help with the track speed, but also the overall maintenance of the track. So it does decrease your maintenance with the sand and glue, so you're not having to apply a lime surface every year. So that's one added bonus, and it also means that you're not having to have that extra cost. Now the maintenance on the
JD, I hate to jump in, mate, but our weather waffle's now done for the day. We're back up to the gate.
Let's race.
8 boys, I believe. Race number 411.
Like a rolling stone. These boys all together, no moss, little wobbles in there from the number 421. That's Max Miles in there in the mix. He's handlebar to handlebar as he's going 3 across. These boys are throwing themselves into that first corner and out in the front of the pack and looking like a beautiful start. That looks like that's Finn Hudson out there in the blue. He's been racing hard all weekend. We have ourselves a new Plymouth rider in there as well. They'll be right out of the Shark Tank. So they're looking like they're going real hard as they roll it through here out in the front of the pack. It looks like the Shark Boy is coming out on the outside as he's going to push through with Max Miles sitting in the pocket as he's trying to push through. It'll be a race to the finish line on who's who in the two as they push it all the way down to the finish line. It'll be the new Plymouth rider. It'll be our rider up there, Finn Hudson. Oh, it'll be up to score. So he who takes that one home.
Here we go. Looks like we've got a few technical issues with the score system worked out. Back up on the gate, race number 412. And it's another solid gate of 9. Oh, moto number 9, I should say. But it's an 8 gate of 8 boys, so don't be late. Into the work they go. Looks like Asher Maloney out of Tauranga got an early start there on the 178, but we're looking for Sam Panting out of Te Awamutu as he's busting a move. Liam James from New Plymouth, Liam Anderson out of Hamilton, Carter Phillips there from Te Araha, Jake Thompson from Cambridge, Nico Rangahika from Paroa, and Ryan McBride out of Te Awamutu, but they're coming back down towards us now as we look to see who's going to be where as they pouncing down here. Tell you what, this is some action packed. It's going to be the 708 plate. I think that, well, no, the cup, it must be the 178 plate of Ashton Maloney from Tauranga. Hanging on to the one spot, but the battle's on. Look at that. Here we go. Down the last straight. Oh, they're getting elbow to elbow as they cross the finish line here for race number 412.
Hitting into race number 413 with the 9 boys. It's Max Pocott in there with Jaden Barrett. A gate start out there. Looks like he's sitting in the 2 spot at the moment with Logan Healy coming through on the 1 spot. Nice riding in there. Leo Charlton out of New Plymouth with Benjamin Horscroft out of Sunset Coast. Also streamlining his Cole Guild out of Cambridge, and Max Pocott sitting in the pocket. We got ourselves Hugo Bassett looking sharp out of the North Harbor. Nice work in there from these riders, but it's Logan Healy. He's coming out of the blue. This guy is just racing hard. It's Awamutu. It's his track. Jaden Barrett is coming down. Jaden Barrett had a little bit of a spill yesterday in the Hamilton, so good to see him back up on the bike, and he seems to be fitting well, so that's fantastic to see. Taking it home, though, is Logan Healy on the 1, Jaden Barrett on the 2, and Leo Charlton out of New Plymouth taking the 3 spot.
Here we go. The gate has just dropped on another gate of 9 boys. This is moto number 9, race number 414. Matuanui Drolit. He's pushing hard, going for the whole shot, but he's being chased down by East City's NZ4. That's Kingston Hislop with the Mountain Raider, Bowden Lamb in the mix. Out of New Plymouth, Brock Wellington in the fight for the life. Taurangers, Ted Gilgreen, Archie Weston, Dylan Smith out of Cambridge. They're throwing it down out there too. But coming back down towards us now, it's Matuanui Hill out of the North Harbour Club. He's pushing down on the 111. Somebody call the police. He's busting some moves with Kingston Hislop out of East City, sitting in behind him, giving him a run for his money. But here we go, the battle's on. It's all going down that final straight. We're going to throw it down for 3 and 4. This is going to be too close to call. I tell you, we're going to go upstairs. That one would be a photo finish, I'm sure, as we look to bust a move here in Awamutu.
Dropping the gate here on the 9 boys as we head into the race. It's Thorpeso at the moment sitting in the 1 spot. Henry Hogg is breathing down his neck, and he's handlebar to handlebar in that first corner. But coming out hard on the first corner, it's none other than Thorpeso with a nice manual over top of the tabletop as he pushes through there in the 1 spot. Henry Hogg out of the Waikato, looking like he's going to line himself up coming down on that rhythm section, but looking real good. Henry Hogg is in the 2. Daniel Chen is sitting in the 3 spot in the North Harbor. We have ourselves a Rio Boundary with long hair, don't care, coming in on the 4 spot. Good work in there from Nico Rosenberg and Ben Hendricks. Vader Braxton coming through on there as well, but it's Thor taking it home, Henry on the 2, and Daniel Chen taking the 3 spot.
Here we go, race number 416. It's our first gate of 10 boys. That's dropped now with Roman Thompson out of the Hawke's Bay, putting a move on to the whole shot. George Wu out of Hamilton alongside Fletcher Smith. Nico Martini, the Mountain Raider in the mix here alongside Cambridge's Charlie Mitchell. Nathaniel Clifford out of Tauranga in there and looking for, oh no, doesn't look like he's here. Looks like one of our riders has gone home early. Hope they're okay, but coming back down towards us now, Roman Thompson, George Wu, battling it out. It still is. It's going to be out the front. It looks like it's George Wu in the 1. Can he hang on? He's got Roman Thompson coming in behind them. They follow each other around the last corner, and they're putting the afterburners on now down the last straight. Another battle on though. 4, 3 and 4. Hamilton rider there pushing a move. Can he make it across? I don't know. We're going to want to check that one out on scores.
You were all choked up on that one as we roll it through onto this. We got ourselves a 10 boys, and it looks like a beautiful start in there from Caden and Jackson. There looks like Jackson's on the inside, and he's got this corner wrapped up, but it's Jackson in the 1 spot. Caden McDonald sitting in the 2 spot, getting chased down by the shark in the water on the 97 plate. Well done on that boy as he's running through. It's Luca Hudson also in the New Plymouth. It's Oliver Leharth coming through from Tauranga, and Noah Pierman and James Anderson out of Hamilton. But it's Jackson leading from the front as he's whipping it through. These boys are laying down their tracks. I can feel the heat coming through. It's Caden trying to slow it down, but it's Caden sitting in the 2 spot, and Jackson shutting down the door. Jackson's in the 1, Caden's in the 2. It's a shark attack. Luca taking the 3.
Here we go. The gate has just dropped on the next gate of 9 boys. Into it, Don Bycroft Jenkins, Otis Rapia, Braxton Host, Jacob Crawford, Ethan Philistone, Connor Ogden, Carter Mould, line along the track as they go now. Into the move they go. They are busting a move down back towards us. We look to see single file. They're coming as they come back around that corner. We're going to see who's out the front at the moment. Is it still Otis? He's coming towards us now. He had a great gate though. It is going to be flying down. It is the 156. It is Otis Rapia out of Capital City. Oh, here we go. The fight's on. I think it's Braxton who's just got his nose in front for the number 2 spot, the 756. He's dressed to impress as they come flying along. It looks like it might be a Tauranga ride, and Jacob Crawford going to have to settle for the 3. But you're going to want to check that out on scores.
All right, hitting into the 10 girls, race number 419. Nice work in there from Ashlyn Lloyd. Looks like out of Mountain Raider. She's got that 1 spot, but sitting in the pocket, it's Hattie Barrington out of Sunset Court. Georgia Poe Edwards just trying to squeeze her way through there. It's bar-to-bar action as they pull out of that first corner. Streamlining and slip-slamming into that corner as they come through. It's Holly Shanks sitting in there as well. It's Holly Shanks out of Hamilton trying to press it down. But it's Argy Bargy as they come into that second corner. It's Georgia Poe Edwards streaming it down and pushing it hard. Pushing in there with the power strokes. Different strokes for different folks as they come through. But it's out in the front. It's Ashlyn Lloyd out of Mountain Raiders in the 1 spot. In the 2 spot, it's Mountain Raiders, Georgia Poe Edwards. In the 3 spot, it's Hattie Barrington sitting tight out of Sunset Coast.
Race number 420, we're into our 11 boys here. Still in moto number 9, and it's all go. Matatini Hill, Baden Prescott, Sam Hickey, Enzo Torrance, Luke Harrifield, Harris O'Leary, JD Pretorius. They're all throwing it down, but it is your world number 1. He's out the front. That's what's on of his back. He's pushing hard. Second corner they go. I'm losing track already. Tina Hill, I'm going to say, is out the front, coming down towards us now. Currently out there at the moment, riding on the 563 plate. Into the last corner he goes. The 308 plate. That's Baden Prescott in behind him. Sam Mickey out of New Plymouth. He's in the number 3 at the moment. Can he do anything down this last straight? Only time will tell as we round it out here. Race number 420, moto number 9, 11 boys.
All right, into race number 421 on the 11 boys, Moto 9. All right, as they're starting to turn up a heat, click, click, click. That's me turning it up a notch. Nice little air time in there from Tate Burton. Dylan Johns leading out on the front of the pack as he's rolling through. Adrika Hukura coming out of Kai Tangata, looking real strong in the number 2 spot. Tate Burton's definitely going to push it down as he comes through with a nice manual over top of the tabletop. It's Tate sitting in the 2 spot now. He's mixed it up with a little bit of a kickflip out of that one. It's Dylan Johns coming through out in the front of the pack, and he's got himself a nice lead into the rhythm section. Tate's going to have to be able to push himself through if he wants to close down on Dylan Johns out of the Mountain Raiders. But it's Adrika Hukura. It's Tate Burton that'll be pushing it down all the way to the finish line. Lachlan Torrey in the mix, and Caden McKenzie out of Christchurch. Tate Myers also out of Tauranga looking real sharp as they're closing it down. But none other than Dylan Johns taking the 1.
Here we go, race number 422, Moto 9. It's our 11 girls, they're into it. Mia Grant out of North Harbour, Ruby Buckley out of the Mountain Raiders alongside her mate Olivia Foss, Amy Pocock out of Cambridge. They've thrown it down, here we go, line it up. This is too close to call, it's anybody's race at this point. The 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, it's going to chop, it's going to change like days in the week. Into the second corner they go, but it looks like it's the Mountain Raider out the front at the moment. That must be, yeah, I'm going to say it's Olivia Foss, I think. No, it's Ruby Buckley. She's into it. There we go. How did I miss that? Busting around there into the number 2 spot, though. That's Mia Crown out of North Harbour as they're riding hard. It's going to be Olivia Foss there, I believe, in the 3, but she's too close to call, pushing Mia to the end as we round out race number 422.
Hit it in with 11 girls. These girls are ready to rock. These girls are ready to roll. These girls are ready to flow as they push it through. It's Amelia DeTheory with a beautiful gate start. Looks like she's hitting it hard into that first corner. It's Olivia Anderson and Cameron Colhoun also in the mix. Cameron sitting in the 2 as they come through. Nice work in there from Leah Mold as well. Out of Tauranga, out of Tiaraha, and Savannah Hogg out of the Waitax. Cameron Colhoun is going to have to put some work in if she wants to catch out in the front of the pack. It's Olivia Anderson sitting out there in the 1 spot as they go through. Amelia DeTheory is sitting in there on the number 2 spot. Olivia Anderson, my apologies, is sitting in there. They're not wearing their jerseys, but that's all right. It's pushing hard with Savannah Hogg going down that finish line. Looks like she's going to be able to take position. It'll be up to the top to see who grabs that on scores.
And coming in behind them, fast and furious, it's race number 424, Moto 9, 12 boys into it. Jai Martini out of the Mountain Raiders making an early move. Max Whitelaw out of the North Harbour all over his back wheel. James Sinclair from Taupo. Lucas Jones out of New Plymouth in the mix with Sunset Coast, Finn Barrington. Coming back round looking for the Cambridge's Monty Gardner. Here they come back down towards us now, but it looks like I'm going to make it out. It is Jai Martini, the Mountain Raider, on the 88 plate. He's out the front. In behind him, though, it is Max Whitelaw out of North Harbour. He's pushing hard with the 149 sitting in the 3. So there's your 1, 2, 3. Jai Martini, Max Whitelaw, James Sinclair, rounding out race number 424.
as they're turning it up into the 12 boys as we go through. We got Nathan Swan coming in there, Sunset Cove. So with a nice start in there from Josh Braithwaite with Tobias Dickinson sitting in the 2 spot as he comes through. But it's Josh out there in the 2 spot, and it's Tobias Dickinson looking sharp in his Thriller clothing and his Speedco bike out in there, dressed to impress. It's Tobias Dickinson, the internet sensation. Jackson Carroll sitting there and going high, getting undercut. He's going to have to put the pedal down if he wants to make it up. Nice little airtime in there from Jackson Carroll coming through on the 4 spot. It's a 9-1-2 sitting in there in the 3 spot as they push it down. It's Tyler Calhoun coming through out of Tauranga. Nice work in there. Thomas Ford and Nathan Swain in there for Sunset Coast. Josh Braithwaite and Tobias taking her down.
Here we go, 4 on the gate. It's going to be about the quality, not the quantity, as they go bar to bar into the whole shot. Not sure who's who, but it was Baxter Arthur and Alex Shanks. Tauranga versus Hamilton. They're out the gate, but it's the 3-2-3. That's Baxter Arthur from Tauranga. He's in the number 1 spot. It looks like it might be Alex Shanks on the 905 in behind him, pushing hard. Coming back there. Oh no, we lost a pedal. That's what it is. Racing's like a box of chocolates. It's the 905 out the front. That's Alex Shanks in there though, the 3-2-3. That's Baxter Arthur sitting in the 2, coming past us now, the 999 plate there. That's Charlie Panting. And rounding us out, here we go, the 765. That's your rider out of the Sunset Coast. That's Jack Harmon as they push hard to wrap us up there for race number 426.
All right, as we go on to this one here, we got ourselves Addison Harrisfield. Looks like she's out in the front of the pack at the moment. She's a world number 1 and a one that you're going to want to watch. She is fast and she is furious. Coming out of that Mountain Raiders is Nessie Rennie sitting in there from Hamilton, sitting in the 2 spot. And a Hutt Valley Thunderbolts coming in there loud and proud. It's Ara coming through. Sacker looking real good as she's coming through. Arla's looking like she's coming on that 3 spot with a Kelly Meller coming in there from Christchurch, and Eliza Bracard coming in there from Pairua. Nice work in there from Addison, taking in the 1. It's Nessie Rennie in the 2 with Arla coming through on the 3 spot. Nice work as these ladies are wrapping it up for the 12 girls.
Here we go, the gate's dropped on race number 428. This is another gate of 12 girls, moto number 9. Lexi Silver out of New Plymouth. Neem Lloyd out of the Mountain Raiders. Peyton Carroll from East City and Ara Bycroft Jenkins out of Hamilton. As they throw it down, it looks like it's Lexi Silver out of New Plymouth. She's going to be on the number 1 spot. Your Mountain Raider of Neem Lloyd. She's in the 2. Into the second corner they go with the East City rider in the distinctive jersey there, sitting in the 3. As they come back down towards us, we're looking for Aria Bycroft Jenkins out of Hamilton. She's in the mix too. But into the work they go. It is none other than Miss Silver. Into the last corner. She's riding the O2 plate at the moment for a reason. And she's showing it as she goes flying through, pushing hard.
All right, up on the gate, we have ourselves the 13 boys. This one's going to be fast. This one's going to be furious. You're going to want to be able to watch this one because she's going to be hot. Too hot to handle out in the front of the pack. That's Rico Ryan racing out there on the 1 spot out of Tauranga. It's Connor Oberau coming through there out of Rotorua in the 2 spot. Nice work in there from Kid coming through. It's Clayne McNabb out of North Harbour looking good with Jared Rennie out of Hamilton and Jono Hansen coming out of Dunedin. Charlie Withington out of Tauranga is not in the race today, but it's Rico Ryan riding fast, riding furious in the front of the pack, and he's putting himself down like a candle burning at both ends. Too hot to handle. It's Rico Ryan taking the 1.
Here we go. The gate is dropped. We're on to the 14 boys. I was just over checking out the YouTube channel. It is race number 430. Nixon Banks, Travis Marshall, Blake Andrews, Oliver Donaldson, Jack West, Drain Wolfdart, Jacob White, Emerson Hawaii. In the work they go. I'm going to put it on there. Nixon Banks from Hamilton coming back down towards us now into the rhythm straight. Though he's got Parua's Travis Marshall, I believe, on the 161. No, that's the 164. Oh, there we go. I'm losing the track here. The 164 plate. I'm going to say that might be Blake Andrews. I don't know, JD. I just lost the plot. There we go. The Mountain Raider, though, I can see him. He's wearing his club jersey. That makes it nice and easy. That's Emerson Ohio from the Mountain Raiders on the 218.
Well, these are the boys that you're going to want to watch because they're kicking down toys and kicking down doors, because it's Ben Anderson out in the front of the pack out of the East City, and he's riding hard and he's riding fast in that one spot. But it's the Pairua boy sitting in there as well, Joshua Ford, looking real sharp, and he's hanging tooth and nail onto this one as he's pushing it down. It's going to be bar-to-bar action for that 2-3 spot with the Mountain Raiders sitting in the 3 spot. That's Liam Clifford out of there as well with Jack Buckley out of Mountain Raiders on the 88 plate, but it's the 1-3-1 coming. Liam Clifford looking like he's knocking down his door, and he's trying to do a little bit of an undercut and a snake through on this one. It's Liam Clifford who's got the gas in the tank to push it through, who's got it on the throttle. It looks like it's going to be Buckley taking it on the 3 spot.
Here we go, 17-29, male 20-inch, race number 432, motor number 9, Kaite Moana out of Te Awamutu. He's here to impress, he's coming to the whole shot. Look at him go, this is his home track. James Wallace in the mix, Regan Smith, Corey Walden, Brock Bomber Nelson, Richard Levers, he's pushing hard into the second corner they go. Number 77, you can't miss that plate, it's Kaite Moana. He's pushing hard as he comes down into the last corner around the mat. The battle's on the 2-2-3 plate. That's James Wallace, is he going to hang on? Oh no, it's the Sunset Coast of Corey Walden. He's pushing hard as they round the corner there, going for gold.
Well, going for gold as we're speaking of that, and we're getting into a little bit of wind as they throw it up here, so they're not wanting to go too high because that wind will be grabbing these boys as they're pushing it down. It's Tom Cohen out of Capital getting a beautiful run through as we run through with Jackson Gaze in the haze all day long. This boy has been racing hard. He's one of the boys that you're going to want to watch. He's out of the elites and back into the mix with the boys. It's Angus Thompson throwing it down from Nelson Brothers Racing with Scott Donaldson in the mix, Zachary Arnold and Max Richardson as well. Flynn Harrison is also throwing it from the East City riding, but out in the front of the pack and leaning hard, it'll be your NZ1 Tom Coleman, Jackson Gaze coming through on there as well. Angus Thompson rounding it up.
Here we go, 39 male 20-inch. It's Sean Thompson, Shane McRae, Avon Peel, Rick Pearson, Russell Fleet, Vince Anderson. This is where it's at, I tell you what, the action is packed. It's a big pack here, and they're throwing it down as they look to see who comes round. Look at that, taking it as they line it up into the rhythm straight, back down towards us now. It's game on. It is going to be the 7-4-6 there. That is Sean Thompson out the front. The 4-2-6 sitting in the number 2 spot. That's Avon Peel. He's pushing hard, coming back to the track as they round us out there for race number 434 here in Te Awamutu. Moto number 9, 30-39 mile.
Hitting it on 435 as we have Scott Silver sitting in that one lane, but he looks like he's just taking it easy out in the front. It's John Hayes sitting in the whole shot position out of Hamilton. Grant Rennie in there as well out of Hamilton. It'll be looking sharp as a 1-2 ride. These boys are in the back of the pack, just saving their legs for the day as they run through, getting it ready for those finals. We have ourselves Brad Andrews out of Whangarei coming in from the far north, hitting in the 3 spot as we roll it through. Big shout out to Adam O'Leary from Cambridge, not able to ride at the moment, so you will be missed for the day. It's the Hamilton riders, John Hayes in the 1. It's Grant Rennie sitting in the 2 out of Hamilton. Scott Silver taking in on the 4 as they roll her back. Brad Andrews out of Whangarei on the 3.
Here we go, second gate of 40-54, male 20-inch. Greg Hughes out of Rotorua, making a crack for the whole shot. He goes into it. Darren Smith out of Hamilton with his mate Ben Watson. Tony Thornley from North Canterbury into the mix as well. Here we go, back it down, into the work they go. We got this, we can see it's the Rotorua rider. That must be Greg Hughes in the number 2 spot. When they ride in their club jerseys, it makes it nice and easy for us as they come back down though. Tell you what, the size of the plate of the 117, Darren Smith, I don't know how that's not holding you back, son. It's the 621 though, into the number 2 spot. That's Ben Watson down the final straight. They're pushing hard with Greg Hughes out of Rotorua in the 3, Tony Thornley in the 4 as they round out race number 436.
Getting into the 8 to 9 girls on the 20-inch. We got ourselves some real contenders on here for the ladies. It looks like it's Alice Jeffrey getting a nice whole shot position at the moment with Pippa Walker sitting in the 2 spot. Pippa Walker is one that was leading all day, but it looks like it's a Rotorua girl. Alice Jeffrey is sitting in the 1 at the moment, but they are definitely knocking down the door. We have ourselves a Greta Shue in there from Mountain Riders as well, sitting in the 4 spot looking for an undercut and does a nice job of that, threading the needle. Looks like she's now sitting in the 3, moving herself up into that rhythm section and got some speed, but it's Pippa Walker that has made the switch from 2 to 1, and it looks like Pippa is definitely laying it down. It's a Rotor girl, Alice having a hold for the 2. Greta is working herself up into the pack on the 3, taking a podium on that heat.
Here we go, the gates dropped on the four of them. Jodie Gorgansis, Sonia Reddy, Sam van der Veen, and Caitlin Gorgansis. Here we go, we're at the 25 to 44 female 20-inch, race number 438. Still in moto number 9 as they come back down towards us. It's the Gorgansis sisters racing hard, pushing fast. Who's going to do who? Into the second corner they go, rounding it out. Let's see who's in the pink. I can't make out their plate just from here, but they're coming down towards us now. It looks like it's the 92. That's Caitlin at the front at the moment with the 351 there, sitting in the 2 spot. That's Jodie Gorgantis, the 354. That's Sam van der Veen in the number 3 with Sonia Rennie out of Hamilton in the 686 plate, rounding us out.
Dropping the gate on the women under 23 as they go through on this one. Brooke Penny getting a nice start on the race as she goes into that first corner and slamming it down. It's Brooke Penny having it her way out of Awamutu. It's her track and she's laying it down. In the 2 spot, it looks like that's Selena on the outside and she's giving it a push and she's pushing her down on this one into the 3 spot at the moment, but pushing in there, it's Amber Robinson. She's definitely got the power on the 331 coming through on the Speed Co on that rhythm section. She definitely shows how it's done with a nice little pedal on that one. But it's Brooke Penny taking it down. Selena sitting in the 3 spot and Amber taking the 2.
I tell you what, this is an age group to watch. 15 boys, race number 440, motor number 9. Oh, they go to the sky. Lucas Martini, Case Silver, Cameron Wallace, Cohen Ludham, Zane Williamson, Mason Joguzma, Caleb White, Lachlan McDonald. Into the work they go as they're coming towards us back now. Here we go, the battle's on. It's going to be game on. I think that's Case Silver. He's just lost the top spot. Into the work, though, it is the 822. That is your rider, Caleb White out of Harwitter. He's flying around the 237 plate, though. Slowing down, moving around. That is Case Silver, I think, on the 01. Coming off the pedals there as we see our Paurua rider there. That's going to be Lachlan McDonald. He's pushing through on the 722.
All right, getting into the 16 boys. These boys are going to be risking it for the biscuit, running on that Speed Co. It's Nico Kogan. Looks like he's out in the front of the pack, and it's Deacon McCormick coming through on the 2 spot out of Dunedin, Zeb Pickford out of Cambridge, and it's Thomas Brockcroft coming in there out of Tauranga. Tiaraha, my apologies, and Liam Parks coming out of Capital. But out in the front on the 267, looking good. That's Nico Kogan coming down on the track. He's got this one wrapped up tighter than a Mexican burrito. Deacon coming through on the 2.
Here we go, the next skate of 16 boys, race number 442, sorry, I'm going back in time, but we don't want to be doing that because these boys are sure going forward. Deacon Conner out of the North Harbour Club, Jamie Harkness out of Capital City, Levi Banks from Hamilton, Kobe Russell out of Cambridge, so close you could throw a tea-towel over them. There we go, going to the sky. I'm going to say that was Kobe Russell. And to come back down towards us now, it is none other than the 522. That is Levi Banks as they come flying back around past us. The 568, I believe, that was Kobe Russell there in the number 2 spot as they're pushing around. I tell you what, the toll being taken. Here we go. It is some big racing here this weekend in the Waikato.
All right, Awamutu is laying it down on this one. It looks like, oh, nice little riding. They are getting bar to bar and no love lost in between these sisters as they roll it through. It looks like it could be none other than a 1-2 as they push it through. Nice work in there from the Penny sisters. Sophie Penny with a beautiful gate start. Maddie Newcomb in the mix, and Luca Penny, Courtney Smith out of Mountain Raiders, and Abby Story Farling coming through there. Definitely just blazing trails, lighting fires, and kicking tires as they roll through on the final rhythm section. Definitely have done this track once or twice before. No love lost between these two twins as they roll it through. The Penny sisters on the 1-2. Nice work in there, Maddie Newcomb.
Here we go, race number 444. It's our 15 to 16 girls. This is another one to watch. Beth Walker out of the Cambridge Club into the whole shot. Madeline Walker out of the Mountain Raiders, chasing her down with Sophie Colquhoun, Azaria Thornley, Molly Buckley, and Miller Ellis. This is like a Mountain Raiders club night, but they're being attacked left, right, and centre. Beth Walker, she's got the challenge on. Here we go. Is that Sophie Colquhoun there in behind her, right up her tail? Here we go. Who's going high? Who's going low? Who's on the inside? Who's on the outside? Oh my, get out, JD, get out of the way, mate. It's all go as they push hard, but Beth Walker managed to hang on by the skin of her teeth to take out the one by the looks.
All right, back into it on the 8 to 10 cruiser. So we're into the cruisers as we roll through here. So a big shout out to all of the volunteers that are in your place. If you are switching it up, please have your volunteers come in and switch places if you're on volunteers. Also to all the riders come on through into the pits. All the riders up into the pits. So that's all your Sprocket riders. Head on over into the pits. And remember, the Superclass, you're running right in behind there. We have ourselves into the H10 Cruiser. So that's Jacob Crawford. Bowden Lamb, he's been riding hard all weekend. He's sitting in the 2 spot at the moment. Jacob Crawford out of Tauranga sitting in the 1. Rex Olson out of Rotorua. And Nathaniel Clifford and Donovan Wallace is scratch. And Hugo Bassett is also scratch for the day. Jacob Crawford taking in the 1. Bowden on the 2.
Here we go, race number 446 as we look to see which 3 of the 5 have joined us here into Awamutu for race number 446. It's our 11 to 12 Cruiser Mail as we start to come to the back end of moto number 9. Brock O'Neill, Finn Barrington, Caden McKenzie. Here they go, it's too close, you could throw a T-towel over these lot. Into the last second corner they go, coming back down towards us now. And we're going to see who it is. I'm going to say it's Brock O'Neill. I was having a chat with him earlier today. He said, when I said, mate, this is your home track, are you going to be fast? His response was no comment, but he's putting the comment out on the track. But it looks like it's going to be Finn Barrington. Managed to just get into the Caden there, as it's going to be, there we go, Brock, Finn, Caden.
Oh, getting some airtime. It's Tate Bird sitting in on that 2 spot at the moment on the Cruiser bike out in the front of the pack. That's Mata coming through out of North Harbour looking real strong, and Baden Prescott sitting in the mix as well. Looks like we have ourselves Dylan Johns and Enzo Torrance out of Tiaraha looking sharp as they come through, but in the front we have ourselves Mata coming through on the 1. He's 10 toes in and looking as he's smooth. He's a smooth operator. Tate is trying to get down in there on the 701, is on the 3 spot. That's Baden Prescott sitting in the mix, but it looks like it's Tate taking in the 2, Mata taking the 1.
Here we go, race number 448, 13 to 14, Cruiser Mail. They're into their work early. Rico Ryan, Travis Marshall, Liam Clifford, Connor Orbell, Kalen McCabe, and Jared Rennie. Here we go, they're throwing it down, but it's none other than Tauranga's Rico Ryan out the front. He's showing it down like he did all day yesterday. He's got this under control at this point. Sitting in behind him, though, it's the next Tauranga rider I'm going to say that is. It's the 131 plate. That's Liam Clifford with Paoroa's 777. Travis Marshall currently in the 3, but he's making a move up the outside. This is too close to call. It's going to be a battle to the end. We're going to want to check that out on scores as they cross the line. 1 forward, 1 manual, as we look to see who's who in the zoo.
All right, getting up on the top at 70 to 39, Cruiser Mail. Oh, these boys are going to be cheeky as they get into it because checkers are wreckers as they argy-bargy in, put it down, and they're laying down the tracks. These boys have been racing hard all weekend long. Coming into the second day on the 3rd track, they're still racing hard. You would have thought their bodies would have been aching, but no, they're participating. They're going hard. In 3 a corner on the 2nd. Unbelievable. All day, all weekend, these guys are going onto that rhythm section out in the front. Beautiful ride in there as they roll it through. It's Zachary Arnold, Sean Thompson, and Corey Walden. Hayden Stockman and JD Badass coming through with Sean Torrance in the mix, and it's James Mellor all the way from Christchurch hanging in there. Looks like that's up to the scoreboards to see who's taking it, but it looks like Zachary could have
Zachary
had the 1.
Arnold getting in the spot there. Last straight antics from him. But here we go, 40 to 49 Cruiser Mail, race number 415. Nick Jeffrey out of Rotorua, Brad DeThieri out of Hamilton. Johan de Rosenberg, the local lad from Te Awamutu, the Mountain Raider, Daniel Martini, Grant Rennie out of Hamilton, the Hutt Valley Thunderbolt of Andre Saker, Jacques Chalice out of, no, he's not with us today by the looks, but it's our Rotorua rider, the 223. He's going hard. That's Nick Jeffrey. Can he hang on? He's got company all over his back wheel. The pedals are being thrown as they push the move. Grant Reddy making a move there for the 3. He wants to take home a piece of the pie as they cross the finish line there for race number 450.
All right, heading into the big boys now as we get into the 50 to 59 Cruiser Males. Let's see who's up on the ropes. We got ourselves 3 on this race as they come through. Looks like we've had a couple contenders out of the race. We got a scratch from Mark Harrisfield, but it's Warren Bogus, the Golden Wheels, in the mix on this one as he's coming around on the 3 spot. But it's Wayne Shank sitting in there with Greg Hughes in the 1 out of Rotorua with the Hamilton Riders in the 2-3. Wayne Shanks and Warren Bogus. Looks like they're taking it home for the club. These boys of Def definitely been around this course a few times, giving a little cheeky look as he says, hey, you know what, I might just come by and say hi, and I'll give you a little bit of a drive-by. It's a Hamilton rider, as they always do. But it's the Rotorua rider who's going to push it through all the way to the finish line. Scores to see who takes it.
The Shankmaster 3000 having a bit of a gas bag along the way. He should focus on pedaling. Focusing on pedaling, though, it's race number 452. It's the 50 to 59. Cruiser Male, Dion Youth, Paul Luttrell, Darren Smith, James Pocock, and Craig Barrington. Here they go, coming back down towards us now. I'm going to call it. It's the world number 8. It's Rotorua's Dion Youth. He's out the front, look, the skills to pay the bills. In behind him, though, the 701, Paul Luttrell out of Awamutu, the local lad. Craig Barrington in the 3, the 117 there. Darren Smith sitting in the 4. Coming back around there, that's going to be James Pocock out of Cambridge, making a move now. Down the final straight, this race is not over till it's over. It's going to be going, I tell you, pedal, son, pedal to the end. As we round out race number 452.
All right, sit tight into the H-Turl crews, or females, as we go through. It's Hattie Barrington sitting in the 1 spot. She's definitely putting down and laying it down the track, all dressed up there and ready to go. But she's got herself a comfortable lead on the Rennie. It's Perry Rennie sitting there on the 2, and Stella Torrance and Paige Whitelaw as well, with Nessie Rennie in the mix out of Hamilton. Nice work from these ladies that are double class, and they're hitting the mix on a double number of heats all throughout the day and the weekend. So these girls' legs will be feeling it as they roll it through. But it's the cruisers coming through, with Nessie Rennie coming down on that one. And it looks like the Sunset Coast Hattie Barrington's going to have to hold it down, because they definitely trailblazing. It'll be up to the top of the scores to see who actually took that one through. It'll be a close call.
Talk about close calls, race number 454, this class yesterday, the 17 to 49 cruiser female. It was bar to bar, hammer and hammer. Here we go, it's Taylor Arnold all off all day yesterday, though. They were being referred to as Tanya Arnold. Tanya's one of our commissaires. She's not out on the track racing today. It's Taylor as they go there, but Jeanette Davies making a move. Jeanette Davies has had enough. She wants to get back out in the front. She's world number 1. She wants to be number 1 in Te Awamutu. Taylor Arnold's pushing hard, though. In behind her, it's the 207. That's Kerry Thompson out of Hamilton. She wants the piece of the pie. Here we go. The action of plenty down the final straight. Can Kerry get ahead of Taylor? I don't know. It's going to come down to the pedals as they throw it down here for race number 454. And JD, that brings us to the end of, can you believe it, moto number 9.
Well, I can believe it, and it's just absolutely incredible. We can feel the weather is starting to shift here with an increase in the wind and a few little droplets. I hate to say what it is, and I won't say it for the commentator's curse, but we are definitely running very quickly through these. For all of those riders that aren't up at the picks, for all of you Sprockets, you need to get up there ASAP, not now, but right now, so get over there as soon as you can. If you're looking at having a break, that's not going to happen, because we are now into moto number 10 as we hit it hard, as these boys and girls Sprockets 5 and under are up on there and are participating. And so if you're ever wanting to get your kids into the mix, they're more than welcome to get down to the local BMX track and show it how it's done. And mixing it from the front, it's none other than our North Harbor rider. That's DJ Hunt, looking real good, with Tate Spooner following in a close behind on the 2 spot. As the kids come back at us, we'll be able to see who's who in the zoo. It's Arlo Hudson in there from New Plymouth. Letting it down, it's Millen Broughton coming in from Cambridge. But nice work in there from Tate Spooner. It's DJ Hunt on the 349. It's a 405 out in the front. That's a DJ Hunt with the 3.9 coming through. It's Arlo Hudson. My apologies. Arlo Hudson sitting in the 2 spot with a nice work in there from Tate Spooner, sitting in the 3 on the 349. Well done to these lads riding hard for the Sprockets. 5 and under.
Listen, I'll tell you what, if you're at home tuning in on the live stream or from a hospital bed near you, you don't need to worry about this public service announcement, but to those of you trackside, I'd suggest you tie down your marquees. Just saw people grabbing jackets, grabbing marquees. The wind is picking up here a little bit in Te Awamutu on day 2 of the 2025 Waikato Regional Champs. But I tell you what, what's going like the wind are those kids out there at the moment. This is our Sprockets 5 and under. Little tykes on big bikes, they're throwing down. I tell you, it's the future of the sport. I'm looking out there at the moment. It looks like it's a Paroa rider coming back down towards me now. I don't know, we're going to tell us again so that they lose themselves on the rhythm straight. It's the 1, 3, 2. No, yes, it's Bodie Mitchell. So it's Awamutu. Oh, no, there goes the Hamiltonian. That must be Luke Pearson. He's pushing hard. Here we go. It's the 5, 5, 6 now coming past us. That's out of, I'm losing track of who's who, mate. Here we go, though. But they're out there. They're having a blast. This is some epic racing, and the future of the sport is in good hands.
Dropping the gate on the 6 boys as we go through. It's Hunterguard out of Cambridge with Stowe Boundary in there from Cambridge with Robin Zaginski out of Waikato, Ezra Heath out of the North Harbour with Harlan Daniels in there from North Harbour with Paddy Gilgren out of Tauranga, and the Taupo lad Harley Wallace has been scratched for the day, as these riders are definitely drinking the Kool-Aid. And see who's got the fuzz to push through on that second corner. Looks like we got ourselves a little Arch Bart coming down on that rhythm section. Beautiful rhythm section from this lad as he comes through on the 177 plate, looking sharp. That'll be none other than your Paddy Gilgren out of Tauranga on the 117. Harley Daniels sitting in on the 2 spot, but it just shows you on that rhythm section when you got the pump section, pump for dough, jump for show.
I'll tell you what, mate, it's almost like you've been training for this gig all your life. With those kind of, throwing down those words alongside the 151. Coming past us now, I'll tell you what, that is Hunter Gardner. But here we go, mate. It is race number 458. We're into Moto 10. It's our first go to 7, boys. It's going to be E-City. There we go. It's Hudson Hislop on the 311. He's thrown it down, but we're looking for the Mountain Raider, the 312, Jasper Sweetman. Hamiltonians, 777 of Jackson McIntosh. Black McToury out of Hamilton too. He's in there on the 572 somewhere. Sage Adamson on the 841 from Waitakere. Bam Bam out of Cambridge on the 708, the 174 of Otto Peters from Tauranga, but it looks like it's going to be East City's Hudson Hislop in the 1. It's a Waitakere rider, the Westie Express. It's the coming around, it's the something 41, 841, Sage Adamson. There we go, Sage Adamson, well, I'm making this up. Sage Adams, my apologies. He's going to take the number 2 there as they cross the line for race number 458.
All right, stacked and racked on this one. Get yourself a can opener out on this one because she's going to be tight, but out in the front of the pack, it's Freddie Scanfield out of the North Harbour, but it's going to be a race for that number 2 spot at the moment, and it's anybody's show out on the dance floor to see who's this one's got it down, but it's disco scene and everybody's throwing down the moves. It's anybody's go as they throw themselves into that second corner and pinning themselves like a voodoo dolls up on the top, looking for an undercut. It's the Hamilton rider. It's Freddie Shanfield hitting it on the 1 spot. As they come back, we'll be able to pick up the plate on the 715, sitting in the 2. Nice work in there as they come on back on us. It's Jed Law on the 2 spot. Hamilton rider sitting on the 3. That's Quinn Hayes looking real good. And it's Finn Watson in the mix and Jordan Pearson out of Hawke's Bay. Quinn Hayes looking good. Harry Sinclair out of Taupo and Cohen Phillip out of Tiaraha.
Here we go. It's the last of our Sprockets for Moto number 10. It's race number 460. It's the 6 to 7 girls, and they're into the work early. It looks like it's the Rotorua rider of Nina Jeffrey into the whole shot and out the front. She's pushing along, but we're looking for Paroa's Mila Keane, Eve Spence out of Hamilton, Orla Lloyd from the Mountain Raiders, and Hamiltonians. Madison Walker, she's in the mix there too, coming back down into the second corner now. I tell you what, this track must look big, those hills like mountains, but they're throwing it down, Mum and Dad. Make sure you get them an ice block as they come back down towards us now. It's Rotorua's Nina Jeffrey on the 180 plate. She's coming down, getting a few wobbles on there, Nina. Make sure you stay straight there. It's the 360 plate sitting in the number 2 spot. That's Orla Lloyd, the 765 in the 3. That is going to be Madison Walker out of Hamilton as they round it there. I see Paroa there. They're in the 4 spot. That is Mila Keane. And here we go, the 781. That's Eve Spence out of Hamilton. Rounding the corner there, down the last straight. She's pushing hard, the lactic acid burning.
Bam, out of the gate. It looks like a beautiful start out of there from Tim Ferguson. Out in the middle of the pack, though, it's Deacon McCormick coming through. It's Tom Coleman getting a beautiful gate out of Capital. And it looks like it's John Hayes there out of Hamilton. But it's Tim Ferguson sitting in the 3 spot. It's none other than You're Fast, You're Furious. It's going to be Bryson Joyce sitting in the 2. Beautiful riding as he gets a nice apex and looks like he's lining it up down on this one. He's in the slipstream. He's sitting in the pocket at the moment. It's going to be looking like Bryson the Joyce is sitting down there. He's going to be looking all the way for the good vibes as he comes through to that finish line, trying to get the pipe, trying to get the line, trying to get the rhythm and trying to fight it down. And it's going to be who's who at the zoo on that. Unbelievable. Bryson Joyce could have just taken it out on Tom Coleman.
Here we go, the next skate of our Superclass 15 plus male, Nico Kogan out of Cambridge. He's off to a hell of a start. Into the whole shot he goes. Lucas Martini, Jamie Harkness, Max Richardson, Kobe Russell. They're throwing it down. This is racked and stacked. I'll tell you what, look at them go into the second corner, but it's going to be none other than Cambridge's Nico Kogan on the 823. He's coming back down towards us. He owns this. He wants it. Oh no, it's the 267. I'm making this up. I'm not actually sure who that is. That must be Nico Kogan. That looks like Nico Kogan.
Nico's in the one spot. Nico's taking the one.
We'll see whoever crosses that finish line. I don't know, mate. There we go. Nico Kogan. That was the one.
Kelly on that one, slamming it down though. Beautiful start in there from the middle of the pack. That looks like that's going to be Deacon Connor, NZ number 1 out of the North Harbour, taking in the 1. Nice work in there from Kurt Baby, getting in on that second spot as he runs through. It's the Nelson brothers all through and through. Looks like we got ourselves Kurt Baby in the 2, Angus Thompson hitting it hard, and it's Case Silver in there. Kai Moana also mixing it up. Nice work in there from Avon Peel, looking good. But out in the front, that's none other than the Deacon Connor. Kurt Baby coming through there. Nice work in there from Thompson coming down on the 4. Chase Silver also mixing it. Kai Moana. Nice work in there from these boys. Deacon Connor taking in the 1.
Here we go. We're up to the Superclass 15 plus female race number 464, and look at them go. It's going to be Layla Walker, I'd say, into the whole shot she goes, but in behind her, we're looking for Selena Feister, Madeline Hunter, Amber Robson, Sophie Cohoon, Caitlin Gorgantis, and Jodie Gorgantis into the work that they go. I think that might be Madeline Hunter on the number 2 spot coming back down towards us. We're soon going to find out. But out the front, it's the 203 plate. That is who it is. It's Cambridge's Layla Walker. Into the last corner she goes. Here we go, the 306 plate. That is Madeline Hunter. She is battling it out. She's trying to hold back Selena Feister, the other mountain raider there on the 581. As they're pushing hard. Looks like Selena might have got her nose in front. Only scores will know as we look up there to see.
Well, that's your Superclass for you. So we'll working our way into the 8 boys as we come through. We have our riders, Finn Hudson, Max Miles out in the front of the pack. Looks like that could be Finn Hudson at the moment. The shark in the water from the New Plymouth Maximillionaire. Miles out of East City sitting in the 2 spot. Nice work in there from Liam James. Kane Torrey out of Tiaraha with Jake Thompson out of Cambridge. Asher Maloney out of Tauranga. And Lucas Massey out of Cambridge. Nice work as they roll it through. Ryan McBride also mixing it up in there from Te Awamutu, a local lad laying down the tracks. Nice little manual from the front of the pack. That's Finn Hudson. And a little bit of an arch barge and a change in position as they push it down on that one. Max Miles sitting in the 3. Liam James, I believe, is sitting up there. But it's Max Miles pushing it to the finish line. Finn Hudson taking her home on the 1.
Here we go, thanks. Race number 466, another gate of 8 boys. We're into Moto 10. This world-class YouTube footage coming to you live stream, free to air, thanks to Jack Links. You'll notice we got cameras on all the corners and we've even got them in the air. Here we go, Carter Phillips, Archer Griffin, Liam Anderson, Oakley Mitchell, Sam Panching, Jacob Belush, Cruz Keane, and Nika Rangahika. They're throwing it down. I tell you, this is all go into it. There they go. The action's in the middle of the pack at the moment. As they come back down towards us now, we look to see it is going to be the 915 of Carter Phillips at the front. He's in the number 2 spot possibly. There we go. I'm missing it up here. Into the work they go. I can see though the 720 plate. They're coming around. That's Nika Rangahika from Paroa pushing through. There we go down the final straight for race number 466.
All right, hitting into the big boys now as we roll it through here. We have ourselves nice little line in there from the 111. That'll be our North Harbour rider. That's Matua sitting there in the 1 spot. Getting chased down in there. Looks like that could be Michael Bias sitting in the number 2 spot. No, wait a second. Let me double check that. That looks like none other than Henry Hogg out of the Waikato sitting in the 2 as he's rolling it through like the days of thunder, coming back at us, put the pedal down. But leading nicely out there is Matua with a nice little airtime over top of that. Sitting in there is Brock Wellington with Ben Hendricks out of the Mountain Raiders and Max Pogott out of Cambridge. And Hugo Bassett, unfortunately, has been scratched of the day. But taking in the 1 spot is Matua on the 1 with Henry Hogg sitting in there on the 2. Real boundary, long hair, don't care, taking the 3.
Here we go, race number 468, another gate of 9 boys into Moto 10. NZ4's Kingston Hislop getting up the gate nice and fast with Daniel Chen on the 115 in behind him. Logan Healy, the local lad on your NZ8 with Archie West out of Cambridge on the 218. The 876 of Bowden Lamb from the Mountain Raiders. New Plymouth's Leo Charlton, NZ5. The 73 out of Vanderbarton there out of Cambridge. Here we go. Coming back down towards us now, though. And let's look to see who's who, but I think I can make out that figure from a mile away. That's Kingston Hislop, the NZ4, out of East City. In behind him, though, it's the 115 there. Rounding it out, that is Daniel Chen. Coming through with Logan Healy, I believe, there in the 3 as we round out here into Awamutu. Race number 468, 9 boys, Moto 10.
Oh, they're getting fast in here now as we get into the nines, boys, on to the third heat as we get into the moto number 10. It's Thor Pizzo sitting in the one spot. He's out of Hamilton, racing out of Mountain Raiders. That's Jaden Barrett sitting in the pocket on the 2 spot. If he has it his way, he'll be catching it down with a nice... Oh, no, we've got ourselves a little mix on the picks. It's Thor coming down into the dip. Thor is out on the pick, but it looks like he's back up on his bike, quick smart. But it's Jaden Barrett sitting in the one spot at the moment. A little bit of a spillage happening there with Nico Rosenberg and Tid Gilgren out of Tauranga, with Benjamin Horscroft out of Sunset Coast and Dylan Smith out of Cambridge. Cole Guild out of Cambridge as well. We have a little bit of change in position. Jaden Barrett coming up on the one spot as we throw through with Nico Rosenberg, it looks like, taking on the 2. Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our Thor Pizzo back up on the bike. They build him tough. That boy is definitely an extreme rider, so good to see him back on the bike as he comes through. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Here we go, race number 470. This is moto number 10, and it's our 10 boys. Caden McDonald out of the Mountain Raiders into the hills first. Otis Ropier out of Capital City in the mix 2 with Braxton Hayes out of Harwood on the 756. We got Hamiltonian, the 784. That's Fletcher Smith and Daniel Clifford out of Tauranga there on the 523. Connor Ogden on to Hamilton on the 453 as they come back down towards us now. It looks like it might still be Caden McDonald at the front. He's pushing hard there, the Mountain Raider on the NZ5. Yes, it sure is. It's the 156 though. That's Capital City's Otis Rapier. Braxton Hayes in behind him. I think it is the 756, sorry, out of the Harwood. He's pushing hard there with Fletcher Smith, Nathaniel Clifford, and Connor Ogden giving it a go for race number 470.
All right, we got some punk rockers onto this one. It's the 10 boys, and they're slamming it down. George Wu in the mix, going bar to bar as they're going 3 across into the first corner at the Awamutu. It's a Tauranga rider getting a nice start. Oh, that's Oliver Leithart, but it's George Wu sitting in the one spot at the moment, but it's anybody's game as they push through. The wind's starting to pick up, so they're going to have easy sailing down the 1 straight and down the 3, but it's going to be the finish line that you're going to feel that wind coming through. George Wu is definitely putting the pedal down. He definitely lighting this one up. This boy's got a heart of a lion and a strength of a mountain as he comes through onto that finish line. But it's George Wu in the 1. Oliver Leithart with Jacob Crawford and Charlie Mitchell, James Anderson and Ethan Flintstone coming through, and Donovan Wallace scratch the day.
Here we go, it's race number 472. It's moto number 10. It's the third gate of 10 boys. Jackson Rope Hardy out of East City, the world number 2 in the mix. Roman Thompson pushing through there on the 115 out of the Hawke's Bay. Luca Hudson, the New Plymouth rider on the 07. The 171 of Noah Perriam out of Hamilton. Nico Martini on the 67 out of the Mountain Raiders. We're looking for Hamilton's 357. That's Tom Bycroft Jenkins and Carter Mould on the 290 out of Te Araha. But it's your world number 2. It's East City's Jackson Rope Hardy. He's out the front into the last corner. He's leading us home. It's the 115 in the number 2 spot. That's Roman Thompson. Luca Hudson there in the 3, as that looks like it's going to be how it's going to be, and that's what's going to be called, but double check scores just to be sure.
All right, we're into the girls now. The 10 girls are riding hard. Georgia Poe Edwards on the inside lane, but it's Hattie Barrington has definitely been showing her element at this moment. She's sitting in the 2 spot, but getting in there, it's Holly Shanks and Ashlyn Lloyd. Hattie Barrington in the 2 in the pink, but it's Georgia Poe Edwards in the number 4 spot, but it's anybody's game with a lot of Hamilton riders mixing it up. Holly Shanks looking sharp as she pushes it down as they come back at us. Corinne Rennie and Fiona Thompson as well out of Te Araha. Nice work in there as they come through. It's a real hard push on the rhythm section, but it's Georgia Poe Edwards making up for the little bit of headway, going high on this one and threading the needles, but no, it's a little follow the leader as they push it through. It's anybody's show to that finish line, but Georgia could just snake out the last legs on it. It looks like Georgia's taking on the 1.
Here we go, Matatini Hill, Adi Kahukura, Baden Prescott, Max Olsen, as it's all chopping and changing, Enzo Torrance, Katie McKenzie, Harris O'Leary, Max Olsen not in the mix today. He's pushing hard though, here we go, into the work, it's all go, out the front though, I'm going to call it, it's Matatini Hill on the 563, coming back into the second corner and back down around towards us now. Awamutu sitting in the 2, and it's going to be probably the 308 of Baden Prescott, it sure is. In the number 3 though, it's the 357 there, that's Hardy Kawakura out of Kaitangata. He's pushing hard, that's how it's going to be with the local lad, Baden Prescott sitting in the 4 as we cross the line here for race number 474, 11 boys.
Dropping the gate on these boys as they rip it and roar. It looks like Dylan John's got that whole shot position at the moment. Nice work in there as the Sam Hickey's picking it up and putting it down. They're definitely got some roots, some radicals, and pushing on this one. It's Sam Hickey, Lachlan Torrey, and Luke Harrisfield, JD Pistorius, and Nate Mize coming in there from Tauranga. And we have ourselves a race pushing down on this one, but it's Dylan Johns showing his style, showing his grace. Nice little rhythm section as he's pumping it down with the 600 plate. Sam Hickey sitting in the 2. Lachlan Oren coming through on the number 3 with Luke Harrisfield sitting in on that 4 spot as they roller through. 11 boys lighting it up.
Here we go, first gate of 11 girls, rest of them are 476. It's only 3 of them, Olivia Anderson, Ruby Buckley, Cameron Colquhoun, they're in the mix there. Here we go, it's the 2 orange jerseys into the work. It's looking for Olivia Anderson on the NZ2, Ruby Buckley on the 78, and Cameron Colquhoun there on the 251. This is a Mountain Raiders club night. It's all 3 of them out there, busting a move, coming back down towards us now. Here we go, as we look to see who's who as they're coming back down towards us now. Looks like it's a 2 out the front. It's Olivia Anderson, Ruby Buckley on the 78 plate, now making a move on Cameron as they go around. Cameron hanging in, she's going to throw the pedals down. Not quite enough. Ruby just managing to get her nose out front. That looks like how it's going to be. Olivia, Ruby, Cameron.
A beautiful start in there from Amelia. Looks like she had a great start out of that one, and she's definitely putting it and slamming it into this one, back on the gas and out of that first corner. Dollars for Donuts. She's definitely pushing hard. Amelia DeTheory out of the Hamilton with Amia Grant breathing down her neck in the 2 spot. Olivia Foss is wrapping it up. Looks like she's sitting in on the 3, but it's anybody's show as they come down on Leah Mold as well out of Tiara. Savannah Hogg trying to make her way in the mix as they push it through, but it's anybody's game through that rhythm section. Out in the front, Amelia DeTheory's taking Mia Grant in the 2 spot. Savannah Hogg has worked her way up into the 3 spot. Leah Mold sitting in on the 4. Olivia Foss is sitting in on the 5 spot. Good racing from these ladies as they're definitely tight bunch and changing positions all day.
Here we go, it's race number 478. First gate of 12 boys and they're into it here. Baxter Arthur, Jackson Carroll, Max Whitelaw, Tobias Dickinson, Monty Gardner, they're into the work early. As we look to see them coming back round, I can make out North Harbour's Max Whitelaw, he's in the lead. They're going to be pushing hard into the second corner. There we go, sitting in the 4 at the moment. That's East City's Jackson Carroll. We can see his, I think it's internet sensation himself, Tobias Dickinson, the Westie from the 426. Looks like he's going to make a move. Here we go, what can they do? It's Max Whitelaw, Tobias Dickinson busting it down the final straight. Here we go, Tobias Dickinson putting the pasta burners on. Is he going to get it? Possibly got enough. I can't see from this angle. You're going to want to check that one out on scores.
Dropping the gate on the 12 boys in the middle of the pack. That will be none other than James Sinclair out of Telpo, looking real good. It looks like he's pushing it down, and it's James Sinclair getting in on that whole shot, but coming in on that outside. Looks like he's got Tyler in there conquering as well. Tyler's coming through on the 149. It's James Sinclair sitting on the 149. My apologies, dressed in black, looking sharp. Back to attack on that second corner, going high for a low spot, getting a little extra speed on him. It's Tyler trying to make his way through on that rhythm section with a nice little extra momentum on the 912 with a little kickflip happening on that one. Tyler going on the outside. Oh, Arj Barjan pushing to the top of the line, getting a little extra view on the top, but it's James Sinclair having it his way onto the finish line. James taking the 1 spot, Tyler taking the 2. Nice work in there and nice riding from those boys, keeping her clean.
Here we go, third gate. It's race number 480. It's another gate of 12 boys. Josh Braithwaite, the Mountain Raiders, making an early start. But Jai Martini, he's back into the thick of it. We got Alex Shanks out of Hamilton on the 905. The Sunset Coast Rider on the 305. That's Finn Barrington. We've got Thomas Ford out of Parua there on the 727. Sebastian Bassett not in this one, unfortunately, but they come back down towards us now. It looks like there's a battle on at the back of the pack. But at the front, it's the 88, Jai Martini. He's into the mix. Can't read that plate, sorry. For the number 2 rider, I'm going to maybe say, was that Josh Braithwaite? I don't know. We're going to have to check that one out at scores. I think that's Alex Shanks there in the 3 at the moment. Finn Barrington 4. And Sebastian Thomas Ford in the 5.
Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. The 12 girls are hitting it up. We got Nessie Rennie out of Hamilton looking like she got a great gate shot and a whole shot position. She's been leading from the front all day long. It's Arla Sacker sitting in there from Hutt Valley Thunderbolts, definitely lighting it up. You can pack it, you can punch it, you can put it in your lunchbox, but this girl's definitely punching above her weight as she comes through on that second corner. Get into that rhythm section. It's Nessie Rennie that's got it on the bag. She's in the one spot at the moment, sitting in the pocket. It's Arla Sacker, but it's Kelly Meller out of Christchurch coming in through on the 3 spot, on the 1-2-0, on the 5-0-6 coming through. It's Aria Boycott Jennings out of Hamilton sitting in on the 4, but taking her home, it's Nessie Rennie out of Hamilton.
Here we go, second down to 12 girls, race number 482. It's moto number 10 as the wind's picking up here though. But I tell you what, who's out the front? It's none other. You got to catch her if you can. It's your world number 1 of Addison Harrowfield, the Mountain Raider. Neem Lloyd there, the other Mountain Raider out in the pack there somewhere on the 80 plate. The 0-2 of Lexi Silver out of New Plymouth. Looks like she's actually made her way up to the number 2 spot. Peyton Carroll on the out of East City sitting in the 4. Lace Barricade out of Parra on the 759, but it's going to be your world 1 out the front. It's going to be the 0-2 and the 2. It's the 80 plate in the 3. So there we go. Addison Harrowfield, Lexi Silver, Neem Lloyd, Peyton Carroll, Elise Barricade as they round us out here for race number 482, Moto 10, 12 girls.
Jumping the gate onto this one, it's going to be the 13 boys as they're starting a lickety split, getting quick out there. It's Rico Ryan sitting in the 1, John O'Hanson coming through on the 2 spot. It's Connor O'Brell coming through with Kayla McNabb out of North Harbour looking real sharp. It's Jared Rennie as well coming out of Hamilton looking good. We got ourselves a scratch out of there on Charlie as these boys race around. It looks like Rico Ryan is sitting in the 1 spot looking real good. He's riding with some passion and he's winning is his consequence. It's Rico Ryan sitting in the 1 as he's putting it down. But it's John O'Hanson coming through on the 2 spot. It's Rico taking in the 1 with an arch barge happening on the last straightaway. Looks like he's got himself a little bit of extra room, but it's going to be up to the top to see who takes who at the zoo. But it's Connor O'Brell taking the 3.
Here we go. We're into the next race, that's for sure. It's
Oh,
our
we got a
14
crash.
boys. It's our Moto 10. Oh no, we've lost a few down the first straight, but it looks like it's our Paroa rider out the front at the moment. I'm going to say that's going to be one of 2, Joshua Ford or Travis Marshall. We'll see who's who as we look to pick up the pieces at the back. I can see a Hamilton rider and a Paroa rider unfortunately gone down, but coming back down towards me now, it is the 409 plate there. That's 489, sorry. Joshua Ford taking it round as they round us out here. This is race number 484. Great to see everyone getting back up. Unfortunately, it looks like we've got a mechanical there on a bike. Hopefully they're going to be okay, can get that bike fixed and locked and loaded. Big round of applause for our fallen riders. There we go, the 482, unfortunately. That's Jesse Lindorp not making it back up on the track, thankfully. Here we go, the 704 there. That's Travis Marshall out of Paroa coming back past us now. Big round of applause for those riders as they picked up the pieces, got themselves back on, and the day keeps going. Here we go, the 623, Rihanna Wolfdart out of Hamilton, unfortunately taking a fall as well, caught up in the mix. Joshua Ford, Tyler Grant, Jax West, your 1, 2, 3.
All right, as we move ourselves back up into the action and up on the gate, we have ourselves the 14 boys. All right, as we're pushing hard, this one's going to be a race within a race as we get it through because it's going to be bar-to-bar action into that first corner. I can see Nixon Banks and Ben Anderson definitely shooting from the hip. We got ourselves strapped in with a couple cowboys on this down second straightaway, and it looks like Nixon Banks is taking it down into the first corner and into the second corner. It's Ben Anderson going high for a low. He's going to have to get some work cut out for him as he comes through. Liam Clifford out of Tauranga, Jack Buckley out of Mountain Raiders, Oliver Donaldson out of New Plymouth with Jacob White in there from Haroa, and Emerson Ohio out of Mountain Raiders. A big shout out to his crew over there in Aussie watching through and through. But it's Nixon Banks taking the 1, Ben Anderson taking the 2.
Right, stack 7 of them off the gate at the moment. This is our first gate of 17 to 29 male 20 inch. It's race number 486. They're going into that corner 4-5 wide. Jackson Gaze, Tom Coleman, James Wallace, Regan Smith, Mac Richardson, Corey Walden, Flynn Harrison. They're into the mix here though now as they're pushing hard into the second corner. Let's look to see who's at the front. Oh, there we go, bar-to-bar action. Looks like Max Richardson took the back seat though, unfortunately there. It's the 193 at the front. That is going to, but again, I don't know who 193 is. Can we please ride with the right plates on? I'm sorry, but this is getting ridiculous as they push themselves down now across the finish line. If you want your name called out, make sure you got the right plate on. It's not that hard.
Well, that'll be Jackson Gaze out there in the 1 spot, but giving a shout out to the Lewis Atkinson out there. Big thumbs up to that boy as he's rolling through. It looks like the Nelson brothers riders are leading from the front of the pack. It's Angus Thompson who give it up as he comes through all the way through from the Taupo. Scott Donaldson coming through out of the Awamutu, and Zachary Arnold out of Tauranga. Kaiti Moana coming through from the Awamutu with Brock the Bomber Nelson coming out of Cambridge. Richard Lewis coming through from Tauranga. These boys are lighting it up as they're going fast, going furious, but it's Angus holding on to the one spot, and he's laying it down thick and fast all the way through. It's the Nelson boys taking in the one. Angus taking down the one.
Here we go. It's our race number 4, 88, 30 to 39, male 20 inch. Sean Thompson, Shane McRae, Avon Peel, Rick Pearson. Oh no, unfortunately a couple of riders caught up as hopefully they get themselves back up. Here we go. As they look onto it, the race carries on. It's looking for Vince Anderson, Russell Fleet, Rick Pearson, Avon Peel, Shane McRae, Sean Thompson as we look to see who's caught up there. But it's the 426 plate out the front. That's Avon Peel. He's into the number 1 spot, into the last corner. He's pushing hard as they race it around, looking for rounding out race number 488. Here we go. Into the work they go. Unfortunately, our rider is still down, but there we go. What a day so far, JD. It has been hectic. It has been all thrown down here. Guns are blazing.
Well, you can see how we're rolling through on these motos. We're into the 10th moto, which is our second moto for the day. But we're wrapping up from Hamilton yesterday, which has been fast and furious. And then we're hitting it over into the Cambridge racing and coming over into Te Awamutu. So all those boys and girls out there want to get into your BMX, head down to your local track and you'll be able to get in and get yourself a bike. They'll be having plenty of bikes for you to start off with, so no need to splash the cash to buy the gear to start off with. They'll have a few trial runs if you want to get your kid into the racing. As our rider looks like he's coming off the track unassisted, which is fantastic to see. Never nice to see them go down, always great to see them come off.
The 901, our Vince Anderson, thankfully back up on his bike and pedaling. Unfortunately, Russell's Fleet out of Hamilton as well. The two Hamiltonians getting a bit caught up there. I don't know, maybe some kind of magnetism into the first straight, second jump of that first straight. But great to see them both back up and making their own way off the track unassisted.
Well, that's right. And the wind could be playing a little bit of havoc as these boys come through. That's definitely starting to pick up. And you'll notice it's sort of coming at us. And we'll see on the third, the second, and the fourth straightaway will be quite difficult because that wind will be coming as a sail right at them. So the little tykes on the bikes already, these are quite big hills for them. That wind will be adding an extra element for them. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of caffeine hit, head yourself over to Wheelie Coffee and make yourself over to the Hoops and Scoops. Get yourself some ice cream and some donuts. Also, I can see the Wilk a Penny Plus is over there. So if you're looking to splash the cash and get out there and have a look at the new kit, more than welcome to get over there.
Well, here we go, back into it, JD.
Dropping it down into the gate, and it looks like we're fast and furious for these boys as Scott Silver getting a nice little gate start. Darren Smith out of Hamilton, and our Hamilton rider, Grant Rennie, Ben Watson in the mix as well. It's a Hamilton show as they guns ablaze, but it looks like these boys are just resting the legs and pumping through on this one. So this will be a pump lap to some extent with a little bit of a pedal, but no real push hard as these boys are just sort of letting her loose. But it's a 6-2-1 as he comes through and letting it down a little bit of an extra stream. It's Grant Rennie going to go in on the mix on the Hamilton rider on the 117, Darren Smith on the push through. But it's just a little bit of arge barge to the finish line.
Here we go, race number 490. It's Moto 10. It's another gate of 40 to 54, male 20-inch. John Hayes, Greg Hughes, Tony Thorntley, Brad Andrews into the work they go. But I think that's Brad Andrews at the front of the. Oh no, there's Brad Andrews. I'm trying to make. I can't keep up. These guys all over the place. Is that John Hayes on the 744 coming back down towards us now? Talking about missing out, and these guys definitely aren't missing out. Merchandise for the North Island titles. That's the North Island titles. The merchandise is closing tonight, so if you want to pick up some fancy swag, it's going to cost you, but it's worth every penny, I say. Get on over, I guess, to the Mountain Raiders or North Island Titles Facebook page. Get yourself some of the merch. It's going to be exciting stuff.
Okay, we've had a little bit of spill in the jungle on these ladies as they push through. This will be the 8 to 9 girls 20-inch. Ellis Jeffrey, Pippa Walker mixing it up in tangled webs as they push it down. These girls are Unfortunately, hopefully she's okay. She gets back on her bike. Out in the front of the pack is our Rotorua lady. That's Alice Jeffries on the 1 with Greta coming through on the 2 spot. Violet Job in the mix. Stella Torrens with Paige Whitelaw and Cara O'Leary in the mix as well. Coming in on the 3 spot is the 03. That's Stella Torrens coming back at us as we pick it up to put it down. Is Cara O'Leary out of Cambridge as well, looking good. It's Pippa Walker that got tangled up on that first straightaway as we run through there. Looks like we've got ourselves a little bit of a jackrabbit coming through as well, giving a little bit of speed. Could be anybody's race. Let her loose as we come back and pick up the plate that had a little bit of a spill as we got through on the 912 plate. That's Violet Job out of Alexander. So a long way to come. Glad she's okay, and looks like she's coming through onto that final straightaway.
Talking about
Looks
rabbits,
like
mate.
we got a jackrabbit. He's run through. We got a jackrabbit on the track. Could be anybody's race, so we might just let that rabbit run itself loose. But it's anything can happen in Te Awamutu. As they say, let it go, let her run. If you can catch the rabbit, that's an extra couple points, I'd say.
I tell you what, this is the great thing about coming to the regions, right?
I mean, there was a movie, you know, follow the white rabbit. Is that the Matrix?
Follow the white rabbit. There we go. Maybe it's like the greyhound racing. Send the rabbit, let the kids chase him.
Add a little extra element. We got the wind coming through, we got the rain coming through, and we got a rabbit on the track. So we're up here again.
Here we go. It's for them off the gate. We're going for quality over quantity. It's race number 492. 25 to 44 male 20 inch. Caitlin and Jodie Gorgansis there, running for Hamilton and Tauranga respectively. Sam van der Veen out of the Hutt Valley Thunderbolts and Sonia Rennie out of Hamilton. She's in the mix as well. Here we go though, coming back down around to the second corner now as we look to see, is it Caitlin? It might be coming through on the 92 plate. It sure is, in the bright pink top. That's how we're going to know. It's the 351 though in behind her. There we go. That's the next one. As to the round out they go. As we round out this race, fantastic riding from these ladies, throwing it down. A couple of Hamiltonians in the mix.
Jumping the gate on the women's under 23, race number 493, Moto 10 as we get it into the mix. It'll be the Brooke Penny out in the 1 spot out of Te Awamutu, laying it down. Selena sitting in on the 3 spot, but it'll be Amber all day long sitting in on the 2 spot out of Hamilton. Nice work in there from Tanya Arnold out of Tauranga. Molly Ina from Te Awamutu as well. Hazel Gardner out of Cambridge. Zoe Hartwell not with us today, but it's the Brooke Penny show out on the front in the Mabo, coming through on Amber on the Speedco, taking the 2. Selena hitting it on the 3 spot, but it might be not her way all day because we got ourselves a little bit of changing of the guard for the 3-4 position as she pushes through and takes her home.
Here we go. This is them racking them, stacking them. This is the boys and their toys. It's the 15 boys into the first corner they go. Cameron Wallace, Lucas Martini, Case Silver, Mason Joel Guzman, Zane Williamson. Unfortunately, we lost a rider here in the first corner coming out. We're looking for Cohen Ludham, Caleb White, Lachlan McDonald, but he's back up on the bike. Here we go, coming back down towards us. It looks like it's going to be Case Silver, I think. It's the 01. He's at the front. That's the one, the 249 sitting in the 2. That's Cameron Wallace coming round there. Here we go, the 244 pushing hard. No, that might be Zane Williamson. I don't know. We're going to have to look upstairs as they cross the finish line here. It's going to be Case Silver, Caleb White, Zane Williamson. Here we go, the 420 plate. Big round of applause there for Lucas Martini, the Mountain Raider, unfortunately taking a tumble in the first corner.
Dropping the gate on the 16 boys as we get ready to race. It's Deacon McCormick looking sharp out of Dunedin, hitting it hard as he comes into that first corner and slamming it with a nice apex. You can see he's getting some revolutions in there, putting the power down. Lactic acid will be burning, but he's definitely pushing through the pain as he comes in onto the rhythm section and gets that pump action happening. You can see a nice smooth technique happening on that front of the pack. It's a 2-5 coming through there. That's Levi Banks and Jamie Harkness coming through from Capital. Zeb Pickford picking it up where he's put it down out of Cambridge. Thomas Brockhoff as well out of Te Araha. Looking sharp, but taking home it's Deacon, Levi Banks in, Levi in the 1, Deacon taken in the 2.
Big round of applause there for Zeb Pickford. Unfortunately going down on the first straight. go. The next skater, 16 boys. Nico Cogan, Deacon Connor, Kobe Russell, Liam Parks. They're into the work early. Here we go. Bar to bar into the first quarter. It's too close to call as they come around. 4 go in, 4 come out. Kobe Russell making a move, but Nico Cogan, I believe, he's out the front at the moment. As we look to see where they're going. Back around, they come towards us. Into the work early, though. It's going to be none other than, I guess, the 257 of Nico Cogan. Kobe Russell, the NZ7 there, Liam Parks, and here we go, the NZ1 of Deacon Connor from North Harbour. But there we go, the guys rounding us out there for race number 496.
All right, dropping the gate on the Penny sisters as they roll it through here. We got Courtney Smith out of Mountain Raiders in the mix as well. Sophie Penny taking a good gate start and heading into that first spot, but hot on her tails. It's Luca Penny in the 2 spot. Courtney Smith, Mountain Raiders. Abby Story-Fowling also in the mix out of Mountain Raiders. Maddie Newcomb in the mix out of Rotorua. These girls are going bar to bar in the first corner, going bar to bar in the second, going a high forward low down into the rhythm section. See who's who as they push it through. It's out in the front of the pack on the 1 plate. It's a 191 sitting it tight. That's Sophie Penny sitting in there. Luca Penny sitting in the 2. Oh, a little bit of an arch push to the finish line as they push it down. But out in the front end, leading it there, it's Sophie taking the 1 spot.
Here we go. It is the 15 to 16 girls 20-inch race number 498. Beth Walker into the whole shot, but Sophie Cahoon going in low under that corner. Oh, and Sophie got her nose out front. There we go. It's the 915 sitting in behind her, though. That is, oh no, it's not the 915. My apologies. The 306, I believe there. Oh no, Madeline Hunt has dropped into 4th from what I can see from here. Here we go. They're coming back down towards us. Sophie Cahoon, the Mountain Raider. She's not backing off Beth Walker, though. She wants to get back out in the front. The 135 there. That's Zara Leo Thornley sitting in the 3 at the moment. As they round it out, it looks like it's going to be the Mountain Raider to take the 1. Oh, there we go. That was an exciting race there. Into it we go.
Okay, dropping the gate onto the Cruiser boys. These boys are double classing out there. Jacob Crawford out of Tauranga looking good. Bowden Lamb sitting in on the 2 spot. Out of Mountain Raiders, Rex Olsen out of Rotorua with Nathaniel Clifford coming through out of Tauranga. We have ourselves a couple scratch raiders, so there's only 4 in the mix as they roll it through. But it's Jacob Crawford. He's out in the front. These boys' legs will be feeling the pain, feeling the burn. I think they're hitting 25 races today and yesterday, so that's 25 races, 25 motos, so they're definitely little legs will be burning. The cruisers are mixed, so there'll be 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, and 10-year-olds all mixed on that one, with Jacob taking the 1, with Bowden taking the 2.
Here we go, though. Riders to the pits for moto number 11 here in Te Awamutu. But it's the 11 to 12 Cruiser Male race number 500. We have hit the 500. Oh, we've lost what appears to be Tate Bird. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but he's checking the tyre pressure on that. Into the work there they go, coming back down towards us though. It is looking like a local rider there, Te Awamutu. I'm going to say that's Tate Burden. No, sorry, Baden Prescott coming around to the 1. Tate Burden checking his tyre pressure, and the 105 there of 305, sorry. Finn Barrington, he's rounding it out as they cruise through. There was some confusion there on my behalf. My apologies, JD.
Well, that's all right. You don't need to apologize. Looks like Tate had a mechanical there. Could have got a flat tire on his cruiser bike. He's been definitely racking up the air points all weekend long, getting a little air time as he pushes through on some big jumps. So no surprise that there might be a little bit of a flatty on that tire. Just a reminder to all the moms and dads to tie down and batten down the hatches. We're getting some serious wind that is picking up as we scroll on through into the 11 and 12 cruiser males. We have ourselves Dylan and Johns in the mix on the 2 spot. Sitting in on the 1 spot, that'll be our North Harbour rider, Matatini, coming through on the 1. And it's Brock O'Neill sitting in the mix as well. Great to see him back on the bike. And it's none other than Enzo Torrens out of Tiaraha and Caden McKenzie coming through from the Christchurch. And it's Caden sitting there on the 4 spot. Sitting there on the 1, nice little pump section as they come through, but it's a battle for the 2-3 spot. It looks like that's going to be Brock and Dylan pushing down onto the finish, but it's Brock taking in the 2, Dylan taking in the 3.
Here he go, into the work they go. I think I've got the right race. No, I don't. I'm back into the 17 to 39 Cruiser Male. Hayden Stockman, Zach Arnold, Sean Thompson, Corey Walden, JD Abbard, Sam Torrens, James Miller, they're throwing it down here. Into the work they go. Oh my giddy yarn, Zach Arnold, he's checking out the top fence. That was out the front. This is out the gates, I tell you. It's there though. It's the 747 Hayden Stockman, I think, helping him get up there and lending him a helping hand. But there we go. That was race number 503 as they crossed the finish line for that one. Sean Thompson, Hayden Stockman, Zachary Arnold. Here we go, we're back into the work. It looks like it's going to be who's who in the zoo. I don't know, as we try to figure out, we're going to say this is the 40 to 49 Cruiser Male with Nick Jeffrey, Johan Rosenberg, Daniel Martini, Grant Rennie, Andrew Saker, Brad Theory, and Jacques Chalise. Out there at the moment, throwing it back down towards us though. It's Rotaroa's 223 coming towards us now. I'm assuming we've had a mechanical in the 13 to 14 Cruiser Male if you're wondering where they've gone. Into the work they go down the final straight, remembering these guys have to go to work tomorrow, but they're still throwing it down like it's nobody's business. But there we go, race number 504, Moto 10, 40 to 49, Cruiser Male.
All right, getting into the big boys and the heavy hitters now. 50 to 59 Cruiser Males with Dion Newth getting a nice little line start on this one. He's world number 8. They don't call him 8 for nothing because he's into that first corner number 1 with a nice little work in there from Paul Luttrell out of the Awamutu. It's his track and he's laying it down, but it's Dion Newth showing his style and showing his grace. It's Darren Smith out of Hamilton looking real sharp, and Warren Bogus, the Golden Wheels out of Hamilton, also laying it down. But it's Dion Newth. You're going to want to watch him as he rolls through nice and easy on this one into the rhythm section and into that third and final corner, looking like a little sneaky look back to see where Paul is, but it's Dion having it his way. Little arch barge happening on the back of the pack for the number 3 spot as they push it through, but it's Dion Newth.
Here we go, 506, that's the race number. It's Moto number 10, round 10 if you're new to BMX. It's another gate of 50 to 59, Cruiser Male, Greg Hughes, Wayne, the Shank Master 3000, Shanks, Craig Barrington, James Pocock, they're into the work early, but it looks like it's going to be Rotorua versus Hamilton. Greg Hughes versus Wayne Shanks into the second corner. They go, oh, Wayne Shanks went high. Oh my giddy out there, cones flying. It's chaos. It's like an Auckland motorway on a Friday afternoon. But it's going to be Wayne Shanks. He's got himself out the front into the last corner. They go, oh no, Greg Hughes is taking the lead. I tell you what, this is changing faster than days in the week. It's like days of thunder here at Te Awamutu as we pick up the pieces after that one. These boys should know better than that.
All right, as we head up onto the gate, it's 8 to 12 Cruiser Females. We got ourselves a little bit of debris flowing around and floating it as you see the wind starting to pick up. Wind on their sails and wind on their back as they come down first straight away. But these little ladies are going to feel it as they come down on that second. Okay, just a little technical issue with the start ramp and the lights as they pull it through. Big shout out to the sponsors of Jack Links for wrapping through on the 2025 Waikato Regional Champs. Jack Links have been a big supporter and a sponsor of the BMX for the last couple of years. So a big shout out and a thank you to them if you're looking for a little bit of extra energy and a little extra protein and you want to feed the beast. Always use Jack Links.
Here we go, the gate has dropped. I can't remember who's who, but whether it's you or me, Jetty, but I'll take this one. It's okay, it's all good fun, mate. We're sharing is caring. Nessie Rennie, though, out of Hamilton, she's thrown it down alongside Addie Barrington. Perrine Rennie there, and a couple of Rennie sisters in there, sorry. Stella Torrens, Paige Whitelaw, they're throwing it down, I tell you, into the work they go. But it looks like it's going to be it, possibly. No, I'm not going to make out who that's going to be. I think it might be Nessie Rennie. Coming back down towards me now on the plate 61. That's the one that I'm looking for. That's the one that I see. That's Nessie Rennie out of Hamilton. But here we go. It's the 80 plate in the number 2 spot. That's Perrine Rennie. That puts the 305 of Hattie Barrington. She's in the 3. But here we go. The two sisters are going to battle it out to the end. It's going to be a hard one to explain on the trip home as they pedal across that finish line.
Slamming down on the gate on the 17 plus cruiser females as they roll it down and throw it through. It's world number one, a lead from the front of the pack. It's Jeanette Davies into the first corner, and she's out of Rotorua. She's got herself a wind vest on, and looks like it's going to be Tanya Arnold out of Tauranga coming in on the 2 spot. On the 207 is Carrie Thompson out of Hamilton. Nice work in there from Sonia Rennie out of Hamilton, and it's the Mountain Raiders coming in with a Steph Hook, sorry, apologies for that one, and Kaya Newton coming in there from Hamilton, and Kate Brycroft coming through. But it's none other than your world number one, Jeanette Davies, taking her home, pushing her hard. Tyler Arnold coming in out of Tauranga on the 200. Wrapping it up there for our race number 508 and our moto number 10, Blistering Quick.
Back to race 502 on the gate there. That's our 13 to 14 cruiser male. They must have had a moto, but they're back into the work early. Travis Marshall, Kayla McCabe, Rico Ryan, Connor Orbell, Liam Clifford, Jared Rennie. They're all throwing it down, but here we go. It's going to be Rico Ryan. He's out the front, but that's his mate behind him, Liam Clifford. Well, I'm just going to assume that they're mates because they're both from Tauranga there as they come back down towards us now. It's okay, but that's going to be Rico Ryan leading the rhythm straight into the last corner. He goes, smooth as Cadbury's Dairy Milk. He's into the last corner. Liam Clifford there, hammering around. The Parua rider sitting in the 4, as I can see there. Jared Rennie from Hamilton making a move up now the outside. He's pushing hard. There we go. They're going to fly. Jared Rennie managing to make up some ground as they cross the line there for that mechanical race that is back on track. As we head back up now, can you believe it, JD? We are into moto number 11. Legs 11, as they say in bingo.
As they say in bingo, legs 11. And lightning fast, I have to say, we are definitely getting through blistering quick on that one. So that'll be wrapping up for all you boys and girls out there in TV land. That's moto number 2 for the day, hitting it into moto number 3 for the day, but moto 11 for the weekend. As we started off on our Hamilton track, moved our way over to the Cambridge track, and did a nice night race over there last night, and had the disco scene and the techno music all hitting it, and was quite a thrill to hit that gate. Cambridge has a beautiful electric gate, and so it's pumping over there, and quite steep for all the little tykes on the bikes, but different to see the different tracks over the course of the weekend.
And the different riders and how they perform differently on the track. Some like more than others, some prefer different starts and corners and stuff, and that's been some exciting racing, which makes for the end results to be quite exciting.
Well, it sure does, because the Hamilton racing was quite tight. It was, there was not a lot of passing that could be happened, and then you have a totally different track coming through in the afternoon with the Cambridge. You had the start ramp was much steeper, the track was much longer and stretched out, and then you had a gate that was just ambitious, just so quick. And every rider has sort of have their skill set, and will sort of favor one track. And now we're hitting into the Awamutu, which will be hitting for the Nationals coming through in March 2026. Speaking of 2026, we're dropping the gate right now in 2025. We got Summer Kane coming out of Pyro. We have ourselves Connor Sodgrass out of Cambridge and DJ Hunt out of North Harbor, and it looks like we could be missing a rider on this one. One could be scratched, but it's DJ mixing it from the front of the pack. He's definitely lightning speed and lightning in the bottle as they come through and hitting onto that second corner like a roundabout coming back at us. It's DJ Hunt leading from the front of the pack. Connor Sodgrass out of Cambridge as well, with Summer Kane out of Pyroa and Participation Miller Brockton out of Cambridge. But it's DJ on the front. On the 405, it's DJ coming through into the rhythm section. These kids are just getting themselves ready, but it's a 711 plate sitting there. Connor Sodgrass with the number 2 plate, 752. That's Summer Kane coming through from Pyroa.
Here we go, race number 510 and moto number 11 into it. Sprockets 5 and under. Charlie Watson, Arlo Hudson, Luke Pearson, Tate Spooner, Bodie Mitchell. We got riders here from Hamilton. They're taking it through to New Plymouth, the Hawke's Bay, and a couple of local riders there. That's Tate Spooner and Bodie Mitchell from Te Awamutu there, throwing it down on the 349 and the 132. The local riders coming through as we look to see. We're looking for the 556 of Luke Pearson out of Hawke's Bay. Arlo Hudson from New Plymouth on the 390. Charlo Watson on the 388 of Hamilton too. But here we go. It is the 390, sorry. Arlo Hudson and New Plymouth on the one. The 132, here we go. The battle's on. The two local Te Awamutu riders battling it out. 388 sitting in there watching what's going on. That's Charlie Watson checking it out as the Awamutu riders thrashing and bashing as they cross the finish line here for race number 510.
Oh, no, we got ourselves a thrill and a spill. He just sort of lost it on the lip as he comes over on top of that one. Not quite sure who that was, but we'll pick that one up. It could be the 406 Indra Heath coming in out of North Harbour, looking real sharp and strong. Gonna say, yep, we're gonna push and get our, as we come through and back on the mix. We got Soul Boundary in there out of Cambridge, Harlan Daniels out of North Harbour, and Paddy Gilgren out of Tauranga. But it's Hunter Gardner out of Cambridge as they come back and see who's who. It's the 177 plate sitting in on the mix. That'll be Paddy Gilgren out of Tauranga with the 117. Harlan Daniels out of North Harbour coming through on the 2 with the 271 sitting there on the 3 spot. Nice work in there from these boys. That's Robin Zaginski out of the Waikato. Participation action as they come on back with us with the 406 back on his bike. That'll be none other than Ezra Heath out of North Harbour. You can hear the crowd getting in behind them. Well done. Thanks for the support. A great community. BMX is always out there to support all these local lads and hard-working kids. Getting them on the bikes, getting some great exercise for them. Good to see he's dusted himself off and back up on the bike.
Here we go. It is race number 512, moto number 11. Another first skater, Sprocket 7 boys. They're into their work early here. We're going to go bar to bar, 2 deep into the whole shot. I couldn't make out the second rider, but I could see the 311 of the East City. There we go. You've got it. That's Hudson Hislop, but we're looking for Hawke's Bays. Jordan Pearson on the 500 plate. North Harbour's Freddie Stanford on the 301. Bam Bam Gould on the out of Cambridge on the 708. Black Macau 3 out of Hamilton on the 572. Finn Watson on the 534 and 715 with Jet Law, but it's the 311 and the 301. That's Freddie Stanfield going bar to bar. The 534 sitting in the 3 spot. That's Finn Watson running it out, but here we go. Can Hudson Hislop hang on? Freddie Stanfield is making a move up the outside. It's going to be pedal to the middle. Oh my giddy yard. That was a manual over the finish line.
All right, we're getting into these ones. Float like gravity, never have a caddy. These boys are quick as quick can be. We got some firecrackers on this one. Harry Sinclair out of Telpo, Jackson McIntosh out of Hamilton with Ludo Rosenberg sitting in the mix out of Awamutu, Otto Peters out of Tauranga, and Sage Adams out of Waitaki out in the front of the pack. Oh, a little bit of an undercut and threading the needle as he pushes through on that second corner. Nice work in there. Quinn Hayes out of Hamilton. Cohen Phillips out of Tiaraha and Jasper Sweetman out of Mountain Raiders. Oh, we're going 3 across on this one. It's anybody's show as they push it down onto the finish line. Oh, bar-to-bar action. Robin is racing down that finish line as they come through onto that one. But it looks like Sage is picking up on the 2 spot. Beautiful. Oh, Ludo's coming out of nowhere. Could have mixed it up. Nice work in there.
Here we go, Sprocket 67 girls, the race number 514 in moto number 11, the 781. Eve Spence out of Hamilton in the mix alongside the 180 plate of Nina Jeffrey out of Rotorua. Mila Keane from Parler on the 162 with Madison Walker on the 765 out of Hamilton, and then the Mountain Raider Ola Lloyd on the 360 plate. But coming back down towards us now, we'll look to see who's out the front. As they're coming back towards me, it's going to be hard to see, but it looks like it's Rotorua's Nina Jeffrey. You can see the club shirt a mile away as they're pushing back down. Into the last corner goes Nina. The 360 plate there, that's Ola Lloyd, for the Mountain Raiders. And the 162 there sitting in there, that's Mila Keane out of Parua. Is she going to be able to hang on there? I don't know. As they go flying down that last straight, these kids, I tell you, they're going to need some chocolate on the way home. That's it there. That is race number 514, Moto 11, 67 girls.
Slamming down the gate on this one. It's going to be your Superclass 15 plus males. Oh, it's anybody's show as they're already getting into the mix out of the gate. Beautiful riding from our Nelson boys, riding as they get into the mix onto that first corner. As they rippity lickety squick, it's going to be Angus Thomas sitting in on that 1 spot, but it's bar-to-bar action sitting in on that number 2 spot as it's going undercut. Oh, nice little work in there from Deacon McCormick, Flynn Harrison, and Chase Silver coming through. Colby Russell also in the mix, but it's coming through and blazing literally coming through. Oh, it's an arch barge to the finish line, and it looks like he's lost his momentum on that little arch barge to the push. But it's Angus Thompson looking real sharp. David McCormick and Finn Harrison looking good, but Angus taking the one.
Here we go, race number 516. It's the Superclass 15 plus male. This is their third motor. Nico Kogan, Bryson Joyce, Tom Coleman, Deacon Connor, Max Richardson, Kaite Moana, Jamie Harkinson. Into the work they go. It looks like we've got two races going on here at the moment. I can see Bryson Joyce in the 3, Tom Coleman in the 2 at the moment. Can he hang on? Bryson's making a move. Nico Kogan, he's currently in the 1, but Bryson is making the move. Here we go into the last corner. It's going to go high. It's going to go low. Bryson Joyce, he's put the afterburners on. I tell you what, that kid threw it down. Here we go across the finish line. That was some lactic acid moments, I tell you, as the runoff is not quite long enough for them at the end.
Slamming down the gate on the number 3 on the 15 Supercross males as they're getting it through. Tim Ferguson sitting in on a 2 spot at the moment. John Hayes sitting in on the 1 spot, throwing himself into that first corner. It's anybody's show as he comes through like lightning speed. It's none other than the John Hayes out of Hamilton holding on to the 1 spot. Tim Ferguson's definitely sitting in the pocket on the 2 spot, looking for a little bit of a way, but it looks like he's going to have to push it hard on that rhythm section. He's got the power, he's got the steam. He's going to have to push it down on the 117 plate. Sitting in on the 3, it's Scott Silver out of Nelson Brothers Racing sitting in there, but he's going to have to hold him off because he's got some work cut out for him in on that spot, and it looks like none other than Kurt Bagby's coming through on the pick. John Hayes taking the 1.
Here we go, we're into the Superclass 15 plus female. Leela Walker, Selena Feister, Sophie Cahoon, Madeline Hunter, Caitlin Gorgantis, Jodie Gorgantis, as they're throwing it down into the work they go, but it's going to be Layla Walker out the front at the moment. She's got company though. I think it's Selena Feister in the number 2 spot. Madeline Hunter, she's currently in the 3. Sophie Cahoon in the 4. What can we do here? The magic's about to happen. Jodie and Caitlin Gorgantis in the back there too. They're pushing hard. Layla Walker into the last corner. There she goes. Madeline, Selena in the 2. Here we go. Madeline Hunter, Sophie Cahoon. They're throwing it down for the 3. Who's going to get it? Who can push hard as they cross the finish line here for race number 518, Superclass 15 plus female.
Superclass. They don't call it Superclass for no reason at all, but I'll tell you, now jumping back into the 8 boys as we throw it through. We have ourselves Ash Maloney out of Tauranga, Finn Hudson leading from the front of the pack, looking real good out of New Plymouth. Ash Maloney also looking good from Tauranga. Oakley Mitchell on the 906 plate out of Tiadamutu. Liam James from New Plymouth. The Shark is in the tank, and it's Sam Panting out of Tiadamutu. Cruz Kane coming through from Pairua with it. Jacob Velasic coming through in there, but it's also nice work from the front of the pack on the NZ4. That's Finn Hudson. He's holding it down all weekend long as they coming through and racing fast. Ash Maloney also sitting in on the 2 pocket, but it's going to be a race to the finish to see who takes the 3. It'll be transponders all day long.
Here we go, we're into it. It's race number 520. It's motor number 11. It's another gate of 8 boys. Into the work they go though. Max Miles, Archer Griffin, Caden Torrey, Carter Phillips, Liam Anderson, Jake Thompson, Lucas Massey, Nico Rangahika. They're all into it, but it looks like it's going to be the East City rider of Max Miles on the 4-2-1 plate. He's coming back down. Can he hold off the headwind? Into the work they go. He's pushing hard. Maximilian, as they call him at home. Into the work they go. He's throwing it down the 919. That's Archer Griffin out of Cambridge. He's in the 2 spot. The Hamiltonian there over the Anderson. That's Liam Anderson, the 574. But it's going to be Max Miles taking the 1 as Dad's cheering on behind us.
Beautiful racing in there from these boys. You can see the crowd is getting in behind. Satisfaction and Satisfaction. We're hitting it hard onto the 9 boys as we have ourselves an East City rider out in the front of the pack. Brock Wellington sitting in on the 2 spot. Kingston in the 1 spot as we roll it through. And Bowdenland looking real good out of Mountain Raiders. But it looks like he's got himself a little bit of a mess as he's back in the back. So it looks like we got ourselves Nico Rosenberg out of Tiadamutu, Benjamin Horscroft out of Sunset Coast, and Batter Barton. But out in there, it looks like, we got a little push into that final stretch, and it looks like a nice little undercut as he pushes through. It's Nico Rosenberg battling through with Benjamin Horscroft and Baden Barnett coming back. But Kingston taking the 1 spot, Brock Wellington taking the 2.
Here we go, race number 522, motor number 11. It's our 9 boys. It's Thor Pisa making a move from Hamilton on the 351, Archie West on the 218 out of Cambridge, Henry Hogg, the Westie Express, your NZ3. He's coming in there too. Leo Charlton out of New Plymouth on your NZ5. The 111 plate there of Dylan's Smith. I think I'm in the right race. Here we go. Yes, we are. It's Cole Gould as well. Max Pocock. They're pushing it down. But it's going to be your Hamiltonian, the 351, dressed to impress. That's Thor Piso there. He's rounding us out. Into the work they go, though. I think it's going to be Archie West, Henry Hogg, Leo Charlton, Dylan Smith, Cole Gould, and Max Pocock rounding us out here for race number 522.
Hitting it in with the 9 boys here. Nice little start in there from Matua out of the North Harbour in the 1 spot. Jaden Barrett sitting out in the 4 spot at the moment with a nice little undercut happening in from Logan Healy. He's trying to make his way through in the 3. Looks like he's going to be pushing down with Daniel Chen in the mix as well, sitting on the 2 spot. Lightning speed as these boys are blistering. These 2 out in the front have definitely aching it hard, but it's out there in the 1. That's Matua sitting tight, but it's going to be a battle with Jaden Barrett coming on the outside. Daniel Chen's going to have to lay it down. It's Jaden Barrett coming through onto that final stretch. It's Daniel Chen. He's going to have to put himself into the mix, but it's Jaden Barrett taking the 2 spot. Daniel Chen taking the 3 spot. Logan Healy looking like he's got the 4.
Here we go, 10 boys, race number 524. We're still in moto number 11, the world number 2, out of East City, Jackson Ropati, leading us around the track into the work. There we go, we got Cambridge's, must be Charlie Mitchell there on the 51 plate, Ethan Philistone. He's at a local ad at Awamutu on the 739. Fletcher Smith at a Hamilton on the 784 as we look for Carter Mould on the 290, but it's a W2. That's Jackson Ropati out the front. Here we go, it's the 51 plate. Is he going to hang on? He's gone low. Oh, there we go. Cambridge versus Hamilton. The neighbours, they're battling it out. Neighbours at war. That's how it's going to be as they cross the finish line.
All right. Oh, getting a little bit of cha-ching airtime on this one. It's Caden McDonald in the 1 spot. Roman Thompson definitely letting it up. Otis Rope coming through there in the 2 from Capital. But it's Jacob Crawford also mixing it up with Nico Martini from Mountain Raiders. James Anderson as well from Hamilton. Don Brycroft Jenkins getting in on it at the moment. Mixing it. Caden McDonald having it his way in the... They warm it up and getting through, but it's Caden with a nice little stretch on the 1, a 5-6 sitting in on the 2 spot. Otis out of Capital sitting in on the 2, breathing down and giving a little bit of a chase, but it's Caden taking in the 1. Otis on the 2.
Warm it up, Chris. I'm about to. Anyway, we're back into it. It's not about me singing. It's race number 526. It's moto number 11. It's our 10 boys. George Wu out on the NZ2 from Hamilton. The 07 of Luca Hudson is on the New Plymouth. Braxton Hayes out of Harwood on the 756. Olivia Ledhart. He's from Tauranga there on the 925. Sorry, the 171 of Noah Peterham out of Hamilton. Connor Ogden on the 453 from Hamilton. And Nathan Clifford from Tauranga to the 523. But here we go. Oh my giddy yard. It's your NZ2 George Wu in the front. But Lucas Hudson, he's making a move. Braxton hanging in the 3 at the moment. Here we go. It's going to be, that's going to be what it's going to be, because that's how it's going to be. Race number 526.
Into the 10 girls as we go. Ashlyn Lloyd out in lane 8 coming right across. She definitely had a fantastic gate start, but it's a hard push all the way from the 8. She's sitting now in the 2 spot. It looks like she's just passed on the inside. Hattie Barrington out of Sunset Coast, warming it up and pushing it down. Georgia Poe Edwards is definitely in the front. She's lighting tires all day and starting fires. So she's been charging hard into that rhythm section and's got some good power on that one. And she looks like we got ourselves the NZ3 Ashlyn Lloyd in the number 2 spot with Hattie Barrington sitting tight on the 3. Nice work in there from Ashton Ashton and Perry Rennie and Fiona Thompson as well.
Here we go. It's race number 528. We're in Moto 11 and it's our 11 boys. I tell you, here they go. Dylan John, Sam Hickey, Luke Harrifield, Matsatini Hill, Caden McKenzie, Jody Pretorius, Baden Prescott, Max Olsen. Nope, sorry, no Max Olsen, but this is going to be a stacked moto. I tell you, they're into it. They're flying around the corner. Into the work they go, into the nasty, tuning hard. It's it they go, it's coming down towards us now. I'm getting messages left, right and centre, but there we go. Oh my giddy yarn. It's the 563 Matsatini Hill. He snuck it past. I tell you what, that's how you slice them and dice them. And they round out race number 528.
All right, as we slam it down into the 11 boys, we got Tate just getting in there, the wild man. Oh, he's getting a little bit loose, but he's shooting from the hips out in the 1 spot at the moment. Audrey Kahukura out of Kaitangata chasing them down. Oh, these boys are definitely saddling up for a little bit of a pony ride as these guys are just getting it into the jungle as they're going into that second corner. It's anybody's show. He's looking like he's lighting into that spot, but he's sitting into the pocket It's none other than Audrey Kahukura sitting there on the 357 spot at the moment. Enzo Torrens is looking for a way through. Lachlan Torrey and Harris O'Leary coming out of Cambridge. Nate Myers as well out of Tauranga, taking it home all the way. Audrey got the legs to take it to the one.
Here we go. It's 11 girls, Moto 11, race number 530. Looking for the whole shot is a 78 plate out of the Mountain Raiders. That's none other than Ruby Buckley, and looks like she got it and hung on to it. In behind her, though, is going to be her mate on the 251, the other Mountain Raider of Cameron Colquhoun. I think I can see in the 3 there. That is going to be none other than your 07, the Mountain Raider, Olivia Foss, but they've all got company in the form of Lee Mould and Amy Pocock in there somewhere too. It's the 757. It's Lee Mould as they're flying through. We're sending pictures to our fan, Lewis Atkinson, watching live from his hospital bed. He's shouting out, I don't know whether he likes us more or whether he likes his mum for the commentary, but we're going to take it that he's our biggest fan.
Well, as we get into these 11 girls, they're definitely going to be lighting it up. And they're in the number 2 spot. That's none other than your Mia Grant, thrilling and impressing. But it's Amelia DeTheory out in the front. She is definitely blistering fast, and she's put in the hard work. She's scoping it out in the 1 spot at the moment. The girls in behind have some work cut out for her. Olivia Anderson and Savannah Hogg are coming through on this one. Savannah sitting in on the 4 spot. Olivia Anderson sitting in on the 3. Mia Grant sitting in on the 2 spot. It's Amelia DeTheory sitting there on the 1 on the 188, taking her home.
Here we go, we're throwing it down thick and fast. We're into our 12 boys, and I tell you, they're starting to throw them down thick and fast. Josh Braithwaite on the 142 out of the Mountain Raiders. Max Whitelaw, he's throwing it down there from the North Harbour Club on the 446. Jackson Carroll out of East City on the 247. Thomas Ford from Parra on the 727. The Sunset Coast Rider of Jack Harmon on the 765. And the 999 of Charlie Pansing out of Te Awamutu, the local lad. But here we go out the front. It's going to be too hard to see, but I'm going to call it the 142 of Josh Braithwaite. But here we go, the North, Max Whitelaw chasing him down. There we go, I can see the name on the back of that shirt with the East City rider of Jackson Carroll taking the 3.
Getting into the 12 boys as we're getting through here, and we're making it way with Alex Shanks with a nice little start from that boy out of Hamilton. Tyler Cochran coming in there from Tauranga with Finn Barrington from Sunset Coast sitting in there as well. But it's nice driving and nice riding. Monty Gardner and from Cambridge and Nathan Swain coming from Sunset Coast. These boys are definitely lighting it up and charging from here. But let's see who's got the rhythm section as he's coming through down onto the 912 spot. And it looks like he's going to try and get in on this as he's going through, and nice little undercut. Has he got the pace? Has he got the rhythm? Has he got the space? No, access denied.
Here we go, 12 boys, race number 534, Moto 11. This is the 3rd gate. Jai Martini looking for the whole shot on the 88 plate. He's the Mountain Raider, and he's got it. Baxter out there to Tauranga on the 323. He's in the number 2 spot at the moment, trying to chase down Jai. Tobias, the internet sensation Dickinson there on the 426 out of Waitakere. He's currently in the 3, coming back down towards us now. We're looking for James Sinclair to Taupo on the 149. He's pushing hard alongside Lucas Jones out of New Plymouth on the 421. But here we go. What's Tobias going to do? It's game on. Here we go. The 1 and 2 spot. Tobias Dickinson, Baxter Arthur. They're going hard all the way to the end. I tell you, that's some exciting racing. But they ran out of track.
They're going to us fast now as we get through here, and they're back on the gas onto that first corner. It's Tessie Rennie and Lexi Silver sitting in the 1 spot. Nessie sitting in on the 2 spot with Aria sitting in on the number 3 spot at the moment. Beautiful riding in there from our Christchurch rider, Kelly Miller, and a Peyton Cara out of East City sitting in on the 4, but leading it in the 1 spot. That'll be none other than Nelson Brothers Racing out in their front. That'll be your 02 plate. That's Lexi Silver with Nessie Rennie sitting in on the 2, with the Christchurch rider sitting in on the 3 spot.
Here we go. It's race number 536. It's another gate of 12 girls. We're still in moto number 11 for the weekend, but out the front, where she's been on the world stage, that's your world number 1, the Mountain Raider, Addison Harrisfield. The Hutt Valley Thunderbolt, though, the 111. Call the police. That's Aria Seika there. Into the work we go, though. The 80 plate, though, of Liam Lloyd out of the Mountain Raiders. Elise Barricade of Powder on the 759. But it's your W1 into the last corner first. It's the 80 plate coming in the number 2 spot. And it's the 111 plate of Ala Seika coming around the last corner. There we go. Rolling it out as they take us home here in Te Awamutu.
All right, the gate drops. Let's see who's got it to get up and go on this as they roll through. It's Rico Ryan is sitting in on the one spot, getting chased down there. And it looks like John O'Hanson out of Dunedin, Connor O'Brell out of Rotorua with Taylor McNabb coming in there from North Harbour. The Hamilton rider, Jared Rennie, also mixing it up in the bag. But it looks like a little bit of follow the leader as they come through on that rhythm section with Rico Ryan sitting in on the one with the 57. John O'Hanson is sitting in on the two with the 273. Connor O'Brell out of Rotorua sitting in on the 3 spot. Nice ride from those boys.
Oh, here we go. Game on. It's the Rolls of Thunder. It's the 14 boys. It's Motor 11, race number 538. It's none other than the 911. That's the Porsche himself. It's Ben Anderson out of East City. Joshua Ford out of Paru on the 489. They're pushing hard. Drean Woltard out of Hamilton on the 623. Jacob White on the 945 from Harwood out of Hamilton's Jesse Lindorf. On the 582, Emerson Hawaii, 218, the Mountain Raider. But it's none other than your 911, Ben Anderson. He's going to take us home as they cruise around here. I see the 428 plate coming straight past me now. That is going to be, the 482 plate, Jesse Lindorf and Emerson Hawaii.
Dropping the gate on the big boys with a nice gate start in there from Nixon Banks from the middle of the pack, leading it from the front now with Liam Clifford getting a nice gate start as well. Liam sitting there out of Mountain Raiders. It looks like Jack Buckley sitting in on the 2 on the 88 plate. It's Liam in the 3 spot at the moment, but out in the front it's Nixon Banks banking on a run through with the rhythm section and the wind in behind him, picking up the steam. But it's Jack Buckley coming in there and he's pushing hard, trying to line himself up for an excellent position, trying to push it through, but he is riding superbly all day long. It's Nixon Banks in the 1, Jack Buckley taking the 2, and Liam Clifford looking like taking the 3.
Here we go. It's 17 to 29 male, 20-inch, race number 540, model number 11, Jackson Gaze, Angus Thompson, James Wallace, Max Richardson, Corey Walden, Zach Arnold. They're into the work early. Here we go into the second corner. It looks like it's going to be Jackson Gaze out the front as we look to see. It's the 888 plate we're looking for. No, it's the 193 plate. I'm going to say this Jackson Gaze, the 223 plate there sitting. That's James Wallace sitting in the 2 spot as they're pushing hard. I'm going to make out Corey Walden there out of Sunset Coast. Currently in the 3. Zach Arnold making a move. Down the road they go.
All right, into the race and hot and heavy. It's the 17 to 29 males 20. It's Tom Coleman getting a great start at Regan Smith. Kaiti Moana in the mix as they're throwing it down. It's Brock the Bomber Nelson getting a little airtime over top of the tabletop with our none other than East City rider Flynn Harrison looking smooth. But it's Flynn sitting in on the 5. It's Brock the Bomber sitting in on the 4 spot. It's Nelson Brothers sitting in on the 3 on the 77. That's Kaiti Moana with the 3 plate sitting there on the 303. That's Regan Smith sitting in on the 2 spot. Taking her home though, it's NZ number 1, Tom Coleman.
Here we go. We're into it. Vince Anderson, Avon Peel, Rick Pearson, Russell Safleet, Sean Thompson, and Vince Anderson. This is going to be none other than the 30 to 39 male 20-inch race number 542. They're throwing it down, and I think that's Avon Peel out the front at the moment. He's got company, though. He's not going to get it on his own way as he comes around that corner. Coming back down towards us now. We're looking to see who it is. It's definitely going to be, it's the 426 plate, but he's got the 746 plate of Sean Thompson on his back wheel. And I couldn't read the other plate, but I'm going to say it's either going to be the 339 of Shane McRae, Rick Pearson on the 86, Vince Anderson on the 901 with the 86 plate of Russell Fleet as we round out race number 542.
As we go into race number 543, it's Moto 11 with the 40 to 50, a male 20 inches. Scott Silver, he's just given a big shout out to Lewis Atkinson. Lewis Atkinson just sent us over a message. Looks like he's having his lunch out there and going to be having a bubble bath later on today. So big shout out to him. Scott Silver wanted to give a little bit of a push to him. That one, Greg Hughes is coming in on the mix, sitting there on the number 3 spot was the Scott Silver 71 sitting in on the 1. Greg Hughes sitting there with the 81 plate. Grant Rennie sitting in on the 2 with the 117 coming in on the 3 spot. As we push it down into the race number 544, Moto 11 with the 40 to 54, a male 20 inch. We got Darren Smith with a nice hole shot position. It looks like we got the 246 Tony Thornley coming in there from North Canterbury with Ben Watson sitting on the 621 out of Hamilton. Fungaray rider Brad Andrews looking good, but it's John Hayes out of 744 looking real good out of Hamilton. Out in the front, it's a 621 leading it hard. It's a 621 Ben Watson looking good with the 117. Darren Smith coming in on the 2 spot. as we mix it up and make our way into the 8 to 9 girls 28.
Here we go, we're back into it. It's race number 545, Moto 11, 8 to 9 girls out 20-inch. They're going into that corner like a flock of seagulls chasing down a hot chip, and the hot chip is Rotorua, is Alice Jeffrey, the NO4. They're trying to catch her. Into the work they go. Greta Z from the Mountain Raiders on the 238, Purple Walker on the 01, Violet Job on the 912, Stella Torrens on the 03, Paige Whitelaw on the 445, and Kira O'Leary on the 108. But there we go, it's your NI4 out the front at the moment. Can she hang on to it down the last straight? Only time's going to tell. They're throwing down the pedals faster than a windmill in a hurricane, I tell you. Across the finish line they're going to go, but it's going to be your Rotorua, Alice Jeffrey taking the one.
All right, let's see who's got the white line fever as we get into this one. Catlin Jorgantlius looking real good as she's pushing it through on the 92 plate out of the Hamilton. Hutt Valley Thunderbolts lightening it up on the 354. It's Sam Vanderven coming through with Jody Gorgiantius out of Tauranga looking real sharp on the 351. Sitting in on the mix, coming back at us. It's the 92 plate, sitting in on the one with a nice little path on the rhythm section. Looks like she's got herself on the 354. Sam Vanderven looking real good. Mixing it up for the females, 25-44.
Here we go, women under 23, Brooke Penny, Selena Feister, Amber Robson, Taylor Arnold, Molly Inia, Hazel Gardner, into the work they go, but it's going to be none other than the local lass. That's Brooke Penny riding on the 674, sitting in behind her. They're coming into the second corner. We're going to look to see who it is. I can make out Selena Feister there in the number 3 spot, but into the work they go. It's another black and white, grey and white plate, I should say. It's the 331. That's Amber Robson out of Hamilton. She's in the 2. Taylor Arnold has made a move. She's got the 3. Selena's pushing hard, but not quite enough. Molly India's coming up the outside as well. Oh, it's going to be a 3-way split across the line as they chase home race number 547.
Oh, getting some airtime as we throw it down into the 15 boys. They got to have some great observation and spatial awareness for this as they're pushing it through. Looking like he's very comfortable in the front of the pack. That looks like that's going to be none other than Caleb White out of Haroa, riding his yellow machine as he's pushing it down, leading beautifully, but it's going to be a race for the number 2 spot as they pin it to the line on this one. Nice little undercut going from 4 to 3. It looks like they're going to be racing hard all day long. These boys are definitely lighting it up with Chase Silver in the mix on the 2.
Oh, here we go. It's going to be into the work. Nico Kogan, Deacon McCormick, Jamie Harkness, Zeb Pickford, Kobe Russell, throwing it down. 3 Cambridge riders in the mix there, and one from Dunedin and Capital City. As they come flying into the corner, we're looking to see who's out the front. Coming back down towards us now, I can't tell who it is. It looks like Nico Kogan and Kobe Russell sitting at the back of the pack. It's the 735, I'm going to call it, 275 maybe. That's Deacon McCormick out of Dunedin, looking like he's going to give it a go. With the 195 there, that's Zeb Pickford out of Cambridge after his acrobatics earlier on, back on the track.
Sitting in on the 16 boys, Deacon Connor with a nice start. He's been leading it all day. Levi Banks sitting in there out of Hamilton. But it's Tiara Ha, a rider, Thomas Brycross, and Liam Parks as well out of Capital, looking real sharp and staying in the lead out in the front of the pack as they come back at us. It's a Deacon Connor. It'll be in the number 2 spot at the moment with the NZ plate sitting there, Liam Parks, and the 338 plate sitting there on the 3, Thomas Brycroft. Nice little way Deacon's had to pull himself out and is in the back. Could it be a mechanical? Not quite sure.
Oh, here we go. This has been one to watch. It's the Penny sisters into the first corner of the whole shot. Who's going? Oh, I don't want to look. Sophie Penny, Luca Penny. They're pushing hard, I tell you. Thankfully, their trip home's not too far because they're the local club riders. Into the work they go. Maddie Newcomb out of Rotorua on your NZ1, chasing them down. The Mountain Raider of Courtney Smith and Abby Story Frailing in the mix there too. They're battling it out. But here we go. It's the 151. That is Luca Penny at the front, with Sophie sitting in the number 2 spot. Is that how it's going to end? I don't know. Maddie Newcomb making a move, but here we go. I can see Courtney Smith having a crack as well as we round out race number 551.
Beautiful start in there from Beth Walker, NZ number 1 out of Cambridge. Sophie Colquhoun coming through out of Mountain Raiders with Mountain Raiders. Madeline Hunter coming through on the number 4 spot at the moment. Looks like she's done herself a nice little pedal manual over top of the tabletop. Just taking it easy, sitting in on the 4 spot at the moment. But leading it hard is Beth Walker, putting down that rhythm section. Dollars to Donut, she's all over it today. Definitely sitting tight, but it's Colquhoun struggling for her way through. But out in front is nice work in there from Beth Walker with Sophie Colquhoun coming through on the 2. Madeline picking up on
And we're into our cruisers again. It's our 8 to 10 cruiser male. So I'm going to assume I'm going to look over at Chris Lane. It is riders to the pits. Riders to the pits for moto number 12. So that is our last of our qualifying rounds for the weekend. That's 12 of them we've gone through. But out there at the moment, we are still in moto number 11. 553 is the race number. 8 to 10 cruiser male coming back down towards us now. We're looking for Jacob Crawford, Bowden Lamb, Nathaniel Clifford, and Rex Olsen. Oh, there we go. Bowden Lamb making a move around the final corner. He's thrown it down. I tell you, he's pushing hard. Oh, there we go. A rider out of Tauranga. Jacob Crawford trying to get some skills on. Not quite sure what's going on there, but there we go. And if you didn't hear it the first time, riders to the pits.
Riders to the pitch, and just to let everybody know that we will be running, this is our 4th moto that we're running through. So as we finish up on the 4th moto, we will go straight into the semi, so there will be no break. There will be no break from the moto number 4, which will be moto 12, and going into our semis. So those of you in the super class, you will be riding a quick smart into that. Our semis will be running through with the 9, 10s, and 12 and super class males. 25. As we jump through and just miss out on the 11 to 12 cruisers, we're jumping through into the race with Dylan Johns leading from the front of the pack. Brock O'Neill sitting in there, Enzo Torrance out of Tiaraha. Brock O'Neill sitting out, Awamutu. Awamutu is sitting in on the mix at the moment. It looks like leading from the front. It's Dylan Johns out of Mountain Raiders, looking like he's laying down the track and looking very good. Sitting tight though in the window of opportunity, it'll be none other than the 837 sitting there. Brock O'Neill, the switchblade, getting himself back from recovery, getting his fitness as he comes through, getting it tight as he works himself back into the game.
Race number 556, it's moto 11, this is our 13 to 14 cruiser male, and coming around the corner I'm expecting to see, and I saw what I expected. That is your NZ1, that is Rico Ryan out of Tauranga, but he's being chased down though. Travis Marshall from Powder on the 777. It looks like it's Liam Clifford though on the 131 and the number 2 spot out of Tauranga as well. Rotorua's Connor Orbell in there somewhere on the 273, but Rico Ryan's sending us into the last corner as we look for Kaylee McCabe on the 210 and Jared Rennie on the 532. There we go, they're battling it out. There's another battle happening down the middle of the pack. Look at that action across the line to go. They're going to go and check that one out on YouTube. Thanks to Jack Lynx and BMX New Zealand.
Oh, speaking about a knife fight in a phone box, these boys have been all over each other like a bad rash all day long, all weekend long, as they're pushing it through. Zachary Arnold out of Tauranga looking sharp. It's Hayden Stockman out of Hamilton and Corey Waddle out of Sunset Coast. But it's Sean Thompson in the mix out of Cambridge as they're coming back at us, lightning speed. It's none other than the 4-1 plate coming through. That'll be Zachary Arnold. He's been pushing hard, but it's going to be bar-to-bar action again on that final straightaway. It's anybody's show as they get over top of that finish line. Unbelievable racing.
Oh, wow, there we go. This is why we love the sport, JD. But into the work we go. It's the 40 to 49 cruiser male, and I'll tell you what, they're not cruising. Rotorua's Nick Jeffrey there. He's leading the pack. He's into the work early as we look for the 372 of Brad the Theory out of Hamilton. Johan Rosenberg, the local lad there on the 440. He's thrown it down. Not to be missed is the 81 plate there of Grant Rennie out of Hamilton. El Capitan. Daniel Martini on the 923 pushing hard alongside Andrew Saker there on the 112. As they go around the corner there, they're pushing it down. Grant Rennie's making a move. What can he do? I don't know if he's going to be able to do much from there. Here we go. Race number 558.
All right, these guys are into it now. Paul Luttrell is definitely putting down. The battle lines are drawn as they go through. This will be interesting as they throw themselves into that first corner. Out of the Rotorua is sitting in the 2 spot at the moment, but it's none other than Awamutu. Paul Luttrell sitting in on the 1 spot on the 701. Greg Hughes out of Rotorua sitting in on the 2. Let's see if those positions change with the Hamilton rider sneaking through with a nice little run. You can see that momentum coming through on the Hamilton rider. That's Wayne Shanks coming through. Look and see if he can line himself up for another extra place. And he doesn't look like he's got the runway, so they check the flag. But scores will let us know.
Here we go. Race number 560, Moto 11. As we come into the end of that one, it's our 50 to 59 cruiser male. Dion Youth, Darren Smith, Craig Barrington. Here we go. The United Nations of BMX racing from Rotorua, Hamilton and the Sunset Coast, but it's your world number 8. It is none other than Dion Youth out of Rotorua. He's cruising around He's coming back down towards us now, the rhythm straight. Look at those skills to pay the bills. Into the work they go. In the 117 there in the number 2 spot, that's Darren Smith out of Hamilton. He's pushing hard alongside the 305 there. That's Craig Barrington out of the Sunset Coast. He's pushing hard to round us out for race number 560.
Well, it's a family affair because we have ourselves Hattie Barrington out of Sunset Coast sitting in on the 2 spot, but it's Nessie Rennie sitting in on the 1 spot at the moment with a beautiful gate start out of Hamilton. It's the Hamilton Riders. Perry Rennie sitting there on the 3 spot and sitting there with the 4. We have ourselves a Paige Whitelaw out of North Harbour and the Tiaraha rider, Stella Torrance, also looking sharp. But it's Nessie Rennie battling the wind as she comes through that second corner. But Hattie Barrington coming through with an extra steam, a little bit extra momentum. It'll be bar-to-bar action. Who's who as they push it through on this one. It'll be into that third corner to the final development as they get it mixed up. Nessie Rennie taking in on the 1. Hattie Barrington out of Sunset Coast taking the 2.
Here we go, last race I should say, race number 562 of moto number 11. This is our 17 to 49 cruiser female. It's Taylor Arnold on the 200 plate and a furlonga there. She's leading down the world number 1, Jeanette Davies out of Rotorua. We're looking for Kerry Thompson there, looking like she's in the 3 on the 207. Steph Hoek out of the Mountain Raiders, she's in the mix too. As they're busting it back down towards us, we're looking for the 686 of Sonia Rennie from Hamilton. Kyla Newton on the 418 out of Hamilton, and Kat Mycraft on the 246. And the Hamilton riders are owning it down here at the moment, but it's going to be Taylor Arnold. She's going to take out race number 562 as we head over there now. And that brings us to the end of moto number 11. As you tune into the live stream, you'll notice just popping up on your screen now is a photo of none other than Claire Atkinson and Lewis Atkinson together. Claire, one of the national commentating team, will be joining us at the North Island titles and the Mountain Raiders coming up soon. And there's Lewis live streaming from YouTube. Thanks to Jack Links and BMX New Zealand.
Well, that's right, getting in there behind Jack Links and get in there and support the live stream. So if you want to send out that live stream to anybody, you just make sure you just flick it and flick that link through, and they'll be able to go on to the live stream.
You click the link, you go through to the live stream on YouTube. But talking about YouTube, it's the DJ Hunt on the 405 out of North Harbour, Luke Pearson's from Hawke's Bay on the 556 and the 711 from Connor Snodgrass. We're looking for Arlo Hudson in there too as well. There's 4 of them out there and they're battling it out. It's coming back down towards me now. It is race number 563. We're into Moto 12. This is our Sprockets 5 and under, but it's a North Harbour rider there. That's DJ Hunt on the 405. He's pushing hard with the 390 plate there. Arlo Hudson out of New Plymouth, out of the Shark Tank, back up here. It's the 711. Look at that pumping. You go, son. Connor Snodgrass there out of Cambridge with the pumping around there. He should be heading to the pump track right now to show those skills.
Well, we're into Moto 12, so just as a reminder, we will not be running any delay in between Moto 12 and the semifinals, so no delay. So if you are running into the semifinals, which is your 9, 10s, and 12s and your Superclass males, just a reminder there will be no break. As we get in with the Sprockets 5 and under, with a nice riding in there from Charlie Watson, leading it out of Hamilton in the front of the pack. The Awamutu rider, Bodie Mitchell, also looking sharp with Tate Spooner in the number 2. Millen Brockton coming through in there as well. Looks like we could be missing a rider because we got 4 in the pack at the moment. But it's our 388 plate looking like he's out in the front. Charlie Watson out of Hamilton with the 132 plate sitting in on the 2. That's Bodie Mitchell sitting there out at the Awamutu with the 349 taking the 3 spot. Tate Spooner and all the way in there as well. We got ourselves another rider coming through. That could be Summer on the 752.
Here we go. Ezra Heath, Harlan Daniels, Robin Zaginski, Hunter Gardner, Paddy Goodwin, Sol Bundy. Into the work they go. Coming back around the corner as they're flying along. This is race number 565. Moto number 12. Sprocket 6 boys. As we look to see Ezra Heath there, I can see the North Harbour jumper. I tell you what, JD, it's fantastic when the riders are out there in the club colours. Can see some Cambridge riders out there as well, but coming back down towards us now for race number 565. This is a 6-boy Sprocket coming through. It is the 777 plate. No, maybe it's either 117 or it's 177. I can't read. I'm getting too old for this. What I can make out is the 716 plate coming towards me. That's Sol Bundy there out of Cambridge. He's pushing hard, and in now is the 151 plate. That's Hunter Gardner out of Cambridge pushing us around for race number 565.
All right, as we lighten it up into the 7 boys, we got ourselves Sage Adams out of Waitakere, Quinn Hayes in the mix as well. We got ourselves Hudson Hislop out of East City with Jackson McIntosh out of Hamilton, Jordan Pearson out of Hawke's Bay. Looking real sharp, it's Luca Guild out of Cambridge. Oh, we've got ourselves a little bit of a rider that's come out. That's Freddie Chantrill out of North Harbour. Blake McIntyre coming through on the Hamilton rider, but it's out in the front at the moment. It looks like that's Hudson Hislop on the 311 plate. On the number 2 spot out of the Waitakere, that'll be none other than Sage Adams out of the Waitakere's the Westie Express. But coming through, it looks like we have ourselves a 510 plate, looking real sharp as he's getting around the mix. Could have missed that license plate as he comes through, but it's bar to bar action as he gets into that final stretch. It's anybody's show as they come over on top of that one. Participation and satisfaction. Beautiful riding, beautiful racing.
Here we go. It's a beautiful game. It's the race number 567. It's Moto 12, Sprocket 7 boys. Te Awamutu's 342 of Ludo Rosenberg. The 484 from Te Araha of Cohen Phillips. Jed Law on the 715 out of Cambridge. Finn Watson on the 534 out of Hamilton. Tauronga's Otto Peters on the 174. Jasper Sweetman, the Mountain Raider on the 312. Harry Sinclair, the Taupo on the 193, coming back down towards us now. They're looking pretty civilised and orderly, I tell you. Out there to be anything but they'll be throwing it down. It's the 342 of Ludo Rosenberg. The local out the front, the 534, the Hamiltonian. That is Finn Watson. He's in the 2 spot as they round out that final corner and push hard for home. That is going to take us home and round out race number 567, Sprocket 7 boys.
Dropping the gate on race number 568, Moto 12 with the Sprocket 67 girls. Nice work in there. Nina Jeffrey out of Rotorua with Amelia Kane coming from Pyro. Orla Lloyd from Mountain Raiders with Madison Walker on the 765 plate out of Hamilton. Also out of Hamilton, we have ourselves Eve Spence. Looking sharp though, it's Nina Jeffrey out of Rotorua leading it with the Mountain Raiders rider in the number 2 spot. Orla Lloyd on the 360 plate, flipping the dial and unleashing the beast as they come through. But look at the riding on that Nina Jeffrey, leading by a country mile and laying down the path to victory. She's got herself definitely a nice little lead. It'll be the 2 spot that'll be open for contention at the moment, but that looks like the 360 Mountain Raiders. Orla has it at the moment wrapped up, and she's all over her though. It looks like a nice little riding with Madison Walker and Eve Spence in the mix with Mila Kane from Pyro.
Gates drop there on race number 569, Superclass 15 plus male. It's gate number 1 with Bryson Joyce out the gate, the fastest. And looking for, oh my giddy yard, going to the sky. He's clocking up the freaking fly points. He wants to head over to Oceans and Worlds, and he's sure as hell he's making the most of it. John Hayes, Angus Thompson, Max Richardson, Kaiten Moana, all in the mix there too. As they come back round there, it's going to be Bryson Joyce leading us round. He's bouncing along. He's got the skills for the Bills, but in the back there, it's a 767. No, I didn't miss that as well. I'll tell you what, they're flying through there. 361, sorry. That's Angus Thompson out of Taupo. He's going to take the number 2 spot as they push hard.
Slamming down the gate on this one. It's going to be fast. It's going to be furious as they come through. It looks like that Deacon Connor looking sharp into that first corner. Does he come out on the top? No, he's sitting in on the 2 spot. It's Tom Coleman out of NZ number 1 out of Capital sitting in on the 1 spot. But it's our North Harbour rider NZ number 1 sitting in on the 2. But it looks like he's got himself all sorted out with a little bit of arch-barge happening on the Nelson Brothers Racing as he's slimming it down on the old 2 plate. It looks like that's Chase Silver lining him up as he's pushing it hard all the way to the finish line. But it's Tom taking the 1, taking the 2, and it looks like none other than Chase Silver taking the 3.
Here we go. It's the last gate of Superclass 15 plus male. Nico Kogan making a go for it first with Kurt Bagby all over his back wheel. Scott Silver at a New Plymouth there. He's pushing hard. Kobe Russell, Flynn Harrison, Avon Peel. They're flying through there. It looks like it's going to be, the pack is going to be thick and fast as they come around that second corner back down towards us now. We look to see who's who. It's going to be Nico Kogan in the front. Kurt Bagby in the 2. Here we go, the 117. He's hanging on. That's Scott Silver. What can he do? Is he going to be able to do anything? But no, it looks like Nico Kogan's going to hang on. The rest of them are throwing it down hard. But it's going to be pretty civilised as we round out race number 571.
Beautiful start in there from the outside lane. It looks like that's Leo Walker out in the 7th lane, getting in on the 1 spot at the moment. Beautiful lines as she pushes through. That's the way to do it. In there as well, we got ourselves Selena Pfizer and mixing it up in the bag. It's Madison Hunter and Sophie Colquhoun with Catelyn Jorgantius and Jody Jorgantius as well out of Tauranga. Amber Robinson not able to make this race, but looking sharp on the plate on the 581, taking it on the 2 spot. That's Selena on the 203. That's Leah Walker out of Cambridge in the 1 spot. Beautiful riding in there from the Mountain Raiders. A rider, Madeline Hunter, taking the 3 spot.
Here we go, back up to the 8 boys. It's gate number 1, race number 573 of Moto 2. Ben Hudson out of New Plymouth, your NZ4. He's out the gate faster than the fast thing with the 111 plate of Sam Pansing, the local lad out of Awamutu, looking for a spot. The 919 of Archer Griffin out of Cambridge. Liam James from New Plymouth on the 628. He's got Hamilton's Liam Anderson on the 574. Jake Thompson out of Cambridge on the 146. The 223 of Jacob Village out of the North Shore. And 500 Lucas Massey out of Cambridge. But coming back down towards us now, it looks like it's going to be none other than the Shark Man himself. It's Finn Hudson into the work though. Hamilton, the 919 in the number 2 spot. That's Archer Griffin. Can he hang on? No, it looks like he might not, but he might be able to get it back. I tell you, you're going to want to go to YouTube. Check out the replay. Fast forward, backwards, forwards, always left and right. And then go check out the results on scores.
Oh, we're opening up a can of worms on this one because we got our boys all tangled up. It's going to be tight. It's 8 boys. It's Asher Maloney at the moment going bar to bar with the Maximilianaire Miles. It looks like these boys have been racing hard all weekend. You wouldn't have thought they put in 8 extra motos yesterday, but yes, they're back at it in moto number 12. Oh, Max is trying to give him a little bit of a tailgate, but he's going to have to get himself moving if he wants to catch up. It's Oakley Mitchell sitting tight. It's Cruz Kane, but no, he's done it. He's made the pass. It's Maximilianaire Miles just coming through on the number 1. No, it's an undercut. No, it's back. Who's who in the zoo? Oh, Max is out in the front at the moment. Looks like he's going to take to the finish line. Oh, with a little manual over top of it. Maximilianaire Miles taking the 1. Ashton Maloney having to settle for the 2. Carter Phillips coming in on the 3.
Oh, here we go though. Race number 575, JD. They're coming thick and fast. I tell you, Chris Lane, he's running a tight ship here. He's pushing hard. He's the commissaire for the day. A big shout out to him and a thank you. He's been out there all weekend in the elements. But into the work we go. It's the 111 plate of Matua Nui Hill. He's pushing hard out of North Harbour, but we've got the distinctive figure there in the background. It's the 351. It's Thor Piso. He's making a move. What's going to happen? He knows this car. Oh, my Gideon. He had to put it on the line. He threw it down. That's the local knowledge for you. He knew exactly what his bike was going to do on that. Oh, no! We're going to want to check scores out for that. That was too close to call. That is some exciting racing from our 9 boys.
Dropping on the 9 boys and see who's got it. Oh, Jaden Barrett's got a beautiful start there. Sitting in on the 2 spot. Looks like he's in the 1, but it's Kingston Hislop coming from lane 8, hitting it on the 1 pocket at the moment. Jaden Barrett sitting in on the 2. These boys are racing hard all weekend long. Ben Hendricks also looking real sharp as we just got to jump over to this next pad to see who's who in the zoo. It's Kingston Hislop at the moment in the 1 spot as they're pushing it down. Jaden Barrett sitting in on the 2 spot. Ben Hendricks looking sharp as he comes on down on that one. Dylan Smith and Cole Guild and Vader Braxton as well with Max Pocott sitting in on there with the 173 coming on the Bix. Ben Hendricks sitting in on the 3. Kingston taking the 1. Jaden taking the 2 with Ben on the 3 spot.
Here we go, 3rd gate of 9 boys. Remember, they will be going straight into a semi-final after this. This is race number 577. We're still in Moto 12. Semi-finals coming up next, and these boys will be in it. Rio Bundy on the 115, Bowden Lamb on the 876, Henry Hogg, Lil Westy Express on the NZ3, Leo Charlton out of New Plymouth on the NZ5, Nico Rosenberg, the local lad there on the 350, and Ted Gilgreen from Tauranga there on the 277, but coming back down towards us now as we look to see who's who in the zoo. I can see a 3. Oh, he slipped the pedal, but he didn't, Mick. He didn't go. He's cool as a cucumber. That is Henry Hogg, the Westie. He's putting it down. He's got the express happening. That was some exciting riding. I'll tell you what, that kid, Henry Hogg, didn't blink.
Unbelievable skills to pay the bills. That's definitely keeping your cool. These kids have ice in their veins as we come through. Speaking about ice in the veins, laying down the hammer, it's none other than the Caden McDonald. He's out in the front. Otis Ropia coming through on the number 2 spot with Noah Pyramid coming through from Hamilton. Nice work in there from Nathaniel Clifford hanging in there out of Tauranga. And it's Ethan Effelstone coming through from Awamutu. Carter Mold out of Tiaraha, looking sharp, but out in the front and looking sharp is none other than your Kane McDonald on the 156 in the 2. It's Otis Ropia coming through on the 2. Nice work in there from these riders at the 10 boys.
Here we go, race number 579. Next gate of 10 boys, into the work they go. But it's your world number 2. He's pushing it hard. He's showing who's who. That's why he's the world number 2 out of East City. That's Jackson Ropati. Look at him go on the Inspire bike there. Luca Hudson on the 07 out of New Plymouth. He's sitting in the number 2 spot. I tell you, the Shark Tank put it on last weekend. And those riders are back up here, throwing it down. But we've got Jacob Crawford at a Tauranga on the 131. Then sitting in there, we've got George Wu on the NZ2. He's in the 3 at the moment, but he's looking to go high. Is he going to go low? Oh, he went high and low. I'll tell you what, George Wu's thrown it down. He's going to make a move. Can he get a pedal in across to get across the line? Not sure that's how it's going to go for him as we look upstairs to see the results.
All right, laying down the tracks. It's the 10 boys at the moment. Let's see who's going to be able to throw the magic. Who's got the tricks? Let's see who's going to be following through with that White Rabbit little bar-to-bar action happening for that 2 to 3 spot as they're pushing through. It's Roman Thompson out there out of Hawke's Bay, Oliver Leithart out of Tauranga with our Haru rider Braxton Hughes looking good. Nico Martini out of Mountain Raiders as they come back at us. It's the 1-2 spot looking like it's a good little run through, but it's the 756 chasing her down. That's Braxton Hughes out of Hairoa looking sharp and all dressed to impress. Nice little airtime over top of the double with a little
Here we go. It is our Teen Girls Moto number 12, race number 581, and they're going to go 2 wide into the whole shot, but it looks like it's none other than Georgia Polka Dot Poe Edwards at the front. I know she's not on polka dots today, but that's how she made her mark. Aislinn Lloyd, the Mountain Raider on the NZ3 in the mix there too, alongside the 406 of Holly Shanks out of Hamilton. Hattie Barrington there on your NZ2. She's throwing it down. I think she's currently in the 3, coming towards me now. As we look to see Alicia Ashton at a Paroa in the mix with Perrine Rennie out of Hamilton and Fiona Thomas out of Araha. Oh no, we've got a couple of riders down. I missed that. Georgia Poe Edwards got away unscathed. Unfortunately, Hattie Barrington going down. Looks like there might be a bit of a mechanical going on with the back tyre there. I tell you, never like to see them go down, but they have both got themselves back up. Looks like the bike's a bit worse for wear at this stage as the officials make their way over. I tell you what, JD, this is some epic. I mean, these kids, you wouldn't. I mean, and when I say kids, I mean big kids too, mate. They've been throwing it down. 12
definitely are
motos.
throwing it down.
Some
These
of them double classing.
Just 10 girls, you know, and they are definitely putting everything out on the line for it. So great to see. They put a lot of effort off the track. They put hours and hours of time on the track. So they are tough competitors, and they put everything onto it. As we roll it through onto the 11 boys and picking up where we put it down, we have ourselves some fast gate starts in this one. It looks like Matatini taking it in the 1 spot, Sam Hickey in the 2. But it's Audrey Kahukara out of Kaitangata sitting in on the 3 spot. But it's none other than the Shark Tank New Plymouth boy, Sam Hickey, taking the 2 spot. They're chasing them down. They're going to see if they can make their mark. Luke Harrisfield also in the mix out of Mountain Raiders. Kane McKenzie out of Christchurch bringing it up. And it's Nate Myers as well. But in there, it's Sam Hickey on the 2. It'll be a contention for the 3 spot at the moment. It's anybody's show as they come through on that final stretch to see if they can make their mark. Going to see if, oh, that's a little push. Looks like it'll be up to the top of scores on that one.
And we're into it's another gate here of 11 boys, I believe, as they drop into the whole shot. We're looking to see who's who as they come flying around the corner. It's going to be Dylan Johns on the 670 plate. We're looking for him, but in behind him, he's got the local rider of Baden Prescott. Tate Burden there sitting in the number 3 by the looks in the pink. As they come back down towards us, the 811 of JD Pretorius, Lachlan Torrey on the 158. And we've got Enzo Torrens there on the NZ5, but it's the 670 plate, the Mountain Raider, Dylan Johns. He's coming into it. Tate Burden in the 2, Baden Prescott on the 2, sorry, Tate Burden in the 3. There we go, it's going to be all go. It's Baden Prescott making a move, but just not quite enough track.
Dropping the gate on the 11 girls as we push our way through into race number 584. Looks like we've had ourselves a RG-bargy and a little bit of a collision happening there on that first straightaway. Looks like that could be Amelia DeTheory and Ruby Buckley going down on that double. Out in the front, though, it looks like that could be none other than Cameron Colquhoun is sitting there out of Mountain Raiders. No, that's sorry. Apologies for that one as they come through. They are mixing it up on us. It's Savannah Hogg sitting in on the 2 spot at the moment, chasing it down on the 251 spot. Oh, she is 6 as well as we push it through. Give a round of applause for the fallen riders as they get back up on to their bikes and pedal through. Hopefully they are okay. Everything is good to go. That'll be the license plate of the 251 spot there, sitting it on Cameron Colquhoun out of Mountain Raiders, and none other than the 78 plate of Ruby Buckley coming through. Round of applause. You can hear them coming through on that finish and finishing it up. It's fine. We head up onto the 11 girls.
Race number 585, JD. It is the second gate of them here in Moto 12. We are into the work early though, but it's going to be North Harbour's 109 plate. That's Mia Grant into the whole shot. She's got company though. In behind her is the NZ2, I believe. That's the Mountain Raider, Olivia Anderson. We've got the 07 in the mix there. Sitting in the 3 is, if I can make it out from here, that's Olivia Foster, the Mountain Raider. Leah Mould out of Te Araha on the 757. She's in the thick of it too. But here we go. Can they hang on? It's the 109. It is North Harbour's Mia Grant in the 1 spot. Can she hang on as she puts the afterburners on? There we go. It is all go. Olivia Anderson, Olivia Foster chasing her down alongside Leah Mould, giving it a go.
All right, let's see who's sipping from the Kool-Aid on this one. But Josh Breathenwhite with a nice little run out of Mountain Raiders, looking like he's holding on to that whole shot position. James Sinclair out of Telpo, sitting in on the 2, all dressed in black and looking like he's going to attack. It'll be Jackson Carroll sitting on the 3 spot at the moment. It's Lucas Jones out of New Plymouth looking sharp. Oh, a little bit of an undercut happening on that one with Finn Barrington in the back as they trying to push through and make their way up. But out in the front is Josh taking the 1. It's James sitting in on the 2, and it looks like Jackson's lining up for a little bit of a spot as he pushes hard to the finish line. But James is going to be able to just stretch him out just to the last.
Here we go, second gate of 12 boys, race number 587. Jai Martini, the Mountain Raider on the 88 into the whole shot, but he's got Max Whitelaw, the North Harbour rider on the 446. He's in the 3 spot at the moment. It looks like in the 2, the 905 of Alex Shanks out of Hamilton. Tobias Dickinson sitting in the 4, currently pushing through. We've got Nathan Swain on the 717 out of the Sunset Coast alongside his mate Jack Harmon. Coming back down towards us though, it is the Mountain Raider at the front. Here we go, it's going to be your game. What can Max Whitelaw do? Can he pull anything out or can Alex Shanks hold on? It's going to be, looks like Max Whitelaw might have a nose out front. I don't know, we're going to go to Tobias also having a crack. That one is going to be one for the top.
All right, hitting it into race number 588 12 with the 12 boys. Feet fail me not. This may be the only opportunity that I got. It's Baxter Arthur coming in there out of Tauranga with a nice gate start. We got Tyler Cochran coming through with Tauranga with our Parua rider. Thomas Ford is sitting in the mix at the moment. We have our TA rider, Charlie Panting, also there, trying to breathe down the neck on these riders as they push it down. But coming through onto that second corner, it looks like we got ourselves a nice little rhythm section as he's picking up the steam, picking up the pace. It's the 312 sitting there in the front. 912, my apologies. 912, Tyler sitting in on the 1 spot with the 5 plate coming through. Nice work in there from Baxter Arthur out of Tauranga. Pushing it to the finish line, see who's got who at the finish.
Here we go, 12 girls, Moto 12, race number 589. There's 4 of them out there, and I'll tell you what, it's not about the quantity, it is about the quality. You've got your world number 1 of Addison Harrifield, the Mountain Raider, throwing it down. The 02 of Lexi Silver out of New Plymouth, she's in the mix as well. Up from Christchurch is the 120 plate, that's Kelly Mello and Peyton Carroll on 257 out of East City, and they're throwing it down, but out the front at the moment in the lead. Under control is your world 1. That's Addison Harrifield. Here we go. Lexi Silver, but can Kelly Mello make a move? Peyton Carroll trying to catch the pack now as they come into that final corner. The afterburners go on, but I tell you, it'll be burning. This is Moto 12 after all over the weekend. Probably one of the biggest weekends in BMX racing that you will come across.
Well, speaking about hot, we're getting ourselves hotter than a fever as we get through on this one. Nessie Rennie is coming through with Hamilton is sitting out in the front. Mountain Raider sitting in on the 2 spot at the moment. Nima Lloyd on the 80 plate with Arla coming through. Sacker from Hutt Valley Thunderbolts looking real good on the 111. On the 506, Azaria Brycroft Jenkins out of Hamilton with our Pyro Rider in the mix. Elza Brycroft coming through, but it's out in the front on the one. It's the NZ3 Nessie Rennie breathing down her neck. It looks like she's got herself a little bit of pace, but good rhythm, good speed. It's Nessie taking the one. Nima Lloyd, Mountain Raiders taking the two.
Here we go. Lucky for some, unlucky for others. It's out 13 boys, but lucky for him, it's Rico Ryan. Well, there's no luck there. It's all about the skills. It's a 660 rider there for Tauranga out the front. He's got company, though, in the form of John O'Hanson on the 57, Connor Orbell on the 273, Kayla McCabe on the 210, the 531 of Jared Rennie. He's pushing hard, too. Here we go, though. Rico Ryan down the rhythm straight towards us. Oh, there we go. The 57 plate. In behind him, that's John O'Hanson. But here we go, the back of the pack. That's where the action's at. There's going to be three of them going wide. It's going to be pushing down. Jared Rennie making a move up the outside. Can he get it? I don't know. Possibly not enough time as he pushes to get himself across the line.
Mix it up into the 14 boys. Good gate start in there from Ben, all the way from the outside lane. Looking like a classic start from this boy as he rolls it through on the outside in lane 8, hitting it into the 1 spot at the moment. Ben Anderson sitting tight. Joshua Ford sitting in the pocket in the 2 spot out of Pyro. Jack Buckley on the 88 plate, sitting there on the 4, but with 1-3-1, taking the 3. That's Liam Clifford. Getting in on the mix, though. Jack Buckley lining it up, but beautiful riding, beautiful racing in there from the Ben Anderson. Also in there is Travis Marshall with Jacob White and Jess Lindrop Emerson coming through from Mountain Raiders.
Here we go, the next gate of 14 boys, I tell you, it's race number 593, moto number 12, Nixon Banks pushing hard. Fergus Gardner out of Cambridge in the mix alongside Dren Woltard, Jax West, Tyler Grant, Oliver Donaldson pushing through as they come flying down, but it's going to be none other than the man himself. It's Nixon Banks on the 122. Look at that control. Down the corner into the rhythm straight. He's like, oh no, unfortunately we had a rider go down. He's back up. That's good to see. But Nixon Banks under control. The 821 sitting in the 2 spot. That's Fergus Gardner. Here we go, the 623 hanging up with dear life. Dren Wolfhart, what can he do? He's got some space up the back. As they push hard, it's going to look like it might be Oliver Donaldson somewhere in the mix. But here we go. Unfortunately, big round of applause for our fallen rider. Back up. It's the 717, maybe? Oh, it is, yeah. How do I not see that? Tyler Grant out of North Harbour. Good to see him back on his bike.
All right, up on the gate with an explosive start out there on lane 8 on the 88 plate. Oh, gets some airtime, cha-ching. That'll be Brock the Bomber Nelson lining it up as he pulls it through. But out in the front, it's a Hayes, it's a Days, it's Jackson Gaze coming through out of Christchurch, lining himself in on this one in the front of the pack and leading it hard. This guy's definitely got some free flow and style through that pump section. As you'll see, he's taking himself, no breath needed as he comes on through. Introduction unknown. It's Zachary Arnold coming through out of Tauranga, Corey Waddle out of Sunset Coast. Max Richardson also pulling himself into the mix, but it's Jackson Gaze taking the 1.
And here we go, the next gate, race number 595, and look at them go. They're going into that first corner, 2 wide, if not 3. Tom Coleman, Angus Thompson, Regan Smith, James Wallace, Flynn Harrison throwing it down. Into the work they go. It's going to be 1 and 2. I can't make it out at the moment, but ahead they come back around towards us now. Into the sea, we're going to see who it is. Tom Coleman possibly there. No, it's the 300 plate. The 303 plate, that's Regan Thompson. The 223 sitting in the number 2 spot. That's James Wallace. Here we go. Flynn Harrison, the 180 in the 3. As they push us hard, they're going to take it out. Rounding home, James Wallace, Angus Thompson, Tom Coleman, Regan Smith.
All right, as we move ourselves up the ladder into the 30 to 39 males, we got ourselves Sean Thompson with a gate start out of the textbook as he throws it down with Rich Pearson in there as well. Nice little work in there from Avonfield trying to get himself into it. Shane coming in there from Hamilton. We got ourselves a full and stacked rack with the Hamilton riders. Russell Schlafitte and Vince Anderson also there, but coming in on us on the plate of the 746, looking sharp. That's Shane Thompson holding it down, going from the outside inside, taking her home.
Here we go, coming in thick and fast. I tell you what, it's not stopping. It's race number 597, 40 to 54, male 20-inch. Ella Hamilton on the 117. Darren Smith got off to a good start, but we've got the 71 plate there. You can see him up on the left. It's Greg Hughes out of Rotorua. Grant Ready on the 81 plate, sitting in the 3 at the moment. Into the second corner, coming back towards us is Brad Andrews on the 222 plate out of Whangarei. John Hayes out of Hamilton on the 744 in there too, but it's just 71 plate. He's in the number 1 spot. That is Greg Hughes, but Grant Ready's making a move now. Grant's thrown it down. Oh, he's thrown it. He's not throwing anything. He actually threw it. It's going to be a mic drop for Grant Rennie as he crosses the line there to take out race number 597.
All right, as we're flipping the bill on these ones, it's the 40 to 54 males on the 20-inch. 3 is a crowd on this one. It's Scott Silver in the 3 spot. Nelson Brothers Racing wrapping it up with Ben Watson sitting in on the 2. Out of Hamilton with North Canterbury, Tony Thornley sitting in on the 1 with a high-low happening with a bar-to-bar action through that rhythm section. See who's got the power, see who's got the rhythm. It's the 6-2-1 coming tight on the mix. Ben Watson definitely creating a little bit of extra energy, and he's smooth criminal, taking her down into the 1 spot.
Here we go, 8 to 9 girls, 20-inch, race number 599. Alice Jeffrey out of Rotorua, your NI4, looking for the whole shot. The Mountain Raider on the 238. Greta Z going in there with the 01 of Pippa Walker and 03 there. That is none other than Stella Torrens. Violet Job flying through the 108 of Kira O'Leary. She's in the mix with Paige Whitelaw, pushing hard. Into the work they go though. Looking at it is Nina Jeffrey, the Rotorua rider on the NI4. She's hanging on. He's got the Mountain Raider though coming up her back wheel. Oh, here we go. It is game on. It's the 01 making a move for the 2 spot. What's going to happen as they come around that corner into the final straight? This is the last of the qualifying rounds. Can they do anything more? Looks like that's how it's going to be. Alice, Greta, Pepper, I think, crossing the line. 1, 2, and 3. But here we go, the 108. Unfortunately, Kira O'Leary out of Cambridge, not having a great time. Big round of applause.
Never nice to see them go down. Just a shout out to everybody. A big thank you to all of the volunteers at the moment that's helping out. In my hot little hands, I have just got the semifinals rounded up. Semifinals are in my hand. So after the Moto 12, we'll be running straight into the semis. So if you are in the Superclass 15 male, you'll be going straight into the semis. Next up off the ranks will be the 9 boys semis. Then we'll be running into the 10 boys semis and the 12 boys semis. No rest for the wicked. So it'll be straight in after Moto 12. You'll be running hot into the semifinals.
Talk about running hot. It's race number 600. This is Moto number 12, 25 to 44 female 20-inch. Into the work though from Hamilton on the 92 plate. She's out the front at the moment. She's been dressed to impress. That's Caitlin Gorgantis. She's pushing hard. In behind her though, no doubt it'll be the 351 plate. I can see, I think it is. Yes, it is. That's Jodie Gorgantis out of Tauranga. But then we've got the Hat Valley Thunderbolt rider, Sam van der Veen. Sonia Rooney in the mix there too as they come around that last corner for Moto number 12, race number 600, 25 to 44 female.
All right, as we get into the under 23s on the women, Selena Pfizer is sitting in there on the 2 spot, but it's none other than your Brooke Penny flipping it on the switch, unleashing the beast all day long. I don't think she's got a cruise mode. This lady is full of grace and full of style. Looking for a second place high-low position as she comes through. We have ourselves Amber is back in the mix, taking it from the high-low. She likes to sit tight in the pocket and then let it loose on that rhythm section. Taking the 2, Selena sitting hard on the 3 spot as they move it on down. But it's none other than your Penny.
Here we go. It's race number 602, Moto 12. Getting a few spits of rain come through for those of you watching online. It's 15 boys, but they're not giving up. They're throwing it down. It doesn't matter whether it's rain, hail, or shine. Case Silver, though, looking like he's in the lead on the 01 plate out of New Plymouth, the Shark Tank. Oh, no, it looks like it might be Caleb White. I think he might have got the pip on him on the 822 out of Hawera as they come back down towards us. Yes, it is Caleb White. There we go. The NZ1, though, sitting in there. That's St. Williamson out of Hamilton. He's in the 3 at the moment. Here we go. The boys are pushing hard as they race across that finish line down the final straight for race number 602, Moto 12. That was your 15 boys.
Back backing it up as the rain starts to settle in on us here. We've got Diggy McCormick with a nice little work on there, but it looks like he's sitting on the 2, but not for long, as he says. Deacon Connor not had a nice start, but it looks like there are a change in places and trading spots as they get it mixed all the way to the bag. It's Zed Pickford out of Cambridge and Jamie Harkins out of Capital and Liam Parks out of coming through with a nice little ride, a bar-to-bar action on this one. Nelson Brothers are racing, hitting it on the 195 plate. Zed Pickford taking her home. Nice little work, as you can see that pump section separates the points.
Here we go. No, looks like we might have had an unclip there from Kobe Russell, but into the work they go. Nico Cogan currently in the 2. Looks like it's going to be Nixon Banks in the 1 as they come around the corner. No, sorry, I'm getting myself mixed up. Sorry, Levi. I apologise profusely. Kobe Russell making his way back up into the 2 as Levi Banks comes around that second corner into the rhythm straight, back down towards me. Pushing hard, Kobe Russell in the 3, in the 2. Nico, holy mackerel, Nico Cogan just bypassing the wheel there as he came flying through, pushing into the work as they come racing back down the final straight to round out race number 604.
Getting into race number 605 with the Moto 12, it's the 13 to 14 girls. The Penny sisters are out in the front. Sophie Penny and Luca Penny pushing it hard. Awamutu, I mean, these girls are just hard as nails. We got Maddie Newcomb in there and Courtney Smith out of Mountain Raiders. Also Mountain Raiders, Abby Story Fairling writing up the storybook as we go through. But that rhythm section always seems to separate these two with the 1-5-1 sitting tight on the 1 spot. That's Luca Penny taking her sister out. That's Sophie in the 2 spot. Nice work from these ladies.
Oh, here we go. I tell you what, these girls have been throwing it down all weekend. The 15 to 16 girls, 20-inch. Race number 606, Beth Walker making a move. Sophie Colquhoun all over her back wheel, though, as they go into that first corner. They've come out. They're still too close to call. This is anybody's game. Out at Crow, North Canterbury, though, it's Azaria Thornley sitting in the 3. Looks like Madeline Hunter might, no, dropping to the 5th, maybe. I don't know. Coming back around towards us, we'll soon see. Beth Walker in the 1, Sophie Colquhoun in the 2. Azaria Thornley in the 3. There we go. It's the 98 plate, though. That's Molly Buckley sitting in the 4 at the moment. Here we go. Sophie Colquhoun making a move. She's throwing down the pedals. This is too close. This is going to be intense. We're going to have to check out the replay on that one because I couldn't see from this angle.
Dropping the gate as we get into the cruisers. Alrighty, we're mixing it up. We got Jake Crawford with a great gate. Bowden Lamb, he's in on there on the 2 spot, trying to get himself into the mix. Nathaniel Clifford with a Rex Olson. Looks like he was pushing himself into there as well. We're missing a couple of riders, so Rex Olson sitting out of Rotorua. Nice riding in there, Nathaniel Clifford as well. Bowden Lamb and Jacob Crawford. Just a reminder for the semifinals. Semifinals will be running after our motos, so we're running close in here on the finish. So we're into our cruisers now. So our semifinal of Supercross will be up on the ranks first. We will then run into the 9s, the 10s, and the 12s. So if you are running into the semis, I would say start getting yourself ready so that you're all set and ready to rumble.
Talking about ready to rumble, they're out there at the moment. It's the, oh, I can see it from here. It's the 182. There we go. The SI2, sorry, 184, 2 on his back of his shirt. That's the SI2. That's out of Christchurch. That's Caden McKenzie. Tate Burden's in there as well somewhere. Looks like he's in the number 2 spot. Sitting in the mix though as well as Finn Barrington and Enzo Torrance. Here we go. It's the battle on Finn Barrington, Enzo Torrance. Into the last corner. It looks like Enzo. One went high, one went low. Caden McKenzie looks like he's going to get this one as they round out race number 608.
Getting into the cruiser boys, we've got Matatini coming through on the 1 spot. We have ourselves the Awamutu riders, Baden Prescott and Brock O'Neill battling it out for the 2 spot. Dylan Johns looks like he could just be taking a little bit easy and resting those legs for the semis. Speaking of that, he is now putting down the pedal and seeing if he can make his way through from 4 to 3, but it was a little arch barge and a push and shove. Comes to the end, it's a 701. Baden Prescott sitting there tight in the 2 with none other than Brock, the Switchblade O'Neill, sitting in on the 3 spot. Dylan Johns just chilling in the 4 spot.
There we go. As JD was saying, if you are a semi-finalist, check scores if you're not sure, but you should be making your way up around to the back of staging because we'll be going straight into semi-finals after the Inamoto 2, which is coming up thick and fast, and so is race number 610. This is our 13 to 14 cruiser male. None other than Tauronga's NZ1 of Rico Ryan pushing hard. Liam Clifford on the 131. Travis Marshall on the 777 plate. He's coming through. Connor Orbell, Caleb McCabe, Jared Rennie, all in the thick of it too. As they come flying around now, though, it is Rico Ryan. He's going to take race number 610. That is our 13-14 Cruiser Mail, motor number 12. Into the work though they go. It's flying down thick and fast. It is our 17-39 Cruiser Mail. Hayden Stockman getting out of the gate pretty quickly, but it looks like it's going to be Zach Arnold out of Tauranga on the 541, leading us into the second corner. What can he do? Sean Thompson, Corey Walden, JD Abad, Sam Torrance, James Miller, all in the thick of it. But coming down towards me now on the high vis, it is Zach Arnold. I tell you, he's going to be throwing it down. Into the last corner they go, pushing hard. Looks like there's going to be a battle on though too for the second spot, as it's chopping and changing like days in the weekend. The wind and the weather here in Te Awamutu at the moment, home of the 2025 Waikato Regional Champs. But I tell you what, it doesn't stop for that. It's race number 612, 40-49 Cruiser Mail. Here we go, Moto 12 coming to a thick and fast end. It's our Rotorua rider there, the 223 of Nick Jeffrey at the front by the Thooks. The 372 though, Brad DeTheory out of Hamilton, Johan Rosenberg, the local out of the 440. He's in the mix there alongside Grant Rennie, Daniel Martini, and Andred Saker on the 112. But there we go, the 223. That is Nick Jeffrey out of Rotorua. He's thrown it down. Into the work they go, taking us home. It is race number 612, moto number 12, 40-49 Cruiser Mail.
Hitting into race number 613, lucky for me as we get in through. 50-plus cruisers. Greg Hughes looking sharp. Dion Newth in the mix. We got ourselves a full stack in rack with all the boys in the race this time. It's Dion Newth, world number 8, taking a nice little work on this one out in the front as we go through with a Greg Hughes out of Rotorua, sitting in on the 2 spot. Wayne Shanks on the 487 plate out of Hamilton, looking sharp. But it's Darren Smith out of Hamilton as well, and worn Golden Wheels of Bogus on the 71 plate. Sitting there out of Rotorua, looks like he might get himself a little high-low from the Hamilton. Classic example how to not open up that door. Taking her home, Hamilton taking in it on the 2 spot. Wayne Shanks on the 487.
Okay, I just got told off by Chris Lane because none of you semi-finalists have made your way around to staging. It's all coming back to bite me in the bum, so please, semi-finalists, and that includes you superclass fellas, please get yourself around the back to staging for semi-finals, which will be going shortly. Gates will be dropping soon, so get round, otherwise you will miss it. We're not holding up racing for you. But talking about holding up, this is Paul Luttrell on the 701. He's leading us home on race number 614. Craig Barrington in the 2 and the 161 there. James Pocock out of Cambridge. So Te Awamutu, Sunset Coast and Cambridge riders pushing hard to take us home as we round out race number 614.
Back at the start of the plate, we got ourselves Pernille Rennie coming in with Estella Torrance out of Tiaraha. Hattie Barrington looking good. Looks like she's dusted herself back and onto her bike. But it's Nessie Rennie at the moment in the front of the pack. Yes, and it's getting chased down. Looks like she's going to get past on that second straightaway with some blistering speed. That's Pernille Rennie coming through there out of Hamilton. She's definitely taken over. Could it be a little bit of a technical issue happening with Nessie Rennie? We'll have to go and see what's what as they come through. Stella Torrance also mixing it hard. Hattie Barrington is sitting in on the 4 spot. Nice work from these ladies all a day and all weekend long. It's out there, a Pernille Rennie taking on the 1 spot. Nessie having to settle for the 3 spot. And Estella Torrance looks like she's wrapping it on the 2 spot. Hattie Barrington taking the 4.
Here we go, it's the last race of motor number 12, 17-49, Cruiser Female. It's race number 616, Taylor Arnold leading us into the whole shot, but she's got the world number 1, Jeanette Davies from Rotorua all over. Oh no, Jeanette Davies is out the front. I lose them in their first corner and they've come out back to front. Into the work there they go. Kerry Thompson out of Hamilton there on the 207. She's still in the mix though. Sonia Rennie on the 686 coming through. Steph Howick, Kayla Newton, Kat Bycroft all in the mix. But it's your world number 1, Jeanette Davies taking us home. Around the corner, what can Taylor do? Can she put down the pedal to the metal as she pushes herself across to round out race number 616? Here we go. So that is the end of the qualifying rounds here at the 2025 Waikato Regional Champs. in Te Awamutu. We should be seeing our superclass races up on the gate for semi-finals. If you're not there, the gate will drop and you will miss your race. So superclass semi-finalists, make your way around to the back of staging, just like everyone else has to, please.
Yeah, well, that's right. For the 2025 Waikato Regional Champs, the semifinals are up and now. So for everybody out there in TV land, do not take a break because we are going to get lickety and split into some serious action. We're going to be starting it off with a super class 15 plus males. These will be our semifinals. So it'll be the top 4 that will be going through into the finals. So our top 4. So we'll be really looking hard onto that 3, 4, 5 position because that's where the race will be.
So semi-final number 1 for the Superclass 15 plus male, Bryson Joyce, Deacon Connor, Kurt Bagby, Angus Thompson, Deacon McCormick, Mac Richardson. Semi-final number 2, JD, 15 plus male.
Will be Nico Kogan with Tom Cohen, with Chase Silver, Tim Ferguson, Scott Silver, and Kobe Russell leading it out there. So it'll be a mixed bag on see who's who. It'll be anybody's game as we push it through. We will be also running, next will be the 9 boys. 9 boys will be running shortly after that. 10 boys, 12 boys semifinal. Again, it'll be the top 4 that'll make their way through into the finals. So it'll be a drag race to the finish line. If you're not up there now, you better get there ASAP.
Tell you what, mate, semi-final number 2 here, the 15 plus male superclass. It's going to be interesting. Case and Scott Silver battling it out, battle royale. I'll bet you there's been some smack talk going down all weekend as they prepare for this monumental occasion. I can see up now on the gate, getting their positions locked and loaded. Semi-final number 1, 15 plus superclass male final, semi-final number 1. As JD said, top 4 from each of the semi-finals will be going through to the A final. There will be a B and a C final, I believe, for the superclass. There's that many competitors. So everybody will be getting a final here at the 2025 Waikato Regional Champs. Up on the gate, though, is semi-final number 1. Here we go, thick and fast, they're going down. Bryson Joyce, Deacon Connor, Kurt Bagby, Angus Thompson, Max Richardson into the work. They go, Bryson Joyce getting the whole shot. Looks like it's going to be Angus Thompson in the number 2 spot. All over his back wheel, though they're pushing hard. I missed to see who was in the 3, but it's going to be Deacon Connor, Deacon McCormick, or Max Richardson. Kirk Bagby hanging on for skin of his teeth, but it's going to be none other than Bryson Joyce leading us around here. Angus Thompson in the 2. It's the 275 sitting in the 3. That's Deacon McCormick. He's going to make a move. He's having a crack at Angus Thompson up the outside. Who's going to claim the 2? I don't know. As they cross the finish line, that is too close to call. It's going to go to scores.
Now Crackle Pop goes to the gate. Let's see who got the pop to stay on the top. Nice work in there. Oh, we got some serious action, some serious run. NZ number 1, Tom Coleman sitting in the 1 spot at the moment. But like I said, it'll be the race. Tim Ferguson sitting in on the 2 spot with the Nelson brothers racing, sitting tight on the 3-4 spot at the moment. It looks like that's none other than Scott Silver and Chase Silver. The Silver boys going hardcore all the way. Kicking down the door, though. It looks like we're coming through on the 257. It's anybody's show. Scott's going to have to push it down. Oh, a little bit of high pushing on that one. It looks like it's going to be a push to the finish line. Who's got the leg? Who's got the stamina over top the finish line to see on top of scores? Beautiful racing.
The crowd going well, but don't go too far. It's semi-final number 3. This is our 9 boys. It's the first go to the Matawanui Hill, having a crack. Brock Wellington, Jada Pocket Rocket Barrett, the Westie Express. It's Henry Hogg, Leo Charlton, Nico Rosenberg, Benjamin Horscroft, and Cole Guild, all in the thick of it too. Looks like the headwind, looks like we've lost a couple of pedals as they got funky down the second straight. Coming back down towards me now, I'm going to call on it's Matawanui Hill. He's in the number 1 spot. Don't forget, we're looking for the top 4 to make it through to the A final. It's Henry Hogg looking like he is going to be in the number 2 spot as they round it out. We're looking for the 4. That's where the magic happens for the A final. I can't miss that number as that came flying past. Now pushing out. I think that might be Leo Charlton actually after last weekend's great effort.
Dropping the gate on the second semifinal for the 9 boys as we get through. It looks like that's Thorfield sitting in the 1 spot. Kingston sitting in the 2 spot. Logan Healy sitting in the 3-4 spot at the moment. Daniel Chen sitting in there. Oh, it's going to be a race on this one. It's Bowden Lamb sitting on the cusp of it at the moment. It's Bowden Lamb that's going to have to push through. He's going to have to put the legs down on this one. It's Real Boundary trying to get in the game as well. In the 1, it's Thor. In the 2, it's Kingston. In the 3, it's Logan. In the 4, it's Daniel. It's Bowden Lamb. It's Real Boundary that are going to have to settle it down. It's Bowden Lamb trying to close in. No, it's Real Boundary. He's got himself a little bit of skills. It's going to be a push. No, it's Daniel Chen on the 4. Looks like he's on it. Nice work in there from those boys. Wrapping it up for the semifinal, 9 boys.
The gate is dropped on semi-final number 5. It's the first gate of our 10 boys out there though. Otis Rapier, he's having a crack. Here we go. Jackson Ropati, Otis Rapier into the whole shot. Who's going to come out on top? It's going to be the world number 2. That's East City's Jackson Ropati. Otis Rapier in the 156 in the mix alongside Oliver Ledhart on the 925. Jacob Crawford, Charlie Mitchell, No Imperium, George Rue, Carter Mould. Here we go though. Back down towards us now. Jackson Ropati hanging on, and he's got company all over his back wheel. That is the 156 of Otis Rapier. Into work we go though, the 131 hanging on. That's Jacob Crawford out of Tauranga. He's hanging on for the Magic 4. Here we go though, that's going to be Jackson Ropati taking the 1. Semi-final number 5. Looks like we might have lost a rider, but they're back up and riding, thankfully. Great to see. I tell you what, throwing everything down here in the semi-finals of the 2025 Waikato Regional Champs in Te Awamutu after 12 qualifying rounds. Fantastic. It's the 925 Oliver Ledhart out of Tauranga.
All right, as we get into the semifinal, 10 boys, a nice little start in there from Cade McDonald out in the 1 spot at the moment. But it looks like that's the new Plymouth rider sitting in the 2 spot. That'll be none other than Luca Hudson in there. But coming in on the 3 spot, dressed in black. Looks like that could be Braxton Hughes out of Hyroa with Roman Thompson out of Hawke's Bay as well. We'll see who's who as they come back at us into the rhythm section. But it's Caden sitting in on the 1 spot. Looks like he's got this one wrapped up tight. But with the rhythm section, nice little work on the 155 plate. That's Roman Thompson lighting it up, going from 3 into the 2 spot. New Plymouth is going to have to settle in on the 3 and taking her down into the 4 spot. Looks like he's made his way through onto the podium. Nice work in there on those boys.
Here we go, semi-final number 7, and it's our 12 boys. Jai Martini making a move. What can he do? He's got company though on his back wheel as we look to see Tobias Dickinson, Jackson Carroll, Jameson Kerr. I think that's Alex Shanks there in the number 2 spot. Ben Barrington in the mix as well. There we go, flying though, Jai Martini, Alex Shanks, 1 and 2. As we look to see who's in the Magic 3 and 4, coming back down towards us now. It's still anybody's game. Racing's not over till it's over. Here we go, Jackson Carroll's making a move, but it's the 4-2-6. That's Tobias Dickinson. He's hanging on for the 3. Here we go. What can Jackson Carroll do? He's having a crack. He's going to make the most of it. Who's going to get the pedals? I'll tell you what, this is going to be one for the ages. We're going to want to have a look at that online.
Dropping the gate on this one is Josh Brethren with a whole shot position at the moment. It's Max Whitelaw in the mix with it. Braxton Arthur and Tyler Cochran. Luca Jones and Amandi Gardner also coming through. But at least he's going to be able to snake it through onto the mix. It's a 3-2-3 sitting there from the 4 spot into the 3 spot. That'll be none other than a Braxton Arthur looking sharp. But let's see who's going to be hanging on to the edge as they cusp it through, lining it up. Coming through onto the rhythm section, and we got ourselves Josh White coming down on the mix. It's a 3-2-3 sitting there on the 3 spot. Max Whitelaw looking sharp, and Tyler Cochran also in there as they coming through and wrapping it up for the semifinals for the 12 boys.
Well, JD, I believe we're into a break now. I think you mentioned earlier on, not that I've been counting or waiting for this, but 15 minutes, I believe. I believe there's a 15-minute break between semi-finals and finals racing, and then we will be back thick, fast, and into the action.
Well, that's right. This break is brought to you by Jack Link. So if you're out there in TV land and you're wanting to get a little lemonade and some Powerade and some refreshments, use the facilities. And now would be the time. It's 15 minutes on the buzzer, and we'll be running straight into our finals for the 2025 Waikato Region Champs. Wrapping up here in Te Awamutu.
You're receiving.
What got me into BMX racing was having a place to ride my bike, really.
I started BMX because my brother started racing.
Love helping all the kids learn to ride.
I love how lots of girls come in.
Love being out with the mums and helping encourage them get out on the bike too.
Everyone's so friendly, everyone's so enjoyable to be around.
If you want to start in BMX, go and cut your local club. There's clubs in most of our major cities. Get in there and just enjoy yourself.
Jack Links presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Oh, look who it is. Mr. Sasquatch. Whoa. Hey! Ooh. Miss me. That's my truck.
Jack Links Jerky. Feed your wild side. Meet musings. After a long day of hard work, our jerky masters smell like a blend of hickory and applewood. Lucky bastards. Choose Jack Links Jerky, made with 100% beef.
Here we go, people. It's what we've all been waiting for in 2024. It's an Olympic year, an exciting year for bicycle motocross. Round one right here in Rotorua is about to get underway. Over 200 athletes from around the world. We cannot wait to bring you the action.
They've been working hard for like several months now, and track's in perfect condition, and it's good to go.
Feel very strong and very fast, and just very happy. So I'm ready to go.
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, you know, I've done it for so many years that I know what to expect and I know what to do to be competitive.
Track's running amazing. Everyone from around the world's here, so competition is at its peak. I think everyone's feeling good. It's Olympic year, so everyone's going to come in swinging.
Anybody can win, and everybody's super fast.
I'm good to go. I'm ready to rumble.
We picked up where we left off last season with a win, so we keep the momentum going, and the goal is to go all the way to Paris like this.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that I was able to do it, and yeah, it gives me huge confidence coming into tomorrow and the rest of the season.
Hey everybody, welcome to day 2 here at BMX Rotorua for round number 2 of the UCI BMX Racing World Cup. Behind me you can see track prep well underway. Amazing racing yesterday. Taya Rufus out of the blocks, her very first World Cup, and she goes and comes first in the U23 women. Jack Grenell, the man from New Zealand in the U23 men, his brother Bennett coming second. The power couple, Saya Sakakibara and Roman Mew, once again dominant early in the season. They're going to be ones to beat. Let's go racing. Good luck. Enjoy.
I'm here for the whole weekend and it's exciting. There's so much anticipation in the air. You can see everyone's just waiting and waiting, and the cheering for the jumps and everything is awesome.
Yeah, just work hard, love what you do. Like, this is amazing. This nothing beats this.
It's amazing, it's pretty special. Have a home race over the season. I'm just super grateful for the opportunity. Fans have been great, so thanks everyone for coming out. It's been awesome.
Yeah, I feel like every time I'm on the gate, I'm just learning. I feel like I haven't sorted anything out yet, and yeah, every win is like almost a surprise.
Today rounds up 2 incredible days of bicycle motocross. Thank you to the incredible community here in New Zealand. Thank you to the fans. We've really enjoyed our stay here. Thank you so much. We hope to see you again soon.
Hey, my name is Ben. Presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Oh.
Ow. Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Power to keep sport and recreation safe and fair
is in all of us.
As one team, we can help prevent harm, especially to our tamariki and rangatahi.
Harm can mean abuse, discrimination, or not playing it straight.
So if you see something that's not tika,
or need support raising integrity standards,
the Sport Integrity Commission, Te Kahuro Nui, is here to help.
Out here.
In here.
Wherever we play.
G'day guys, Marty Berry from Red Stag Timber. I want to talk to you about climate change. A whopping 20% of climate emissions come from the materials we build with. To solve this problem, the world needs to use a lot less of this and a lot more of this. And when it comes to wood, there's none greener than Red Stag's framing and cross-laminated timber. Because we start by milling logs from sustainable plantations. We make all our own electricity from the offcuts. And we keep all our transport emissions down because we're based right here in Rotorua. So specify Red Stag Timber and CLT, and let's solve climate change.
Come on. Break it down now. Break it down now.
BMX New Zealand has now launched the Kiwi Sprocket Rockets program on Coachmate, making it fun and easy to pass on the love of riding. Enjoy a variety of ready-made, fun BMX sessions and easy-to-follow activities to play bike that everyone will love. Or get creative and make your own. With user-friendly videos and animations, learning a new activity takes less than 90 seconds. Access great tools instantly on your mobile device to manage schedules and streamline communications with caregivers with built-in chat features. Whether you're new to BMX or a seasoned pro looking for fresh ideas, Coachmate is here to give everyone a great experience. whilst improving confidence and skills on the bike. Download the free Coachmate app now to kick off an amazing journey with BMX New Zealand and Kiwi Sprocket Rockets.
This is Calms, go ahead. We're good to go when you're ready.
Daryl, we're about to go.
Calms, good to go.
Here we go. Welcome back to Awamutu for the 2025 Waikato Regional Champs. It is finals time. This is exciting stuff, JD. It's been a great day, a great weekend actually, and looking forward to some exciting stuff here in the finals racing.
Well, we're wrapping it up here as we unpack it and put it all together because it's been a phenomenal weekend. This has been outstanding racing, exhilarating, and punching above the weight. We're definitely wrapping up one heck of a weekend as we roll it through into the finals, starting off now, already dropping the gate.
Sprockets 5 and under. This is final number 1. Here we go. Arlo Hudson from New Plymouth on the 390 plate there. Out of the Hamilton Club, it's Charlie Watson on the 388. Cambridge's Millen Barton on the 142s in the mix there too, alongside Parua's Summer Keen on the 752. And let's not forget North Harbour's 405. That's DJ Hunt. And in fact, I think that's DJ Hunt out the front at the moment. Coming back down towards me in the Sprockets 5 and under, final number 1. Heading it down, it's the 405 plate in the 1, the 390 plate there. That's Arlo Hudson in the 2. As they come back through, it is the 388 of Charlie Watson there, I think, in the 3. Yep, the Hamilton rider, and the 142 out of Cambridge there, Millen Barton, rounding us out there for our Sprockets 5 and under, final number 1 here at the 2025 Waikato Regional Champs.
Dropping the gate on our Sprockets, 5 for our finals, but it's participation, a satisfaction for these young little tykes on their bikes. They are just knee-high to a grasshopper. So these boys and girls are just starting their way through on a serious riding campaign as they get in, but these are racing to impress as they get through on this race for the finals. It's our Sprockets 5 and under. Tate Spoon coming in there from Te Awamutu, Bodie Mitchell looking strong, and Connor Sodgrass all a weekend long out of Cambridge, throwing it down on the 711 plate. You can hear the crowd getting in behind these little tykes on their bikes as they rack themselves up for the rhythm section, trying to make their way through. It's a 1-3-2 leading it at the moment, but it looks like it's going to be a jockey for position as they push through on the 349. Tate Spooner trying to get in there and stir it all up, but it's nice little work in there from Luke Pearson on the 556 plate out of Hawke's Play, taking her home, wrapping it up. Well done to these lads all weekend long, racing hard.
Here we go, final number 3. It is a Sprocket 6 boys. It's Robin Zaginski out of Waitaka on the 271 plate, out of Tauranga on the 177. We're looking for Paddy Gilgreen. We've got Cambridge's Hunter Gardner on the 151 in the mix there too, alongside the other Cambridge rider that's in the pack. That's Sol Bundy on the 716. And we've got Ezra Heath out of North Harbour on the 406 with the 117 of Harlan Daniels in North Harbour in the mix as well. As they come back down towards us now, we've got a bit of an argy-bargy, bit of a bumpity bump in the second corner, but it's the 117 and the 177. Talk about confusing. Harlan Daniels and Paddy Gilgreen going hammer to tong down that final straight. But there we go, the 716 coming through there. That's Sol Bundy out of Cambridge, looking like they're going to pick up the third here in final number 3. Great to see our fallen riders back up on their bikes as we wrap it up here for our Sprocket 6 boys.
All right, let's see if these boys pick it up on the pace for the 7. boys with their final of the day, wrapping it up on the 500 plate. That's Jordan Pearson out of Hawke's Bay, looking real good. That's Luke Guild coming out of Cambridge. The white Thackeray rider, Westy Best, riding hard all weekend and leading from the front of the pack. That's none other than your Sage Adams. Ludo Rosenberg also mixing it up as he's sitting from 4 to 3. Nice work in there from Ludo coming through from Awamutu. Blazing trails and lighting fires is Blake McIntyre coming through from Hamilton. It's our Telpo rider, Harry Sinclair, on the 500 bike, trying to make his way and pacing it up. Does he have the legs? Does he have the stamina to catch Sage? I don't think so. It's Jordan Pearson taking in the 2 with the number 1, taking Sage Adams, taking her home.
Here we go, 8 in the gate, so don't be late. It's a full gate of 7 boys. This is final number 5. Finn Watson out of Hamilton on the 534. Coming through with Otto Peters on the 174 out of Tauranga. Quinn Hayes from Hamilton on the 299. North Harbour's 301, that's Freddie Stansfield. Mountain Raiders, Jasper Sweetman on the 312. The 715 of Jed Law out of Cambridge. Jackson McIntosh out of Hamilton on the 777 plate, and leading us around the second corner, throwing it around like he owns this track. It's none other than the 311. That's Hudson Hislop out of East City. He's busting some moves, but he's got some company. That's the 301 all over his back wheel. That's the 301 of Freddie Stanfield, but sitting in the 3 is the 114 by the looks. Sorry, the 174. That's Otto Peters, but he's not getting it his own way. He's got company from one of the Hamilton riders there, pushing hard as they come flying around the corner. That's Finn Watson on the 534 making a challenge as we round out final number 5. 7 boys.
Dropping the gate on the 6 to 7 girls. We have ourselves out of Pyro, Mila Kane coming in there on the 360 plate. Orla Lloyd looking sharp all weekend out of Mountain Raiders. Getting in there on the mix is Rotorua Nia Jeffries, who's had a couple stumbles and a couple spills, but great to see her back, riding hard. No hesitation and no devastation from those ladies. It's Madison Walker out of Hamilton, and also coming in there, it's Eve Spence looking sharp. Now, if you're wondering why out there in TV land, these ladies do not have transponders, so it is just a participation race and a participation ride. We are just wanting to get these ladies and boys under the 7s, get them in the mix and get them riding. But it's a Rotorua girl looking very strong. She's definitely putting the time in there on the 180 plate. The 360 coming through on the 2. That's Nina Jeffrey out of Rotorua looking really good. The 360 Orla Lloyd out of Mountain Raiders, and you can hear the crowd getting in behind their riders as they push it through to the finish line. These ladies have done a fantastic weekend, and they definitely deserve an ice cream cone.
Up to the gate, our B final for the Superclass 15 plus male. Oh, what a gate, I tell you. It's Snap, Crackle, Pop. It's Scott Silver, Max Richardson, Kobe Russell, John Hayes, Kurt Bagby, Kaite Moana, Flynn Harrison, Max Richardson, Kobe Russell, Jamie Harkness. They're into the work. They're flying through. It's so close you could throw a tea-towel over them still. Here we go. The battle's on, though. It's into the work. I can't see who's out the front. It looks like it might even... I'm going to put something down. I'm going to say it's Kurt... There's a Kurt Bagby. The 2, no, it's not. Yes, it is. It's Kurt Bagby. He's out the front. The 744, that's sitting in the number 2 spot. That's John Hayes. What can he do? He's got company up his back wheel. So here we go. That was some hectic racing. That was the B final for the Superclass 15 plus male.
Dropping the gate on the Superclass 15 plus males as they ripping and roaring into this one, slapping it down. We got ourselves a slipstream on this one, but it's Nico Kogan not holding back at all. He is pushing hard. He's out in the 1 spot. Bryson Joyce has got his work cut out for him at the moment. It's the 960 plate coming through there on the 6-1. That's Angus Thompson in the 4. Oh no, Bryson Joyce is putting the spins on the wheels. Hopefully he's okay. Nico in the 1 spot as we roll it through with the NZ 1 plate. Tom Coleman is sitting tight on the 2 spot. Looks like Angus Thompson taking the 3 for Nelson Brothers Racing. Just hold pause on the gate, hold pause on the gate while we check over our rider. Bryson Joyce is one heck of a rider, and we hope that he is okay. Hitting it hard on the asphalt on corner 2.
I tell you what, when it's all about the Benjamins, they throw it down hard, these guys. And the big boys, 15 plus, they have got some speed behind them. In fact, I think they'd be breaking the, they'll be going pretty fast around this track.
Well,
Great to see Bryce and Joyce. They make them hard out in East Auckland there. Bouncing back up. Never great to see them go down.
Great to see the crowd support in behind him as well. Definitely Bryson Joyce is one to watch, and he puts everything he possibly can on the track and off the track. So he trains very hard as we work our way up to the top of the gate and into the action. Super class, 15 plus female.
Oh, here we go. This has been a good one to watch all day. It's a 2 or 3 plate though, making her way out to the front. That's Layla Walker, but Selena Feister, they're not going to give it up anyway. And we've got Sophie Colquhoun sitting in the 3, I think, at the moment as they come back around. Layla Walker, though, out the front. So Selena in the number 2. As it's Sophie in the 3. Here we go. Madeline in the 4, I think it is. Into the work they go, though. Coming back around, I think it might be Jodie Gorgantis, Caitlin Gorgantis, sorry. And then Jodie Gorgantis coming in as well. As they round it out, it looks like it's going to be Layla Walker taking the 1, Selena Feister taking the 2, but Sophie Colquhoun coming up the outside. Hopefully we don't get the pedals backing off too much as they cross the line here for final number 10. That was the 15 plus female superclass.
All right, just to clarify, we'll be running 2 finals for the 8 boys. This will be your B finals as we stroll it through, as we get some nice airtime off the first lip. Looks like that could be none other than our Pairua. He ain't cruising. It's Cruz Kane coming through there in the 1 spot. Nice little ripper of the machine. Oh, they're holding tight into that corner as they participate on that little asphalt. Hopefully that rider is okay. We'll just have to make sure that the next time we don't have a in the way. And it's Cruz Kane coming through on the 166 plate, looking sharp as he comes through on that rhythm section. A nice little ride on that plate. And it looks like the 906 plate coming nice and tight with Oakley Mitchell out of Awamutu sitting tight on the 2. But it's anybody's show as the 3 plate looks like he's going to have to hold it tight. We have our Folan riders back up on the bike, fighting for contestant and trying to get those places as they mean the most to these boys. Wrapping it up for the B final for the 8 boys.
Here we go. It is the 8 boys final. It is final number 12, and they are throwing it down thick and fast. Finn Hudson, Asher Maloney, Max Miles, Archer Griffin, Sam Panting, Liam Anderson, Carter Phillips, Liam James, as we look to see. They've all gone into the first corner, and it appears that they've all come out. Oh, it's getting action-packed. It's bar to bar in the thick of it, I tell you, as the parents are running from one side of the truck to the other. Here we go. Coming back down into the rhythm straight. Who are going to see who's who? It looks like it's a shark in the water. Is that Finn Hudson? Is he going to be able to hang on? That's the NZ4. Yes, it is. Finn Hudson's hanging on, but he's got company. It's the 178, I think, as they go flying around. It is so fast. Max Miles having a crack, but just too little too late. Not enough energy there as they push hard. These kids have been riding hard all weekend. Absolutely fantastic to see, but we're going to go upstairs for the rest of those results.
Speaking of upstairs, we're going to go and Dress to Impress. We're up to the top with the final for the 9 boys. It's Ben Hendricks getting a nice start in the mix out of Mountain Raiders. And it looks like Dylan Smith out of Cambridge holding it tight, keeping them honest as they throw themselves into the first quarter. Vader Brockton coming from Cambridge, also out of Cambridge is Max Pocock coming through on the mix. Good to see Cambridge supporting, getting some good riders and some good material out of those as they hit the second corner, coming back at us like a boomerang into that third and rhythm section. Wrapping it up and getting tight, getting a little funky with it. It's Ben Hendricks on the 173, hitting it on the 111 plate. That'll be none other than your Dylan Smith on the 738 plate. Vader coming through on the 3. Taking it back on the 161 a plate. That's Max Pocock out of Cambridge, but taking it and wrapping it, that'll be Ben Hendricks on the 1.
Nine boys B finals just dropped now. This is final number 14 for the, here we go. It is Brock Wellington into the work early with Bowden Lamb right behind him. Rio Bundy on the Cambridge rider. Archie West from Cambridge in there too. The local lad of Nico Rosenberg there on the 350 plate. He's in the mix alongside Ted Gilgreen, Benjamin Horscroft and Cole Gild. Here we go. They're throwing it down. into the work. They come back down towards us now. We're going to be able to make out those numbers, but it's all too close, I tell you. Anyone can take it at this stage. There's a bit of a challenge. I think that's Bowden Lamb coming up the outside now. He's having a crack at the 998 plate. That's Brock Wellington. What can Bowden do? There we go. They're going to throw it down. It's Rio Bundy having a go too. This is going to be close, but there's a battle on for 4 and 5. I think it's 4 and 5. Yes, 4 and 5. Here we go. Across the line they go. I need to go get some spec savers, I think.
Slamming the gate on this one. Looks like we got a technical issue. Out of Matua, out on the gate on 3 spot. Looks like he's back in the pack, but it's Thor Pizzo leading it from the front. Thor is out in the 1 spot at the moment. We got some serious hitters, some big contenders. It looks like Kingston Hislop is in the 2 spot. Daniel Chen is chasing down hard. Henry Hogg has just gone from 5 to 3. Looks like he's in the 4 spot at the moment. Nice work in there on the Michael Bias. Henry Hogg out of the Waikato. He's sitting in on the 4 spot. Jaden Barrett is making his way through, but out of the mix and out of the back of the pack, Matua is making himself known. He's coming through there. Thor in the 1, Kingston in the 2. It looks like Daniel Chen in the 3 spot. Henry Hogg is breathing down his neck, trying to get the 4. Matua is coming out of nowhere and coming in on the 4 spot, taking it back. Unbelievable ride from that boy who started about 4 seconds in behind. Unbelievable racing. Nice work on the 9th boys final.
Here we go. We're into the C final for our 10 boys. This is final number 16. Dom Bycroft Jenkins out of Hamilton riding on the 357 plate. We got the Tauranga rider Nathaniel Clifford on the 523 plate coming through too. The local lad, the 739, Ethan Elfstone. Into the work too, though. This is too close. They could throw a T-tail over those lot as they come into the second corner. Going past Chris Lane, the commissaire for the day. Massive thank you to Chris and Sam, who was out there yesterday as well. Big couple of days for these two, giving up their time for the sport of BMX. But it's the 357 at the front. That's Tom Bycroft Jenkins. But here we go, the 523. Nathaniel Clifford, he's having a crack. He's gone high, he's gone low. Here we go, the afterburners are on. Who's getting funky down the last straight as they round out the C final here for the 10 boys at the 2025 Waikato Regional Champs.
Dropping the gate on the final for the 10 boys on the Bs. It looks like we got ourselves a serious contender out there. Connor Oldgren coming out of Hamilton. Nice little work as Charlie Mitchell is also racing down hard. It's Oliver Leithart at the moment looking sharp as he pushes down on this one. It's the Hamilton rider sitting in the 3 spot as they push and make his way through. We got ourselves Fletcher Smith out of Hamilton, James Anderson out of Hamilton, and Nico Martinu out riding out of Mountain Raiders. Charlie Mitchell out of Cambridge. Connor Oldgrid in coming out of Hamilton with our none other than Tiara Huck, Carter Mold. But looking at it, we got 1-3-7 sitting in on the 2 spot. That's James Anderson. Nice work as he pushes through, but it'll be a race to the finish line. Oh, coming through on the Mabel. It's anybody's guess on this one. It's up to scores. Oh, it looks like he's pinched them at the line.
Final number 18, this is our 10 boys, A final, into the work they go. Look at the skills to pay the bills. It's Jackson Ropati, but he's not got it his own way. It looks like it might be Caden McDonald side by side, bar to bar, into the corner they go. Out they come though, Jackson Ropati sitting in the 1 as they push hard. Caden McDonald on the NZ5 in the mix too. Otis Rapier out of Capital City, he's been in the mix the whole weekend alongside George Rue out of Hamilton there. Jacob Crawford, Roman Thompson, Luca Hudson, Braxton Host. But here we go, the world number 2, that's Jackson Ropati out the front. He's got company though, it is your NZ5, it's Caden McDonald. Here we go, the afterburners are going down. George Rue's putting it down too. It's going to be too little too late. They're going to run out of room as they cross the line for final number 18, Jackson Ropati taking the 1.
On the gate, it's the 10 girls final, and we got ourselves a storm brewing on this one. It looks like Georgia Poe Edwards out of Mountain Raiders taking a nice line. Ashton Lloyd out of Mountain Raiders in the mix. It's Holly Shank sitting on the 406 plate out of Hamilton. It's the Sunset Coast. Addie Barrington sitting in the 3 spot at the moment. Nice little work in there from Ashton out of Pyro. But Perrine Rennie out of Hamilton also in the mix. Fiona Thompson out of Tiara Hall lightening it up. These girls are definitely mixing it as we got ourselves a little bit of a race within a race in the back of the pack. Looks like it's the middle rumble, but it's the 3 spot on the moment. It's Hattie Barrington sitting there tight. It's Ashlyn Lloyd sitting in the 2. And it's Georgia Poe Edwards sitting in out of Mountain Raiders as they push it down all the way to the finish. Georgia taking it, nice comfortable lead. And it looks like none other than Ashlyn Lloyd taking the 2 spot.
Here we go, it's the B final for the 11 boys. They're throwing it down. They're going thick and fast. It doesn't matter whether it's A, B, or C. It all means a lot to them. Into the whole shot, though. I think that was Christchurch's Caden McKenzie on the 182. He's gone into the whole shot and come out of it in the number 1 spot. Here we go, though. He's got a couple of riders all over his back wheel. Te Araha, I'm going to say. That's your riders from Enzo Torrens and Lachlan Torrey. Coming back around now. They're chasing down Caden, but he looks like he's getting himself out in front. In the mix, though, Harris O'Leary in there, too, alongside the rider Nate Mays. Into the work they go, round the corner, Caden McKenzie. But that's going to be the 2 Te Araha riders battling it out here for the 2 spot. It's going to come down to the pumps and the pedals and the pumps. Who's got it? That's going to be one for scores as the 2 Te Araha riders wrap it up.
Up on the gate, final 11 boys.
As we kind of wrap up formalities here at the 2025 Waikato Regional Champs, just kind of have to slow the gate down a little bit as we, do the thing that's important. Let's give out some prizes. Oh, there we go. Mark Inia, the man, the myth, the legend, wandering the track. Hobbling the track, I should say.
It's the 11 boys and dropping it fast. It looks like Dylan John's getting a nice little lead in there. Looks like he could have the whole shot. No, it's Mata coming through. It's Mata on the 1 spot out of North Harbour. Tate Burton sitting in on the 4 spot at the moment. But Audrey Kahukura coming through on the mix as well. Pushing hard in the middle of the pack. Looks like that's none other than Sam Hickey and Luke Harrisfield. JD Pistorius also mixing it up as they push through. It's anybody's show. Oh, we got ourselves a little arch barge happening on the 2nd corner. Dylan Johns in the 2 spot. It's Mata in the 1 spot. It's Tate Burton sitting there in the 3 spot. Sam Hickey comfortable in the 4 spot at the moment, but wrapping it up. Mata in the 1. Dylan Johns taking the 2. Tate Burton, home track, taking the 3. Not too happy.
Up on the gate next will be our 11 girls final number 23. Locked, loaded, and ready to go. Here we go, and they're coming in thick and fast. As well as off that, we've got Amy Pocock rolling off the back to join them in the 11 girls final. Amelia DeTheory, Olivia Anderson, Mia Grant, Ruby Buckley, Cameron Cahoon, Leah Mould, Olivia Foss, Savannah Hogg. I tell you, this is a racked and stacked heat. They're throwing it down. Look at that. You could throw a T-tail over these girls. They're so close. It's anybody's game. But coming into the corner first, we're going to look to see who's who in the zoo as they come back down towards us now. I'm trying to make out the plates, the blue and the white. It's hard to read, but it looks like it's the 188 plate. That's out the front. That's Amelia DeTheory, Olivia Anderson in the 2 spot. Mia Grant looking like she's in the 3, but here we go. Ruby Buckley's making a move up the outside. Is she going to get it? Is she going to have enough juice in the legs as they cross the line? That looked like one for the YouTube replay.
Unbelievable racing from those ladies. Up on the gate, we have ourselves the 12 boys mixing it hard on B5. Oh, she's going to be getting wet out there. Jackson Carroll coming through with a blinder all the way from 8. Looks like he's got himself a whole shot position. Beautiful textbook riding as he does a nice manual over top of the triple, throwing himself into the first corner, coming out large and in charge in the 1 spot. East City sitting tight on that mix as he comes through. It's Lucas Johns coming out of New Plymouth, Monty Gardner out of Cambridge, but it's the Sunset Coast. Finn Barrington looking like he's wrapping it up at the moment, unfortunately, as Thomas Ford out of Pairua, Charlie Panting hitting it in the lines out of Awamutu, and Nathan Swan, Sunset Coast. Jack Harmon out of Sunset. Taking her home, it looks like Jackson Carroll in the 1. Nice work in there. Lucas Jones out of New Plymouth with Martin Gardner out of Cambridge. These boys wrapping up the 12 boys B final. Nice riding all weekend long.
We had one of the riders try to join Chris down the pro straight there for a minute. I'll tell you what, going off the track, getting funky with it. Up on the gate, ready to stack him and lack him, is the 12 boys A final. Here we go, they're into their work early, and I tell you what, they're throwing it down that hill faster than a fast thing. But into the work, it looks like it's Jai Martini going for the whole shot, and he's got it and he's into it. But Josh Braithwaite's all over his back wheel. Max Whitelaw's in the mix too. He's throwing it down alongside though. Tobias Dickinson, Baxter Arthur, I think, sitting in the 2 at the moment by the looks as they come into the second quarter. Alex Shanks in there, James Sinclair, Tyler Cochran. Oh no, Alex Shanks has gone down unfortunately, but it's Jai Martini in the mix. He's got company though, the 3-2-3. He's in behind him. That is the 3-2-3 of Baxter Arthur. Max Whitelaw sitting in the 4. I missed the, it might be, missed the 3 spot. Hopefully our rider from Hamilton on the 905 is going to be okay as we check in on him now. But what, I'll tell you what, JD, this final racing, mate, they are throwing it down, putting everything on the line. I mean, it is the Waikato Regional Champs, probably one of the biggest race meets in terms of the number of motos, the number of races, the number of everything. It's just bigger and better here in the Waikato, I guess. They're putting it all on the line, mate.
Well, it's definitely mighty down here. They've been going hard all weekend. They've been running 12 motos over the last 2 days. We had to run semis for these guys and now into the finals. Their legs will be burning. They're putting everything they possibly can. You can hear the crowd getting in behind him, so give him a round of applause as he makes his way down on that final straightaway, having to contend with a little bit of rain and a storm starting to brew as we make our way up into the 12 girls final. Elise Barcat rolling in off the back out of Pyroa, looking sharp as she comes through. It's the 12 girls. Addison Harrisfield, world #1 out of Mountain Raiders, leading it at the start. It's Nessie Rennie out of Hamilton. Mountain Raiders, Nima Lloyd looking good, and Ara Shaker coming through out of Hutt Valley. Thunderbolts throwing in a little bit of lightning and thunder. It's Kelly Mayer and Alexi Silver out of New Plymouth, riding for the Nelson Brothers Racing. Aria Braycroft Jenkins out of Hamilton in the East City Rider, looking sharp. That's Peyton Carroll out in the 2 spot. That's Nessie Rennie coming through with Lexi Silver sitting in the 3. She's trying to push her down and going to try and get that 2 spot. It could be anybody's show at the moment. Addison Harris was taking the 1 up to score. See who gets the 2-3.
"13 boys up on the gate. Final number 29. And the gate is dropped here. This is our final for the 13 boys. It's into the work early with Rico Ryan going for the whole shot. He's not backing off. He's been putting it down all weekend long. John O'Hanson, though, out of Dunedin on the 57 plate, looking to get some moves in. He's pushing hard with Caleb McCabe, too. Sitting in there, too, from North Harbour. Connor Orbella, Rotorua, Jared Rennie. He's in the throw of it, too, as they come back around. But it's going to be the Rico Ryan show. Down the rhythm straight, looking hard, looking strong. Into the last corner he goes. Has he got it under control? He sure does. He's going to take it home. He knows this track well. That's going to be your 13 boys final here at the 2025 Waikato Regional Champs in Te Awamutu.
Dropping up into the 14 boys up on the gate, B finals. preparing to lay it all down on the line. Nice little work and start in there from Darian Wolfhard, coming in on the first straightaway, taking it in there. Jesse Lindrop out of Hamilton. Two Hamilton boys leading it, lightening it up out of Hamilton as well on the 4-6 plate. That'll be none other than 482 plate. Jesse Lindrop sitting in on the 3 spot. As we roll it back in, Oliver Donaldson out of New Plymouth. Haru rider, Jacob White on the 945 with 500 plate, sitting pretty. As we come through on the 284, sitting in there on 2, it's Oliver Donaldson looking sharp. Jesse Lindrop sitting in the mix on the 3 spot, lightening up at Darian on the 623, taking her home. Nice work in there on wrapping it up for those boys. Darian taking the 1, Oliver taking the 2, Jesse Lindrop taking the 3.
Oh, it looks like we lost the rider, mate. Coming back around now. Great to see them back up.
Looks like that would have been Jack West on the 500 plate in the first corner. As he comes back onto his feet, give him a round of applause, taking him back there for this young lad. Jack West out of Cambridge.
Here we go. Big round of applause for this young man. Been throwing it down hard all weekend.
As you can hear the crowd getting in behind of him, give him a round of applause. That's the 500 plate out of Cambridge. Jack West wrapping it up for his weekend. Hopefully he's okay and is able to dust himself off for the final, for the next race into the north. Up on the top of the gate, we have ourselves a 14 boys final.
Here we go. This is one to watch. Get yourself trackside. If you're not there, I don't know where you are. Ben Anderson throwing it down with Nixon Banks. They've been at it all weekend long. Into the whole shot they go. Who's come out with it? I don't know. It looks like Nixon's got his nose out in front, but Ben's not going to give up. It's the 911 out of East City. He's throwing it down. But Paru Josh Ford is in the mix too. We've got Liam Clifford, Jack Buckley, Fergus Gardner, Travis Marshall, Tyler Grant, all wanting a piece of the pie. But it looks like it's going to be Nixon Banks into the last corner first. Can he maintain it? Ben's gone low. I taught him everything he knew. No, I didn't teach him a thing. That's because he's got the skills to pay the bills. Ben Anderson's going to get it by the locks. Oh my Gideon, you want to go back to the replay. That was too close to call, JD. That was exciting stuff. I've just seen the results on scores, but I won't tell you.
Unbelievable. Check out scores. Just make sure you've seen that one. Those boys have been going hard absolutely all weekend long. Unbelievable racing just to see those boys. Great to see that competition on and off the track. These boys are mates, but they definitely don't leave anything between the two of them.
And it just shows, JD, this race is all won and lost by the pedals, mate. You can't stop pedaling till you cross that finish line.
It ain't over till it's over. Hitting it up on the top of the gate, we have ourselves a B final for the 17-29 males.
Okay, well, it's been a great weekend. Looking forward to next weekend. Have the weekend off, I think I am. No racing in the North Island that I'm aware of as we prepare for the North Island titles, but up back to the gate.
That's right. We're all going to be making our way over to the Raiders as we drop the gate here on the B finals for the 17-29 males. Nice little work in there from Regan Smith. Looks like he's out in the 1 spot with Brock the Bomber. Nelson hitting on the 2 spot. It's coming through on that first corner. It's the 180 plate. of the East City rider, Flynn Harrison, taking it down, looking for a little cut through and a little bit of elbow to elbow. Rubbing is racing, as they say, making it on that second corner, but showing the power, showing the steam. It's Brock the Bomber coming through on that rhythm section, going from 3 to 2. Oh, putting it down. Looks like Harrison had a little bit of an issue on that, but taking in a 1. Regan Smith on the 1. Brock the Bomber taking the 2. Flynn Harrison taking the 3 spot, and Richard in there with nice riding.
Here we go, so we're back onto it. Final number 33 of the 17 to 29 male 20 inch. It's the EA final. Jackson goes into the whole shot there out of Christchurch. He's come up here and he's not going home empty-handed, that's for sure. But he's got company, and that's Toadfall's Angus Thompson in the 361 behind him. There we go, flying back around. We're looking like we've got Tom Coleman sitting in the 3. It's all going. They come flying back down towards us with Max Richardson, Zachary Arnold, Kaite Moana, Corey Walden in the mix there too. As they come flying around though, it looks like it's going to be a Christchurch rider, but here we go, Tom Coleman making a move. It's Corey Walden having a crack as well. They're all throwing it down. This is where the action's had, I'll tell you what. That was some exciting racing there as they rolled around for the 17 to 29 male 20 inch final.
All right, up on the gate, we have ourselves 30 to 39 males. All right, as they sort themselves up on the gate, again, a big thank you and a shout out to all of the moms and dads and the volunteers and the caregivers out there for making this weekend so special. A big shout out to all of the tracks for helping out during an event like this. We wouldn't be able to do it without all of you as we work our way up to the top and we get ready for the start of the 30 to 39 males. Slamming down on the gate. Nice little work in there. It looks like none other than getting the whole shot position. That's Sean Thompson out of Cambridge. Rick Pearson out of Hawke's Bay looking real good on the 806 plate. Coming in tight on this one as they roll it through and peeling back. That's Avon in there out of North Harbour. But it's the Hamilton rider, Shane coming through as well. We also have some serious work in there from a Russell, but coming back into that rhythm section on the license plate of the 426, taking in on the 1 spot as they looking it through, looking sharp on the 426. That'll be none other than your 746, Sean Thompson coming through with the 426, Avon Peel hitting it on the 1 spot, Sean Thompson taking the 2, and Shane McRae taking in on the 3 spot.
Up to the gate for the 40 to 54 male 20 inch final. Final number 35. Here we go, it's final number 35. The gate has just dropped. It's all go action aplenty here into Awamutu. As they come into the whole shot here, we look to see who's who. John Hayes started well as he hung on. I can see the 117 out of New Plymouth. That's Scott Silver. We've got another 117 there though. Let's not get confused. That's Darren Smith out of Hamilton. but into the work they go. Coming back down towards us now. We're going to see it is the 744. John Hayes in the 1. Oh, the skills that pay the bills there. The manualing down there. That was Scott Silver. Scott, you got to keep pedaling, son. Pedal. He's saying no. He's telling me to get back in my box. And as he rounds it out, he's giving it a go. He's encouraging everyone along. But there we go. Final 35, 40 to 54 male, 20-inch. That's the wrap for them.
Up to the top of the gate, we have ourselves 8 to 9 girls. Relay shut the gate as they come through. Let's see who's sipping on the champagne on this one. It's Greta getting a nice head start on it, but it looks like that's a Rotorua out there in the 1 spot in the whole shot position at the moment. That'll be none other than Alice Giffrey. And it's Pippa Walker sitting in on the 2 spot. But if Pippa Walker has it her way, she's going to be chasing her down. But it's Greta coming through on the inside line. It's Greta looking for a little bit of a way. Pippa closing down the door, making sure no one gets through. She's going to have to line herself up as we work through. It's a Violet Job. Good to see her back on the bike out of Alexander. Stella Torrance out of Tiaraha with Paige Whitelaw. But it's Pippa Walker looking like she's going to try and make a move. It's Pippa going down on that straight away to the checkered flag. It's a drag race to the finish line. Oh, you can hear the crowd getting in behind it. It'll be a pedal all the way to the finish line, up to scores to see who takes that one. Almost 3 across. It'll be close. You'll have to check that one on scores between Alice Jeffrey and Pippa Walker. Boy, we got some black ominous clouds looking up there as we're starting to stir it up as we get into the heat of the finals.
Up on the gate, race final number 37, 25 to 44 male 20-inch. Here we go, it's 4 off the gate. Into the work early though, it is going to be the 92 plate, I'm going to say, of Caitlin Gorgantis from Hamilton. Into the whole shot she goes, but she's got Jodie Gorgantis from Tauranga on the 351 all over her back wheel. I tell you what, they've been bar to bar, action, but here comes Sam van der Veen. The 354 plate out of the Hutt Valley Thunderbolt. Sonia Rennie in the mix too. Out of Hamilton there on the 686. But coming back down towards us now, it's Caitlin Gorgantis out of Hamilton. She's cruising along. It's there in the number 2 spot. It's Jodie Gorgantis with Sam sitting in the 3 as they round us out and take us home for final number 37, 25 to 44, male, female, 20-inch.
All right, the weather's starting to turn on us as we come through. We got ourselves the women under 23. Down on the gate on this one, it's going to be blistering fast and it's going to be blistering hot. Oh, we got ourselves a smooth criminal running out on the front of the pack. You could run a hot knife through butter, she's so smooth. That's none other than Brooke Penny getting in on the 1 spot, taking in on the 2. That's Amber Robinson out of Hamilton in the Mountain Raiders in the 3 position. That's Selena Pfizer sitting down on the 2nd corner, but it's Brooke Penny's show all weekend long. Amber taking in on the 2 spot. Selena taking the 3 spot as we wrap it in on the 196 plate. That's Tanya Arnold out of Tauranga. Molly in the mix out of Awamutu. Hazel Gardner coming in out of Cambridge. And Zoe Hartwell, a scratch out of Mountain Raiders. Brooke Penny taking her home under 23s.
Here we go. It is final number 39. It's our 15 boys into the work early. They go. Case Silver out of New Plymouth. Oh, he's going into the whole shot nice and high. Clocking up some freaking flyer miles. Zane Williamson in there too. Out of Hamilton on the NZ1, Cameron Wallace on the 249. It looks like it's Zane out there on the 2. Mason Joel Guzman out of Dunedin on the 129. Caleb White on the 822. He's in there too. I can see him coming down towards us now. He's having a crack, that's for sure. He's just past Zane Williamson. Into the work they go though. We got Cohen Ludham, Lachlan McDonald and a Paroa in the mix there too. As the rain unfortunately looks like it's settled in, they're going to keep moving through as we round out final number 39, 15 boys.
Hitting it hard onto the 16 boys up on the gate. got the rhyme? Who's got the time to sit her back and relax? Nobody does, because it's going 4 across onto the first corner. It's anybody's show as they picking it up and putting it down. Oh, out in the front of the pack and leading it hard. Unbelievable riding from these boys as they're picking it up. Looks like that's Nico sitting in on the 2 spot, but he's getting chased down hard in the 3, and it looks like there's going to be a push to the finish line as they roll it through. On that number 1 spot at the moment, it's the 2-5-7 plate. That's Deacon McCormick coming through there, but it's anybody's show on the 5-2-2. Oh, nice little undercut as the Nelson Brothers Racing comes through on a slim pickings. Looks like he's taking that one all the way to the finish line, up to scores to see who takes it, but it looks like that's going to be Deacon taking the 1, Seb taking the 2, Levi Banks locking it in on the 3.
Here we go. It is final number 42, 13-14 girls. I'll tell you what, that's been all action-packed, and it's no different. It's the Penny twins. They're into the work. They're going bar to bar into the whole shot. I can't see who's coming out of it. Oh, there we go. Now the numbers are behind me, but it's Maddie Newcomb in the 3 that I can tell. Sophie Penny, Luca Penny in the 1 and 2 somewhere. Courtney Smith looking like she's in the 4, which puts Abby Story-Fralin there on the 398, sitting in the 5 at the moment. Here we go. It is the 191 plate out the front. That's Sophie Penny. Luca Penny, oh, having to hit the brakes as she skids into the last corner. That's the pressure that's on these kids at the moment. They're throwing everything at it. It's all go, rain, hail, or shine.
Hitting it up on the top of the gate, it's the 15-16 girls. Beth Walker sitting there out on 5. We'll see how she goes out in the lane. But Sonona, she's definitely lighting it up as she pushed it through. We'll see who's got it. It's Colhoun's coming tight on the inside into that first corner. She's sitting in on the 2 spot with Madeline Huntner definitely sitting on the 3 spot out of Mountain Raiders. Nice little work in there from Sophie coming through on the 2, but she's going to have to do some work to catch on Beth Walker. She's definitely got her bike dialed in on that rhythm section and taken off. Last from the pass, it looks like the 135 has zipped up into the 3. That's Aria Thornley out of North Canterbury, taking her home. Could be a little issue. Madeline is sitting back on the attack, but taking it with that one is Beth Walker. Sophie on the 2. As we roll in through onto the cruiser finals now, make our way 20 inches time, hitting it onto the cruisers.
I tell you what though, they have not been cruising, they have been throwing it down, and this is no different. They're out Jacob Crawford out of Tauranga there. He's on the 3-2-1. It looks like he's going to get the whole shot, but he's got company, and that is in the form of Bowden Lamb. He's pushing hard on the red machine. He's chasing him down, but so is Rex Olsen out of Rotorua. He's in the thick of it too, alongside Nathaniel Clifford. They're throwing it down there on the 146 out of Tauranga. So there you have it. Tauranga, 2 of them in the mix with the Mountain Raider and a Rotorua rider, but it's your Tauranga rider, Jacob Crawford currently. He's got the 1. Bowden Lamb sitting in the 2. There we go. It's the 99 plate of Rex Olsen in the 3 with the 146. Rounding us out into that final corner, down the home straight for the last time today. Thank goodness I hear some of their legs say. That is the 8-10 Cruiser final, final number 44.
Pushing up into the 11-12 with Cruiser males. We got ourselves stacked and racked as these boys are running into the 25 races for the weekend. So their legs will be burning as they're pushing it down. But out in the front, going high on the corner, that's Amata sitting in on the 1. Tate Burden out of Te Awamutu sitting in on the 2. We have a couple other riders in there as well from Te Awamutu. Peyton Prescott looking sharp with Dylan John sitting in on the 4 spot and the 5 spot at the moment. Tate sitting in on the 2701 plate, sitting in on the 3 spot. That's Baden Prescott out of Te Awamutu. Brock O'Neill out of Te Awamutu on the 837 sitting on the 4 spot with Dylan John taking in on the 4 spot. My apologies on that one. Mata taking the 1, Tate taking the 2, and Baden Prescott taking the 3.
Up on the gate, final number 47, 13-14, Cruiser Mayo. Here we go, and the gate has dropped out the gate like a rocket. He's been all weekend on the bright orange bike for his cruiser. That is none other than Tauranga's Rico Ryan, but he's got Liam Clifford from Tauranga as well, all over his back wheel. The 223 though, obviously the 273. Connor Orbell out of Rotorua, he's throwing it down as well. Did you realise, JD, there's a first corner? I'll tell you what, I don't know where that's been all day. But here they go, Rico Ryan's coming back down towards me. Liam Clifford's in the mix as well. Travis Marshall throwing it down somewhere there. I can see him coming up now. He's sitting in the 4th spot at the moment. It's the 273 of Connor Bell, but here we go, the battle's on. Jared Rennie's going to throw it down. What can he do? Jared Rennie, Kalen McCabe, what's going to happen? It looks like it might be Kalen, then Jared, as they cross the line.
Okay, here we go. We're going to light this one up. That's 17-39 Cruiser males. All right, we got some Cowboys in this one. They'll be wrestling all weekend long. They're getting hard onto this one. Out in the mix and throwing it down into that first corner. Going lightning speed high on the corner. Looks like he's taking it down. That's Zachary Arnold. Sean Thompson fighting for a spot in there. Corey Waddle and Hayden Stockman. JD Badass coming through from the Waikato. Looking good. Sam Torrance out of Tiaraha. And James Miller out of Christchurch. But coming through and hitting it down on the 541 a plate. Sitting there on the nice Zachary Arnold out of Tauranga. 147. Sean Thompson taken out of Cambridge. Looks like a push to the finish line. Well done from those boys. But Zachary Arnold taking the 1. Sean Thompson taking the 2. And Corey Wallen taking in on the 3 spot. Sunset Coast represent.
Here we go, it's final number 49. It's our 40-49 Cruiser Male. Into the work early though. Rotorua's Nick Jeffrey, into the whole shot he goes. Oh, he's got company though. Oh, here we go. They're going high, they're going low. I think that was the 440 of Johan Rosenberg, trying to use the local knowledge. Brad the Theory still in the mix there though. He's on the 372 out of Hamilton. Grant Rennie, I can see there sitting in the 4th moment. He's got some tricks up his sleeve, I'm sure. Daniel Martini and Andre Saika still there in the mix. But here we go, it's the 223. Oh, here we go, this is the one to watch. This is it, that's a go. He's gone high, he's gone low. They're throwing it down, just not quite enough energy. It's part of our action. Oh, across the finish line. We're going to want to check that one out on scores. As I can tell you, it's popping up. That was exciting stuff for those riders.
All right, as we work our way into the Cruiser Finals for the 50-plus males. 21 have to check their ID. Locked and loaded and bringing it on. Looking like he's large in the charge out in the front of the pack. That'll be world number 8. Putting it down. A nice little ride style as he comes through with a nice little high line sitting on the pure. That's Dion Newth. Nowhere in the middle. It looks like that's going to be Greg Hughes out of Rotorua. Wayne Shanks coming in there out of Hamilton. And Darren Smith out of Hamilton. Oh, nice work in there from the Golden Wheels coming through. Craig Barrington, Sunset Coast. But coming back at us as they're coming back. It's a 71 plate taking the 2 spot. Looking sharp out of Hamilton. That'll be Wayne Shanks sitting in the 3. But wrapping it up. World number 8. Dion Newth taking her home. Championship title. Taking the 2025 Waikato Region Champs.
Here we go. It is final number 51. 8-12 Cruiser female. Nessie Rennie, Perrine Rennie out of Hamilton. The sister. Oh, excuse me. There we go. It's getting a bit much for me. Into the corner they go. It is the 61 plate of Nessie Rennie out of Hamilton. Perrine Rennie, though, sitting there behind her, not far off the mark. We've also got Harry Barrington, the Sunset Coast rider, the 305, chasing them down with Stella Torrens out of Te Araha and Paige Whitelaw out of North Harbour on the 446. And here they come back down towards us now, but it looks like it's the 2 Hamiltonians. 1 and 2, 2 and 1. That's it, the sisters. Into the work they go. It's the 61 plate leading us into the last corner. She has a cheeky look over her shoulder. She's not going to give an inch. She wants bragging rights there around the dinner table tonight. That's what it's going to be, but here we go. Perrine Rennie's making the move. Oh, that was a little too late, possibly, as we look to scores for the final result.
All right, up to the top of the game, 17-plus Cruiser females as they go. Is last but not least, as they're ripping it and sticking it, getting into it. It's on like Donkey Kong as they're pushing through onto the final for the 2025 Waikato Region Champs. Let's see who's sipping on the champagne at the end of this one. taking it home and crowning the queen. See who's going to be wearing the crown. It's been a push all day long and coming down on that rhythm straight. Do they have the power? It's a world number one trying to push it through. Oh, she does. She's got the stamina. She's got the legs. She's got the power. Jeanette Davies has turned it up a notch. That's why she's world number one and putting it down and putting it in. And she's going to be sipping on the champagne. Jeanette Davies is world number one out of Rotorua, taking the title. Tanya Arnold close but no cigar. That is unbelievable racing, and that is one way to wrap up 2025 Waikato Region Champs.
Well, there we go, JD. A big, massive thank you to the Waikato region and the clubs of Cambridge, Hamilton and Te Awamutu, and everybody else from the Waikato region that have put on a phenomenal event this weekend. A massive thank you to all the volunteers, all the riders and their support crew, and also to BMX New Zealand and Jack Links for bringing us to you free to air as we take BMX racing from Aotearoa to the world. Till the next time, the next big one, the North Island titles coming up at Mountain Raiders in a few weeks. Make sure you lock and load that in your diary, whether you can be trackside or on the live stream. Till then, we'll catch you later. Drive home safely.
What got me into BMX racing was having a place to ride my bike, really.
I started BMX because my brother started racing.
Love helping all the kids learn to ride.
I love how lots of girls come in.
Love being out with the mums and helping encourage them get out on the bike too.
Everyone's so friendly, everyone's so enjoyable to be around.
If you want to start in BMX, go and look up your local club. There's clubs in most of our major cities. Get in there and just enjoy yourself.